hand.
One, two.
Uh-huh.
One, two.
Yo, yeah, y'all know what time it is. Uh-huh. Yo, yeah, y'all know what time it is. Yo, yeah, y'all know what time it is. Yo, yeah, y'all know what time it is. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
One, two.
It's the man with the master plan. I'm here to turn it out with the mic in my hand.
We're starting in 2 minutes.
One, two.
Uh-huh.
One, two.
Yo, yeah, y'all know what time it is. Uh-huh. Yo, yeah, y'all know what time it is. Yo, yeah, y'all know what time it is. Yo, yeah, y'all know what time it is. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
One, two.
It's the man with the master plan. I'm here to turn it out with the mic in my hand.
Hello, everybody. This is the live stream for Social Media Monster. We're about to present some all-new vlogs and a few other things, and this stream will, towards the end, will play the entire documentary, a brand new version of it. So, for those of you tuning in, I really appreciate you checking in to see what we're doing. And here we go.
One, two.
Uh-huh.
One, two.
Yo, yeah, y'all know what time it is. Uh-huh. Yo, yeah, y'all know what time it is. Yo, yeah, y'all know what time it is. know what time it is. Uh-huh.
Bomb 2.
It's the man with the master plan. I'm here to turn it out with the mic in my hand.
You didn't write the review, but have you watched my documentary yet?
I have watched your documentary.
When did you watch it?
Well, I watched it after Matthew Burdick decided to put himself into my life and insinuate his presence there. I'm like, okay, I need to go see what this is all about.
Back in May of 2024, I was on the verge of releasing Social Media Monster to Amazon Prime and Tubi. So I compiled a list of movie reviewers and podcasters and sent formal press releases requesting a review. One of the sites that did a review was criticalblast.com. It was one of the only bad reviews we got for the film.
You can tell that Peter is deathly afraid of negative reviews or anybody that disagrees with him. He gets one negative film review for a film reviewer. Peter cannot handle it when he gets a negative review. He freaks out. He's got to argue with everybody about it. He's got to browbeat them politely.
I looked up that reviewer. I tracked him down on Instagram, and I was thinking about everything this kid said negative about my movie that I poured my heart and soul into. And you know what I said to him? Thank you for reviewing my film. Sorry you didn't like it. That's how you're supposed to react. Bad reviews are a fact of life. You just get used to it.
Now, as this film comes out, it's going to get more and more negative reviews. There are going to be people that are going to come out in support of me, that are going to think that he's a piece of shit. Why does that matter? Why would the public care about that? Because it's fraud. He's not allowing people to express their minds about the opinion of his films and their opinions of him. And he's targeting people, and he's discrediting negative reviews, and he's discrediting anybody who disagrees with him or says anything positive about me.
Cut to October 2024, I'm now getting emails from the owner of the site who didn't even write the review saying that Matthew Burdick was contacting and harassing him.
So back in, I want to say May, one of our writers said, hey, I've got this documentary I've watched. I put a review up. I'm like, go with God. You know what to do with reviews. And he reviewed Social Media Monster. And he didn't give it the most glowing of reviews, which was his opinion. Now I've had, directors before in the past said, hey, what do you do? Especially indie films, like, man, you're killing my film with this negative review. I'm like, I wish we had that kind of power, but we don't. You, on the other hand, said, hey, thank you for the review. Because as most directors know, any publicity is good publicity, even if it's mixed. As long as you got a mixed bag, you're good. If everybody's negative, well, then you've got maybe rethink something. But that wasn't the case here. We almost within a couple of days got a direct message on Twitter from Matthew Burdick saying, hey, I'm in this film and I don't want it up here. I'm paraphrasing. I don't have the DM. Of course, I deleted it after a while. And I looked at the film. I said, okay, what did Damascus write that might be considered, derogatory or inflammatory or bad? And nothing. I said, okay, I've looked it over. There's nothing in here that's not just opinion of the film and portrayals within it. We're not in the habit of taking, reviews down just because it's a bad review. All of a sudden, it was text messages on my phone started showing up. And I didn't recognize the number, but from the way the first message started out talking about Social Media Monster, he wasn't trying to hide who he was. He was very upfront about who he was. But I could tell, oh, this guy's got my phone number now. So, and as soon as I got a couple of text messages, then the phone started ringing. And I just let it go to voicemail because I'm like, I don't need to deal with this.
This is absolute defamation per se. Then I have to talk to my 16-year-old about having all this after she reads your deranged, far right wing, Blue Lives Matter insanity. I'm traveling the country right now. I'm coming to see you. No context, no explanation. That is just kind of weird. When I
It
read it,
was
like I'm
very
thinking of,
disconcerting.
and again, you didn't even write the review. You just host the website and run Critical Blast.
Yeah. I didn't even know he had a 16-year-old daughter until he brought it up. And his comments are all like, I've been hurting this girl. Like, I didn't even remember your name until you came back and started talking to me again.
And it's like he expected you to understand all of this, know this, and be in the middle of all of his business. It's just very strange.
Yeah.
And
The only thing I've done with Matthew Burdick is host a movie review. So when he, jumps in with all this sudden attack business, accusing us of attacks, that is, like, somebody's flipped your switch, but it's not me.
it was a bad review of a movie he hates.
Yes.
The review said a bunch of stuff he agrees with, but it's like there's one sentence or two that criticized him, and 5 months later he flips out and he starts sending you stuff like this voicemail.
Hi, this is Matthew Burdick. I've tried to politely write to you guys and address this stuff, but you don't want to listen. So I'm going to slap you with a lawsuit if you don't stop. You have no lawful right to diagnose me with a catastrophic illness whatsoever. That is defamation per se, which damages need not be proven. And if you guys don't stop this, you can come up with the $50,000 to defend the lawsuit. Leave my family alone. Take your Blue Lives Matter racist bullshit and stick it up your
So right there already, it's like that's exactly what was in the text. It's in his own voice. He's leaving you a voicemail knowing it's going to be recorded and likely shared somewhere.
But he acts like there's something happened beyond a review from 5 months ago, like something new. It's like some new attack happened, and then he conflates it with Blue Lives Matter, which, okay, I support, sure, but I haven't gone to like rallies or wrote articles about or anything. I just support the police. Okay.
Well, even more weird, he claims to be conservative and right wing now, so, which is even more surreal that he's using that like as a negative when it's something he supposedly believes in now. So I am very, very, very confused, and it just keeps going, and it keeps getting even more weird.
It seems like a Hail Mary attempt to drive a wedge between producer and reviewer, because he knows that you're a Democrat and I'm a Republican, and ergo never the twain shall meet or agree on anything.
And
so surely again, I shall just throw you to the wind. And
yeah, it's very surreal, especially since you and I had no contact whatsoever, correct? Prior to you starting getting these texts and messages, correct?
We had one contact from you from email. Says, "Hi, I've done a documentary. Would you guys like to review it?" Yeah, well, you're one of lots of directors who ask us that question. So,
but in the 5 months, we've had no communication. Like
absolutely none.
Just to be clear, it's like even after all of this, I've never asked for the review to be changed or removed in any way. Correct?
Correct. And now I won't correct or change anything on it. Not even a spell check, because if I change anything on it, I'm thinking, hey, if he does want to take this to court, he'll say, well, yeah, look, it was changed on this date, so now you don't know what it said prior to that.
And these voicemails just keep continuing.
This is Matthew Burdick. I am traveling the country right now producing a response film to this movie which you are promoting, in which you have unlawfully defamed me. So I've got a lot of really good folks in Arkansas behind me, a lot of community groups, a lot of people that know that I wasn't paranoid. I have made excessive contributions to the people of Arkansas. Maybe you don't know who I am. Maybe you didn't do any research before you started trashing my name and reputation. But I promise you for the damage that you have inflicted on my name and reputation and the residents of Arkansas over these continued environmental causes for which you've decided to target me. I'm going to make sure you're the most famous motherfucker in Arkansas, and everybody knows who you are and exactly who it is you're targeting and why. You can fuck off, and I will fucking absolutely not hesitate for 1 second to walk right the fuck up to you and put you on film and hold you accountable.
To me, that's just so weird because it seems like he's having a conversation with himself more than you.
Yeah. He thinks he's been attacked over environmental issues. He thinks he's been attacked, period. Like,
yeah, it doesn't make any sense to me. Like, I don't think he's done any activism anywhere, nonetheless, in Arkansas. And if he's helped all these people, where are they? Who are they? What are their names? What is the name of a single supporter in Arkansas? And what does that have to do with a film review of a documentary? Like, none of it makes any sense.
It's self-aggrandizement of a Munchausen level.
Yeah, and I mean, and the whole thing about the personal attacks that he's imagining, it's like, what are the personal attacks? What do you think he's talking about?
I've not a clue. The only personal attacks that have come up in this entire thread of monologue, because it's not a dialogue, have been from him to me.
Yeah, and I mean, like, the threats, I just, like, he was threatening to hunt you down like an animal.
Yeah, he did that in those exact words.
And hold you accountable with, like, an interview. The thing that makes no sense to me about that is, if he's going to do an interview, first off, he's not a journalist. Second of all, he tried this in court and it failed.
Let me ask you this question.
Well, I don't see how
are you going to let me finish?
You're
going to let me finish?
I don't see how does saying I'm going to get an interview amount to a threat of violence, sir?
Well, let me ask you some questions.
Feel free.
Did you send an email to Ms. Burroughs and others saying, I'm coming for all of you?
The rule of completeness, sir, would determine that the statement was, I'm bringing a camera crew that I am going to capture interviews as part of this film.
It was not a defense for the way he threatened to get an interview. So why does he think it's going to work now? It's like, it doesn't make any sense to me, because it's like, you tried this before, the person filed for a restraining order and it was granted. This plan didn't work. He thinks that the First Amendment, and if he pretends to be a journalist, it'll protect him, but it clearly didn't.
First Amendment only protects him from the government trying to silence his speech, not, public citizens who are like, leave me alone, please.
I mean, what do you think his goal was in contacting you?
He never said, take the article down. That's the one thing. He never came out and said, I want this article taken down. So his goals were never fully stated. He started throwing dollar values out there. He started throwing, like $50,000 for a defense, $50,000 again for a lawyer to defend it. And then it's like a blue light special hit, because that 50,000 dropped to like 10,000. And I'm like, am I getting a cheaper lawyer now, or is the off the books settlement out of court price dropping down here? You don't need quite as much. I didn't know. He never said, this is what I want you to do. He just said, stop these attacks, as if I'm attacking.
But he did say, I see the review is still up. So he hints at it, but he doesn't directly ever state he wants you to remove it or remove that line. Like, he'll say, I see you haven't removed the review, or he'll say, I see you haven't removed the attacks on me in the review.
There are 2 times that I did respond to him with these text messages and with Facebook messages that came through. The text message, the first one that I finally sent to him was that, stop. Telling you not to contact me, telling you not to contact my staff, family, through phone. Just don't send communications. I knew he would continue. But at that point, I could say, look, I told him to stop. Everything past that point is recorded. The only other time I said something to him was when he made a comment on Facebook to our publishing page that he was going to have his people in Arkansas, put up flyers about me around the town. And I'm a natural smartass, sir. There are times when, my mouth is moving and my brain's like, hey, we're still formulating this thought. And I just replied back, said, so you're saying that you're not coming anymore, you're sending other people. Okay, just good to know. And he's like, oh no, I'm still coming. He's camping in the woods and living in, I don't know if he's living in his car in the woods, but he was camping in the woods. And
You have another side of Critical Blast, correct? What's the other business you do?
And we have a publishing line where we work with creators to create graphic novels, publish other anthologies. And, I've been a writer myself, published with other companies for since 2000. I've done some work with the Destroyer books. I wrote some Remo Williams stories. Had a children's book published out of Great Britain with a publisher there. So, sometimes I write my own things and I'm like, well, now I can just publish them. I run them through an editor and get them all cleaned up and pretty. So we had some children's books that we were getting ready to release. And he glommed onto that as a method of, or as a means of trying to destroy my business.
What was the accusation he levied against you?
The accusation was that because a writer for me wrote a review of a movie made by you, informed by sources, of which one company possibly hired a pederast, I am over here supporting this guy over here by not taking the review down. Therefore, he has accused me direct of having relationships with children and has said that I need to be on a watch list, has told me that he has informed the sheriff of my local community, that he's formed the tax assessors for my local community because he could not find any LLC information on the company. I pay my taxes every year. I don't know who's getting the money. And he was going to just basically make sure that people knew who I was and that I was supporting the work of a pedophile and trying to sell a children's book.
This is Matthew Burdick. I want you to explain to me how the videos in the film Social Media Monster are me railing against perceived corruption. Yet you're leaving content up claiming that I'm raging about perceived corruption. You're somehow attempting to discredit me as an activist. And I'm going to be pretty clear. I'm going to hunt you and your staff like animals with my camera, and I'm going to get you on film, and we're going to go to fucking war publicly. And that's all you get. You can see that I will do this.
I don't think I need to read a page of the DSM to say he's batshit crazy.
It just tickles my funny bone a little too much that he's going this bananas to get a review removed. That's a bad review of the movie. I would think he'd like that. It doesn't make any sense.
I'm going to explain your legal rights in this matter, and you're free to speak to a lawyer. You're free to speak to the police. You are promoting the film Social Media Monster. And so when you go in public, when you, your staff, when you are on public property, I have the right to capture interviews with you about your support of this tier 3 convicted sex offender. You have targeted my activism work. You've targeted my journalism. You've made allegations that I have false illnesses that I don't have. You are targeting me. I get phone calls from my daughter. She's upset about what you're doing. So you're hurting my child and you don't seem to care, which would confirm that you are in fact conspiring with this sex offender and have no problem with that. So I am coming to you. I am going to get my interviews, and there's nothing a lawyer or police can do about it because I have First Amendment rights to produce this movie. I will see you soon.
Because he's telling you that his daughter did these things with no evidence, that there's nothing to show that his daughter has called him and is saying Critical Blast's review of the documentary is somehow hurting her.
Yeah.
I don't see that. You know what I mean? Like, that doesn't even make any kind of logical sense.
It's not news to her, I'm sure. But he also cherry picks his statements when he calls up there and leaves that voicemail message, because he's talking about how we said that he perceives injustice or perceives corruption. If you read the review, it's that he's railing against corruption, real or perceived. We didn't make a judgment on whether the corruption was real or not.
Here's the thing about it is, yeah, there's actually corruption at the St. Joseph Police. None of it was related to him and what happened in the documentary. This whole tier 3 sex offender nonsense. I've seen no evidence that the two people he's claiming run it. I could find no court documents, no police records, nothing. And again, he may be right. Those may be the two people that run it, but I have no way of knowing. Him saying that is utterly worthless because he is a pathological liar. So I don't trust anything. Him just saying there's evidence doesn't mean jack shit. I did speak either on the phone or maybe it was a Facebook audio messenger thing. It was a woman I spoke to who worked at the site at the time. So I never even spoke to some guy. So if there's a guy that's a tier 3 sex offender, I literally have nothing to do with him.
No.
To then tie
they
that...
could be cannibals and still say they got an email. And if they got an email, then they got an email.
Yes. And especially it's an email sent to not only the cannibals, but every other person. So right. It's just weird how he's glommed onto this, because I think he's using the tier 3 sex offender. He knows this is a white hot button issue that will get people to be scared to want to deal with anyone. And he's trying to use it to sever people. Didn't he write reviews on Facebook for your companies?
He did, and he left comments. I've got events coming up. I put them up on Facebook, and he would be the first person there, bringing up the whole tier 3 sex offender bit, and why do you want to do business with this guy? And I took them down because it's my Facebook, and I'm in charge there. So no, that doesn't happen.
But it's like, what do you think his goal was with doing that?
He wants to be able to say, I took down a corrupt publisher. But it's more of that Munchausen self-aggrandizement. The more people he could take down, the better he must be.
Do you feel somebody like Facebook has some culpability here?
I've felt like that about Facebook, about YouTube, about all the different social media platforms. They always seem to take down the stupid, innocuous stuff and leave up the stuff that's like, hey, this is a real serious problem. And it's largely because the real serious problem, I think, still pulls in eyeballs. Eyeballs are money, and that's all they're really about.
I could not agree more. Can you believe this? Republican and liberal agreeing completely on something.
Hey, look at this. I'm going into the den of your iniquity, of your liberalism, and I'm wearing this shirt of all things today. I'm wearing this shirt, and we're laughing.
It's the one thing that drives me crazy about the fucking guy is he's just such a thin-skinned, uptight coward. If anybody even launches the slightest little criticism against him, he breaks out in hives. He breaks out into a sweat, tries to have him thrown in jail, spends 10 years trying to get revenge. And it shows that he is vindictive, and he does spend time going after anybody that levies any legitimate criticism of the movie. So
what's happened here with Critical Blast in this review and his reaction, it's like whatever the alleged offense he seems to be angry about, his reaction does not seem to match at all.
One, you're more than free to review a movie. But when you resort to personal attacks in that review, when you attempt to make false claims that my causes aren't real, that they're imagined, that the EPA isn't corrupt, things like that, you are engaging in fraud. You are lying to the public. You are scamming people. Mr. Ross is engaged in federal crimes. My mission is to expose that man for all the crimes he's committed. You've apparently decided to join him. This makes you an accomplice to racketeering. So since Mr. Ross is committing 2 or more fraudulent crimes over state lines, it becomes a federal crime. You, by promoting his film and refusing to correct what you're saying and portraying me as a fraud makes you an accomplice to racketeering. So you can call the police, you can threaten me, you can do whatever you want, but nobody has the right to interfere with my federally protected right to put you on film, to interview you, and publicly expose you for engaging in racketeering. If you are unsure of your rights, I recommend you hire an attorney and you stop acting like you could just commit any felony you want and you're going to get away with it.
It makes no sense whatsoever.
We're all felons here.
Yeah, how does that even work? He has warrants for his arrest.
Yes.
I don't even have a police report with my name on it.
And that's a voicemail, which means he used the phone lines to communicate interstate. Like that makes it a federal matter, sir.
Unfortunately, I don't think the FBI is ever going to lift a finger against Matthew Burdick. That's just my opinion based on the conversations I've had. They just view him as a petty annoyance.
You know the line every time that somebody finally does go violent and blow things up, figuratively, not literally. The next day, he was on our watch list.
The other thing is he's trying to say he's making a response film. Do you think he's really going to make a film?
I can't see that he's making a film. He's too busy suing a hospital or threatening to.
Where do you see this going? Has he curbed off on his contacts with you? Has he slowed down any?
He actually has. He's obviously got some other hot button issue that's more of a priority to him than me, and more power to them.
You didn't write the review, but have you watched my documentary yet?
I have watched your documentary.
When did you watch it?
I watched it after Matthew Burdick decided to put himself into my life and insinuate his presence there. I'm like, okay, I need to go see what this is all about. So I did watch it.
So just to be clear, you were not, your opinion of Matthew Burdick was formed from his interactions with you, not because of what you read on the internet that other people wrote about him. It was from his direct actions, correct?
I never read anything on the internet that other people wrote about him other than the review that our own writer put up there. And, I felt he was trying to be even-handed in, both the approach to the documentary and the approach to Burdick's actions. So I'm like, there's no winner in this fight. But now,
But I will say,
change my mind, Matthew.
Again,
not the way you want it to.
Again, not to try to be embittered about the review, the bad review. It's just so funny to me to keep bringing that up just because it's like the irony is so thick. I had not thought about this review in months until you contacted me. It didn't really affect me. But now that
he was making these statements about lawsuits.
now I'm kind of like forced to think about it more often. I have to think about
how stupid is a guy who keeps engaging in the same behavior over and over again, knowing that somebody's sitting out there and they're documenting what he's doing and are making a film about it. Gee, that won't impact his career. Maybe he'll make a social media monster vlog. This person's trying to hurt my career. I could lose my career over this. This is a person that's not Matthew Burdick, and he's trying to hurt my career. Ass fat.
What your reviewer said was essentially what I did with the documentary is essentially the same thing as what Matthew Burdick does.
Yes.
The irony of that at this moment is kind of like, I have to state this. No, I've never threatened a nuclear facility with terrorism, number one. Number two, I've never tried to get someone fired or falsely accuse them of being a pedophile just to try to get them to change something. So I would hope there's a difference of opinion from what that review originally said versus today. I think hopefully you've seen there's a contrast between what I do and what he's done.
Yes. Yeah, and I could tell that in my own take on the review as well.
Yeah, I would assume
because it wasn't just you and him. It was you and officers and waitresses and patrons.
So I was going to ask, what did you think of the documentary? Especially, how did the context of what Matthew Burdick's been doing to you when you watched the movie, how did it make you feel?
It gave me a better idea of who he is and how he operates. And it seems like he just, is ready to pull out any shield that he can when an opportunity presents itself. Like, when he's in the parking lot and he sees that opportunity to pull out his LGBT shield, because he got called a name. He's like, hey, I am, that. And, now that's a hate crime.
Which it's
I
not.
think he's just, yeah, I know. I think he's walking around ready to be offended and hoping to be in the right place at the right time for the big payoff.
Because that hurts him so much when somebody tells him how bad he sucks. He thought that would work on me, and it just didn't, because I'm actually a gifted and talented artist, and I've always had haters, and so I grew up with haters, and I don't respond to it the same way.
Of course he's going to rail against this interview. He's going to claim that we're conspiring. I mean, we can...
And now he's got proof. Here we are
he's got
talking
proof
together.
that we're conspiring because we're talking about what he did. Like, his brain will transform and ignore all the things he said in those voicemails. He'll just ignore that and say this is somehow evidence of a conspiracy and we're going to be charged with RICO, which will never happen because there's no crime here.
There's no crime here. The fact is, he drove me to you because all this smack he's talking, I was like, is he doing this to the director? Does the director know anybody else who's going through this? What are the solutions that other people have found? I need to find out. So I contacted you.
And the thing is, he claims that what Matthew does is he thinks that by me talking to you, somehow I have tricked you into thinking that he was totally normal when he contacted you, but only because you saw the documentary, all of a sudden you've been brainwashed into thinking wrongly that he's a bad guy, that he's not. That's what he's going to claim.
So this is a message for anybody in the future. If you give Social Media Monster a negative review, you're going to be attacked by a bunch of accounts, and you're going to get banned, and you're going to get fucking harassed and stalked, and he might turn you into a social media monster, and you'll be episode 3. So just everybody beware that anybody that disagrees with Peter John Ross becomes a stalking victim.
I want to thank you for doing this interview, for talking about what you've been through, talking about what the guy's done. And I think that this helps kind of take that power away, the power to lie about people. I think if anybody ever questioned you about, hey, what is this guy saying about, saying you work with a child predator, you'll be able to point to this video and say, this will make a lot more sense when you see this.
Yep. Or even less.
I had completely forgotten about this review until this guy contacted me 5 months after the review went up. I would never ask any site or critic to ever modify, change, or remove their review. But I will say there is a section of the review that, in hindsight, feels very different in the context of everything going on now.
Yet, however unhinged and manipulative he may appear, Bird Dick nonetheless proves an oddly compelling figure, a highly intelligent and highly motivated individual whose countercharges against Ross are, in some ways, justified. By creating a movie that targets one man, Ross is essentially urging the audience to judge Bird Dick based on a decidedly lopsided portrayal, and makes him guilty of the same browbeating behavior he accuses Burdick of.
That paragraph in the review takes on a whole new meaning today. I've never made threats to a nuclear facility. I've never tried to get someone fired from their job. I've never falsely accused people of being a pedophile. So no, I'm not doing any of the things that Burdick does. So yeah, I take some umbrage with that part of the review, and in context, especially with what Burdick is doing to the owner of the site now. Burdick is actively going on this guy's social media and perpetually accusing him of protecting pedophiles, something that is not happening in reality. He's doing that because he knows that is extremely damaging to a man who publishes children's books. It's really weird that Burdick is so upset about this review that agrees with all of his criticisms. The only thing he didn't like was being called unhinged. So when you hear voicemails like that, yeah, I've never left anyone a voicemail like that in my life. So saying that essentially he and I are the same really doesn't fit. And yeah, I'm a little conflicted over the fact that I'm helping a site that gave me a really, really bad review. And I have people that are telling me, it's like, screw them, forget them, let them deal with it. And I'm kind of like, I don't care about the bad review. It's the abuse. And I do think that that's far more important than my little ego and getting a bad review. Is this the same? Is making a video like this the same as Burdick leaving those threatening voicemails and for Burdick to perpetually email and harass this guy? Tell us in the comments below. I'd love to know what you think of this. I'm Peter John Ross, a filmmaker from Columbus, Ohio. Over 10 years ago, this guy started harassing me online and he never stopped fixating on me. I decided to turn it into a documentary. I've been working on Social Media Monster for the past few years. The series of events are unfolding in real time as I've filed criminal charges against the guy, a civil stalking protection order, and things are just getting crazier. These are just behind-the-scenes updates to let everybody know what's going on with the film. I resisted the idea of doing a documentary about Matthew Burdick. Every time this guy started harassing me and people saw what he was writing about me in public, I mean, Matthew would go into all the Ohio and Columbus filmmaking groups and try to turn people against me, only people I'd worked with for 15 years, as if they're just going to listen to, some random guy on the internet said this. I'm going to ignore everything I've experienced working with this guy and suddenly decide I'm listening to Matthew Burdick instead. I don't know why he thinks this idea would work, but maybe the intent was more to just, hey, I'm making this Peter John Ross toxic, therefore don't work with them because then you might get roped up with me. So in some ways that's very effective because nobody voluntarily wants to get harassed. So if he can try to make me like a lightning rod for his harassment, he could find a level of success doing that. And anybody who saw it, anybody who talked to me about it was like, well, you're a filmmaker. Why don't you make a documentary about it? And I was like, no way. It didn't want anything to do with that. I didn't want to, in some ways, I just didn't want to validate what he was saying or doing by making a documentary about it. I love movies by Morgan Spurlock and Michael Moore. And at the same time, for myself, and because I studied journalism a bit in both high school and a little bit in college, there's no way I'll ever make a documentary where I'm a part of the story. And what did I end up doing? Making a documentary where I'm a major part of the story. What I set out to do and what actually happened are two radically different things. I never really considered making a documentary about this until St. Joseph, Missouri, in the summer of 2019. I had, sat there in the background and watched several times where Matthew Burdick got into it with an entire municipality, and never once did I really want to get involved. I mean, I know he says I'm secretly the one behind everything all the time, but it really isn't true. I just would sit there and watch these flame wars happen, and I was just in awe that someone would live like this, but I never really participated. Because he talked about me so much, someone would occasionally reach out to me. So yeah, I would answer their questions and talk to them, but I didn't really have any major involvement. It's more that I fell in love with St. Joseph, Missouri than anything to do with Burdick as to why I chose to make a documentary. There was such a unique character to the city and the people there that I thought this is actually an interesting story. But even then, I still didn't commit to making a documentary until the Ramey Memo Band announced they were going to do a benefit concert. That's when I started to notice, and when Burdick threatened to show up with an assault rifle and gun down the band, that's when I was like, there's just, I don't know. I honestly feel like it was serendipity. It's as if, it's like the muse came down and touched me and told me to go to Missouri. The guy announced he's showing up with an assault rifle, and I believe he's absolutely capable of a mass shooting. That's just my personal opinion. I mean, it's not like I came up with this idea on my own. I'm listening to what he said.
I would continue to be harassed, and I would become a much, much more dangerous man, wouldn't I? And so you want me to fucking snap? Is that what you want? And I am angry right now because of him, because of his movie, because of the 700 social media accounts. So if I did own an assault rifle right now, would I snap right now and go and use it because of Peter John Ross? If I had an assault rifle in my hand right now, and I'm angry about these 700 social media accounts and this movie, would I snap and go commit a mass shooting right now, Peter?
So yeah, I'm thinking he might actually be a mass shooter someday because he said he was a potential mass shooter. Here's this guy saying, I'm a potential mass shooter. Somebody's going to show up with an assault rifle at this concert and gun down the band. What do? I get in my car, load it up with all of the equipment I need, and drive 11 hours to Missouri to film the concert. And then had scheduled interviews the next day. And what was fascinating was we had all these different people. Half of them knew each other, half of them didn't know any of the other people. So I staggered the interviews starting at 9 a.m. all the way to like 8 or 9 p.m. And it was just me. I'm not a cinematographer. I am not a sound guy, but I had to run the camera, run sound, and ask questions at the same time. And what I found most interesting was I had a catharsis. It was the most profound experience I've ever had as a filmmaker because I'd been dealing with Matthew Burdick for several years at that point. It wasn't until I started talking to other people that have dealt with the exact same thing from the exact same person. And it became like an AA meeting. It became this thing where we were sharing stories between takes and stuff. And it's like, oh my God, you felt like that too? And it was just this all day. And that somebody that's on the next interview was like, I felt the same way. And we just shared. And it was like, to me, it felt like all of his power as an internet troll or even a cyber terrorist, if you will, all that power erodes when we all realize that he's full of shit. He loses all of his power when you get that kind of strength in numbers, when you all realize that you're not alone. And I will never forget that day as long as I live. Suddenly, I'm seeing the possibility of a way of taking that feeling of that day, shooting those interviews, and turning it into a movie. If it never gets seen, if it never makes a nickel, it won't matter much to me. It achieved its goal. It has reached certain people that needed to see it because they were scared, because they were afraid, because they needed to understand what they were dealing with a cyber predator. And when they saw it, they felt better. They felt like they were a part of that group that we were that day filming those interviews. Helping even just one person that was abused by Matthew Burdick that then got some kind of solace, some kind of peace from watching it. That's mission accomplished. No amount of money can buy that. That's why we're making more. That's why we keep filming more stuff and trying to help more people. That was the beginning of me changing as a person, was that one shoot day in February 2019. That's when I really started to think there might really be a story here. There might be something that people are interested in seeing. And I couldn't be happier with what the movie has become, how it helps people. And I just hope that it continues to help people. And I hope that more people get a level of understanding and find some solace in knowing you're not alone when you're being abused by somebody online. So this is a story that I'm not necessarily entirely proud of, which is we had to shoot my interview for the documentary multiple times. I shot it once as temporary, a second time, and then a third time. As things kept evolving and changing, they had to be addressed. But when we were shooting my second or third interview, we were curious just how much Matthew Burdick was kind of monitoring our social media, like just how intensely was he watching. So the gaffer sat in my spot while I wanted to do a test to see how close is this being monitored and how far are things going to go. So when I posted a behind the scenes photo, it looks like we're interviewing our gaffer, whose name is Gary Wu. I posted it as we're interviewing Dr. Lee, a psychologist. And the next thing you know, a week or two later, I'm getting emails from multiple psychologists named Dr. Lee in Canada, in Denver, in Cleveland, all over the place going, who is this Matthew Burdick and why does he think I'm being interviewed in your documentary? And it's like, holy cow! He's actually reaching out to Dr. Lee. He's making public posts about how he's going to get Dr. Lee's medical license revoked. And he's actively contacting and complaining to these doctors like it's just a joke. It wasn't supposed to do that. It's like, that's insane to go after someone like that without even verification that they're in the documentary. That's next level right there in terms of cyber stalking and obsession. Now, I'm never going to deny that I'm obsessed with what this guy does, but also I can justify my obsession. It's like, well, he's threatened to kill me. I kind of need to pay attention to who he is and what he's doing, because at any moment, this guy has threatened to blow up my car. He's threatened to bash my skull in with a baseball bat. He's threatened to put a drywall knife into my skull and give me a lobotomy. Yeah, I'm going to kind of pay attention to what he's doing and saying. Yeah, it's like, at this point, it's like a snake eating its own tail, in that I'm paying attention to him, so he's paying attention to me, and I'm paying attention to him. And it's just this nonstop circle that theoretically, if he's a narcissist, he's created the perfect, cycle for narcissistic supply. But I have no way of knowing if he's actually a narcissist or if he's genuinely, fully mentally ill, like a sociopath or psychopath. I don't know any of that. I mean, I'm not qualified to make that kind of assumption. So all I can say is I don't know. He's also stated multiple times that this is all a game. This is all a ruse, that he's outsmarted everyone and that he's doing an homage to Hunter S. Thompson or Andy Kaufman. So you can never tell what's real and what isn't with this guy. And every time I get convinced, oh, he's definitely mentally ill, there's just so much that he says and does that shows that maybe not. And then he'll go right back into that, and I have no way of knowing what is or isn't real with this guy. I have no idea. But to have that level of obsession to where if I just jokingly say, oh, I interviewed Dr. Lee, and then to have him start randomly contacting multiple Dr. Lees in North America and threaten their jobs, that becomes a different level. That means every time anybody gets involved, that's why 2/3 of the crew list is pseudonyms, because they have to. It's like, look, man, you've got a wife and kids. I don't think you should put your name on this at all. And it's not that I'm trying to take credit or whatever. It's just, there's a risk, a serious risk to you getting contacted and harassed, having your job contacted just because you worked on this documentary with me. And so anybody who gets involved, they get the full warning from me, the full disclosure. No one gets involved unless they know. There's a risk. And the risk is this guy is going to harass the hell out of you. And nothing can be done. No one will do anything. I've already filed a defamation lawsuit and a civil stalking protection order. It hasn't slowed him down. It's made him worse. This is a guy with nothing left to lose. What is his inspiration to stop? Jail? According to him,
So I certainly don't give a fuck about going to jail. I've been in jail. Just a bunch of guys sitting around playing cards and watching soap operas. Free meals, showers every day, people to hang out with. You know, not much of a threat to me.
So it's, what do you do about something like this? This situation is so insane. And the Dr. Lee thing is just one of the greatest examples of how far he's willing to go, still doesn't suffer any consequences at all. One of the strangest contradictions I keep seeing with Matthew Burdick is he will go around saying, Peter John Ross is a 4-time Emmy loser. Well, actually, I'm a 6-time Emmy loser.
This man is there's just not a day that goes by where there's not something where he doesn't expose who he is as a human being.
I've never worked a day in my life because I'm a filmmaker with 6 Emmy nominations. I'm happy that I made my whole career as a filmmaker with a worldwide distribution on my books and films.
Worldwide distribution. He's advertising himself as an Emmy-nominated filmmaker on his Film Freeway, not saying that it's 4-time regional Emmy nominee for Best Instructional Video.
He also will directly state that, oh, he had this show on public access.
That you have to remember the psychology of Peter John Ross. He is an indie filmmaker in Columbus, Ohio, who got on essentially what amounts to a cable access television show on the Ohio channel, thinks that he's Martin Scorsese. He was angry because I protested his Emmy nomination, his local regional Emmy for his cable access show. So nothing, not a big deal.
It was on PBS. It was on a local PBS station, and it was on another PBS station, and then we got distribution to all the PBS stations in the state. But it's like, he keeps saying those things. I don't think he understands that by lying and trying to get press, he like loses all the credibility. I don't get upset about it because when he says that stuff, he's making it perfectly obvious how jealous he is. He's making it obvious that all he's trying to do is hurt my feelings.
And it's all this retaliation effort because he lost his TV show, which wasn't even really a TV show. It was just something on cable access on a pass-through channel.
I am Peter Johnson Randy, brilliant filmmaker from Columbus, Ohio. Cable access television show.
It just comes across as very immature. And it doesn't bother me on the level of like, I'm getting angry. Why would it be angry that someone is just saying something inaccurate? It's like, whatever, you make yourself look bad. Anybody who actually investigates what he says will find out, oh, he's lying. There's also the idea that he has no clue how regional Emmys work. It isn't winners, losers. With the regional Emmys, you could have up to 8 or 10 nominees and up to 10 winners, or none of them win. It's not one person wins and everybody else loses. That's not how the Emmys work. Not in the regional Emmys. So he doesn't even know how things work in the industry at all.
These people come out of the woodwork and they make efforts to try to destroy the investigation and lie to investigate. And they've been doing this for many, many, many years. Every time I go to the police or the FBI or any investigatory agency, they come out of the woodwork and they make efforts to kill the investigation. We know that when I go to the police, someone associated with Peter comes out and attempts to kill the investigation. We have evidence of that. So whenever I go to the police, whenever I go and try to get an investigation, Peter John Ross shows up and kills the investigation, just like he did in San Luis Obispo. Peter John Ross shows up, kills the investigation.
Like, how does that even work in his mind? What power is it I'm supposed to have to where some independent filmmaker in Columbus, Ohio can call the FBI and be like, kill the investigation. And the investigation is then eradicated by the power vested in me, by the regional Emmy commit. Like, what is it? Is that one of those benefits that they give you when you join the academy that they neglected to mention is, oh, and if you get nominated, you can kill investigations. Like, it doesn't make any sense. It's just this completely ludicrous, paranoid delusion. And I can't even say if it's a delusion. Like, I can't say he actually believes it, or is he just saying it to make me look bad? I am not qualified to diagnose this guy. Taking on the editing of a documentary is a monumental task. You're looking at a mountain of footage, and it's so easy to procrastinate rather than start. To me, the metaphor of editing is it's like sculpture. When you're looking at a giant slab of marble, and you have a general idea of what shape you want the sculpture to be, but taking that first time you take the hammer and the chisel to it, where do you start? The top, the bottom, the middle? It's so easy to procrastinate at that stage. But once you get started and the groove starts, you just keep chiseling away, and you get this creative momentum that gets you over that mountain and through. So in January 2020, the only thing I had edited at that point was just the trailer for the documentary. The end of the month, we almost did the Dr. Phil show, which I've already talked about. But in February 2020, I was approached by these two editors in Los Angeles who had coincidentally been harassed by Matthew on the LA Film Group on Facebook. They wanted to take on the editing of the documentary, and I said yes. When I'm directing a film, I don't want to also be the editor. I need that feedback. I need that creative collaboration with an editor. I need someone who wasn't on set, doesn't know the people, doesn't know the scenario, doesn't know the actors or anything like that. And not that there's actors in a documentary, but in any of the narrative films I've done, I hated being my own editor because it's like creating in a vacuum. And if you're the only one, your creativity is very limited. Whereas I feel like creativity is like a flame. A good creative editor and a good creative director can double the amount of light there is and double the amount of creativity. So to me, it's like creativity spawns creativity. This was in the middle of the pandemic, so for several months we were, shipping drives of footage. They were working on cuts. But then when their paid jobs got cut back drastically, they could no longer afford to work on the documentary for free, and I had no real significant budget, so it didn't work out. So by the fall of 2020, it fell on me to edit the documentary myself. I started around November 2020 to actually start cutting, but then on December 3rd, 2020, my oldest cat, Vladimir Jack Bauer, who I called V, 14 years old, he passed away of cancer. And it was devastating. I did not know what to do with myself. I was really extremely depressed. So talking with the therapist, I decided, well, there's no real work going on. Everybody's stuck at home. The big thing is I'm going to throw myself into the editing of this documentary. So I started to go for 10 to 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, editing this documentary, just to keep my mind occupied so I wouldn't be depressed about the death of my cat. V was my edit cat. He was on my desk for every project I'd ever edited, and even sometimes going into work, I'd bring him with me. He would lay on the desk in front of me while I cut, and it was Edit Cat. He was always there, and so this was the first project I ever finished without him in 14 years. I did about 10 weeks of solid, full-time, obsessive editing, and I got to a really good cut. I'd shot temp footage of myself before I would go shoot it, and I had a really solid cut. And that's when we decided, me and the other producers and people involved were like, well, it's the pandemic, so we can't really do traditional test screening. So we sent out a private link to a bunch of different people. And primarily we were aiming for people who didn't know me or didn't know the situation or didn't even know the town and get honest feedback. So they would not be afraid. And we sent a survey. We created a comment card, with, were there any scenes you found boring? Did you feel that this was abusive, or did you feel it was retaliatory? And all this kind of stuff we're asking, and why? And who did you like best in it? What did you think this meant when you saw this, or did you catch this detail? And it really helped us refine the edit. It really helped us get raw data and all kinds of different perceptions. And when you do that, what you find out pretty quick is no two people have the same opinion of anything. So you're going to find some people go, yes, we thought it did this, or no, you say, I was really bored during this scene, and somebody will say, that's my favorite scene. But at the same time, what you got to do is you kind of have to aggregate those notes. And the biggest thing about that is you're testing to find out what is your intent as a filmmaker and how well did you achieve that. And this is where you really got to put your ego aside, listen to people, but at the same time know when not to listen to people and still follow your instincts. And it becomes a thing about, well, what did the majority of people think? Or not a majority of people got this, but you know what? I'm standing by that decision. So it's a really interesting process, and then it really affects the edit because then you're going back in and you're re-editing. There were times where we get one comment by one person, and I would just let that idea plant like a seed and then grow over time. And like 7 or 8 weeks later, I'm like, you know what? I think that one person was right. I'm going to change this scene. And I would just go back in, and the whole process was re-editing. The first week of March 2021, still knee-deep in the pandemic, I've got the cut mostly done. We're starting to submit to film festivals. Now my youngest kitten gets cancer and passes away. My little Princess Kitty Awful Cat. But now I don't have this edit to fill all my time, 10 to 12 hours a day. Luckily, one of my former students got a kitten and drove it to me. Less than 48 hours later, I had this little black fuzzy ball of demonoid I originally named Black Dahlia Katniss so that I could nickname her D as an homage to V, but that name never took. I ended up calling her just the kid. She's a little ball of energy that doesn't shut up. She yammers at me all the time, especially when I'm editing. And she became my new edit cat. So what I found myself doing is just, even after starting to submit to film festivals, I'm just re-editing. I mean, I kept going. It's like somebody else would see it, get one or two really good notes. Like, I think they're right. I'm going to change that. But the other thing that was really surreal about the entire process was every time I was like looking at a scene, it's like, you know what? We are not hearing anything from Matthew in this whole section about his newspaper. And I would just casually write on social media. It's like, you know what? This one scene, I feel like I don't know much about what's going on with this newspaper. I wish I had more. Bam. Matthew's out there on either Twitter Live or Facebook Live recording a video for 25 minutes long, giving us all the detail possible about his point of view about what happened at his quote-unquote newspaper, which was really just a WordPress blog.
So I got angry and I started my own newspaper. I had a business space where my state company was, and I opened a newspaper.
It was like, oh my God, we now have to re-edit that whole scene. And that happened like 8 or 9 times. He just, throughout the entire 2-year period of post-production, was handing us the material we needed for the edit.
I remember very clearly, I met a guy at a bar, like maybe a couple weeks after I moved there, and he said, what the hell did you move here for? And I said, I don't know. I said, I found a condo that matched my furniture.
It was weird. He wanted to participate in the film, but then is angry about everything we do. It's like we keep putting in the statements he makes, giving his point of view, but then bitching that his point of view is not being conveyed. So you can't really win. And honestly, I suspect a lot of this is just about getting attention. having some really sick, twisted version of collaboration on his part. But who knows? Who really knows what's going on in his head? But he's providing the material that we need. Now, that's entirely separate from the other videos he makes where he's threatening to put a drywall knife into my skull. You know, I don't need those kind of videos at all. I've never needed threats of violence.
I could do that in a way to where he's lucky I haven't really ever done what I'm able to do, because there's a risk that if I do what I'm fully capable of doing, someone will just kill Peter.
Defamation and all the other things. But if he's talking about content for the film, yes, we needed those videos. Didn't need the other ones where he's threatening people.
Peter John Ross is a murderer. He's a murderer. A murderer. He murders.
After 18 months of a film festival run and probably 23 or 24 versions of the film, I finally feel like in August of 22, we finally locked down the edit. And I have not tinkered with it since around August 27th, 2022. I can't believe I've reached that point where I stopped tinkering with it, but the film has been battle tested at film festivals, screenings, comment cards, and I feel like we really have a solid piece, and I don't really need to touch it anymore. It's doing what it's supposed to do. I mean, the goal of every filmmaker is to try to communicate an idea or a story to an audience. And I feel like I was able to achieve that with this film, especially after all the re-edits. Like, I don't regret constantly going back in and tinkering with it because I never made it a lateral move. I never go, well, this was just changing it just to change it, and it didn't really change anything. Every time I went in, even the most minor change, I'm like, the next person who sees this and it's their first time seeing it, that's going to have an impact. And I believe in that, and I think that's why the film has worked as well as it's worked. There were times where I would share the film with another filmmaker friend, and they would take it upon themselves to download the movie, re-edit a scene, and send it back to me and go, what do you think about this edit? I think it works great. And I'd be like, wow, that's really cool. I'm taking that idea. And it was, the thing probably about 80% of the time, I took all those suggestions from people that gave them to me, and only about 20% of the time was I like, yeah, that doesn't really work. My instinct, this whole production and post-production, was whatever my old instincts were, whatever my old ego would be like, do the opposite. Just, if it was ever going to be ego about, you know what, that's not my idea, I'm not taking that. No, it was like, there's no reason not to try and just see if it works. And like I said, 80% of the time, these good ideas worked, and I took the ideas and ran with it. I mean, there were so many amazing contributions by producers on the film, other filmmakers, friends, the comment cards from near complete strangers, or even third-party unbiased journalists who've seen it that work at the LA Times, Vice News. They've all watched the movie and given feedback as unbiased journalists. So we've had some phenomenal feedback that just kept shaping the movie. And I've reaped all the benefits as getting to put a directed by credit, but the truth is, I am standing on the shoulders of giants. So many talented people contributed and made this film what it is. I'm just lucky that I get to take credit for it, but I'm trying to be as grateful as I can and thank them without saying their names so they don't get stalked. In 2021, I wanted to do a screening in theaters, but remember in 2021, in the spring, we scheduled the screening in July, even though we were still dealing with COVID. And this was our first screening of the documentary with a live audience. Most of the film festivals at that time were still doing virtual festivals online. Normally what you do is you have a cast and crew screening, but we didn't technically have a cast because it's a documentary. So at this time, Matthew Burdick did not know we'd changed the name to Social Media Monster. So I even did a version of this movie with the old title of Nowhere Man. We had posters made that said Nowhere Man. The title in the movie at the screening said Nowhere Man in the title sequence. Just in case, because we were so hoping to keep this from him for as long as we can, because we knew he was going to contact film festivals and harass them, which less than 2 months later is exactly what he started doing when he found out the name of the film. Other people that Matthew Burdick had harassed all booked trips to come to this screening. We had people coming from New York, Florida, Minnesota, Oregon, Los Angeles and California, Pennsylvania, and they were all coming in for this screening. These people were so vested in the story. They had their own experiences with Matthew Burdick, and they wanted to see the documentary, and more importantly, according to them, they wanted to support me. And I'm just not used to that. I guess for me, my personal growth as a human being is, I used to be an asshole. I'm never going to pretend I wasn't. And every single thing about making this documentary has been about kind of ego therapy, to not let my ego explode, to greatly appreciate every single person that has helped me, supported me, worked on the film even in the most minute way. They contributed. They helped make this documentary what it is, and it wouldn't be what it is, and I wouldn't be where I am without all of these people. The co-producer of the film, Alfie Gonzalez, I had never met in person. We had been talking for years since Burdick had harassed him, contacted his wife trying to say that he's a drug addict and a troll. Like, his wife's gonna be like, oh, some stranger said this. I believe him over my husband. Like, that makes total sense. So they picked me up and drove me out there with their family, and that was just a blast. The other thing is, once we got to Missouri, it's like all these other people that I'd never met in person before are there. Matthew Burdick claims he hates the documentary and thinks it's unfair because he does not do the type of behavior depicted in the film. So in the film, he harassed reporters at News Press Now, the local TV news and print news. When News Press Now in St. Joseph, Missouri, interviewed me about the screening, Matthew Burdick then started harassing, emailing, and calling every reporter at News Press Now, reenacting every single behavior in the documentary that he claims he does not do.
This writer for News Press Now has published this article. News Press Now left out the background. They left out relevant information. They also made false statements. News Press Now, the newspaper, actively participating in this scheme.
I always find that to be the strangest defense against being portrayed as a cyberstalker by cyberstalking people. I've said this a million times, but the greatest experience you have as a filmmaker is watching your movie with an audience. Sitting in a dark room with a bunch of strangers and watching the story unfold. There is no greater experience as a filmmaker than that. It's the true test. Did you succeed or did you fail as a filmmaker? What I was not prepared for was when it ended, I was going to do a Q&A, and I got a standing ovation. I have never had a standing ovation for anything in my life. I mean, I've been a filmmaker at that point for 21 years, and I'd never had a standing ovation. Even when I did a cast and crew screening of my first feature for Horrors of War, it was the cast and crew screening. We didn't get a standing ovation. We got a lot of clapping, but they didn't stand. It wasn't that impressive. And looking back on the movie, I can totally see why I didn't get a standing ovation. I didn't earn it. And so again, the point is to be gracious. Not sound gracious or say things you don't mean, but to actually feel in your heart the appreciation for everybody who worked on the film and how they made this with you, that they elevated what you intended to something bigger than what you could have done by yourself. I truly feel there's a correlation between me genuinely feeling that and the success of the film.
This last week leading up to the screening has been interesting. Very, very interesting. He's pretty active on Twitter right now since Facebook is not an option. He's been recording and often immediately deleting a lot of video talking about the screening. He's relitigating everything in the film even though he's never seen the film. I find that fascinating, to try to judge a film that you haven't seen, calling people by name liars when he hasn't actually heard what they said. I'm getting a little peeved about some of it. Like, he keeps going after the woman from IOP, Rachel Hayner. A great example is he's calling her a liar about things she said in the film, and he hasn't seen a single thing she said in the film. Facebook did eventually delete his accounts, all of them, which was exceptionally difficult because it only happened because a friend of a friend saw what he was saying about me. He has renewed those accusations, all of the most horrible things he could say. He keeps bringing them back up. Well, people that I know, even just casually, get really angry, and I'm like, don't respond to him, don't write to him. I don't want to see people harassing him back. That's not the answer. But what they did is they knew somebody who worked at Facebook. Do you know how hard it is to find a human being at Facebook? They used to, even just 3 years ago in 2018, they were hiring people in India. When you file a report against a post, they had people in India that had to reconcile 100 of those an hour. They're not native English speakers. They don't know colloquialisms. They can't read sarcasm, and they don't care, and they're getting paid almost nothing. So that's how this was going bad then, and they've decided we're going to do one better. Let's remove humans from the element entirely, and all of it is audited through AI. So every time you submit a post, it goes to an AI robot that determines whether or not you're in danger or insulted or hurt. And that's just spreading like wildfire to like Twitter, Google for Gmail. They're no longer putting people in it. Not that they ever had that many people in the first place looking into this stuff. So, I mean, again, for me, I prefer to look at this with the bigger picture than just this one guy. It's about this bigger issue that social media is empowering people that can kind of circumvent the rules, and there's no humans that get involved to help. Any other questions? Yes, sir. Sorry. Does he believe that he's really an activist, philanthropist, and a filmmaker and all these things? I don't know if he believes it or if he knows he's not real and he's just trying to convince people that it's real. And again, I can only speak to my own opinion, is I don't consider him a filmmaker. I mean, making a handful of YouTube videos is not a filmmaker, but who the hell am I? You know, why I don't know why my opinion matters so much to someone. I'm nobody. Believe me, my mother will confirm, I am not anybody significant. My mother would be the first one in line to say, yeah, no, he needs to get a real job. He's almost 50. Yes, sir. It's strange. I mean, it was art imitating life, imitating art in a lot of ways, which was when he found out about the screening a couple months ago, he started writing verbatim the same emails he sent to the band for the concert in the film. And it was like, no new material? Really? Of course, it was the hacked email account. It had to have been hacked for these. Again, I will state this clearly. I didn't see him type those emails. I can say I don't believe he hacked, but I can't say for certain. It doesn't seem likely. Yes?
Two things. Is there any reason for anyone to release? Either people that just threaten.
That's a really tough question to answer. Is Matthew Burdick a real threat or not? I don't have a solid answer for that. I wouldn't be qualified to make any kind of diagnosis. All I can say is from his actual criminal history and talking to other people from his past, he has done violence in the past. But it has been well over 10, 12 years since I have any documented police records of violence. So I don't know what that means. I don't have an answer. I have to present, I feel like I presented both sides of the story honestly. His denials are clear in the film. He says he didn't do these things. That's not up for me to decide did he or didn't he. Everybody can form their own opinion of that. As for is he a danger or not, I'm not the one saying he's gonna snap. He is. And just so you know, again, one of the things that makes this so interesting was virtually all of his material is from the past 12 months. He started creating these videos that were exactly what we were looking for. Because I actually didn't like the documentary before that, because I felt like it's just a bunch of people beating up on a guy who's not defending himself. And then he started putting out videos to defend himself and looked the way he did. I'm like, this is perfect. This is exactly what we're looking for. Yeah, and this is very, very, very important. More than once, we offered to interview him. We offered him a chance to participate multiple times. We asked him, we can try to set up an interview, because it's like, there's no chance in hell I'm getting in a room with you voluntarily. So I could arrange for a film crew, like if he's in California, I know people out there, I have friends do this. But I tried to arrange it. He initially just said no. Well, initially he danced with it until I sent him a release form. It seemed to me like he was just playing with it just to get attention, just to get interaction. Similarly, we've offered him cash money for the use of his footage. But we offered him a significant amount of money, but he's like, no, I want $500,000. Claiming that it was worth that much. And it's like, yeah, no. And technically, in a legal sense, this is all used under the term fair use. Using his footage, because we don't use his whole clips. It's used for commentary and criticism. This is legal. It's perfectly legitimate. There's a little part of fair use that's rarely used, which is if somebody makes public statements, fair use applies to use their other public statements to prove that they were not telling the truth the first time. So, I'm not someone that's going to say he's a liar. I just like to put him side by side and let him contradict himself, and you can decide for yourselves what you think. Because, it's not for me to determine what is or is not true. And that's the strangest thing about this entire story is you waver between, do you laugh at how ridiculous it gets, and then it gets really serious? And that's the real struggle working on this as a film is there are very serious things going on. Very, very serious consequences. Everything is surreal. I don't have any answers. It just seems odd. And I think the biggest reason, in the thing about all the lawsuits, he can't really, that brings up the eternal questions. That's one thing I was promised tonight, by the way, that one of you is a process server that's here to serve me. I was told that was going to happen. Anybody here a process server? Anyone? Okay, you have something for me? No, I didn't think so. Okay, I saw another hand real quick, yeah. I've personally not reached out to his family other than his cousin who reached out to me first. But I feel like family is off limits. I do not recommend it. I've known people that have. There was a guy and his wife in Canada who reached out to his dad. Then there was a private detective in Akron who reached out to his father and mother. His father has since passed away. And he has a son and a daughter, and I feel like that stuff's off limits. They are not responsible for what he does and says. And I'm not going to hold him to that. It's a story we're telling. I found St. Joseph to be a unique city with very unique people, and I thought the story was compelling. And this is, I think, as good as it is because it isn't about me, it isn't about my ego, it isn't really about anybody's ego, per se. I think it's a great story. The reaction here tonight has been heartwarming like you wouldn't believe. The chance to see a movie in a dark room with a bunch of strangers, that's what this is really about. To experience a story as a shared experience. We've been without it because of COVID for so long. This was one of the best experiences of my entire life tonight. I want to thank each and every one of you so much for that. So I really do appreciate it. And now, please stick around because we're about to have a live performance by the Raimi Memo.
Raimi Memo starts to set up. You start looking around the room. You're like hoping a guy with an assault rifle comes in and just starts shooting the place up like the Dark Knight premiere. Hoping he hits you just so you can be put out of your misery. Just because for fuck's sake, these people in this dumbass band play once a week and their music always has sucked. Why would they headline with this garbage?
One of the things that happened all weekend was all these past victims, or just people that Burdick has harassed, we're all together, we're all having a great time. And a lot of people had the instinct of, I want to get online and make fun of them. Why don't we just focus on the fact that we're together here and happy? Because that, to me, is what's more powerful. That, if there is a point to the movie, the point of the movie is to make something positive out of all of this negativity, to use art to tell the story and thereby kind of lessen the impact of a cyberbully, of a cyber harasser, a cyber terrorist, whatever term you want to use. Matthew Burdick was creating these fake Text Now or Google Voice phone numbers, and he was texting me non-stop for the weeks leading up to this screening in St. Joseph. Now, they always claimed not to be Matthew Burdick, and he denies that he did this, but these anonymous people that are either uber fans of him or his assistant that he had while being homeless living in his car, yet somehow has an assistant that texts all the time. You know, if somebody's texting me, I answer, but, you know, usually within 10, 15 minutes, you figure out, yeah, I'm pretty sure this is Matthew. He was on Twitter doing Twitter live videos, complaining about me, complaining about the documentary, complaining about all the people that were there. So one of the things that happened after the screening is we had a really big dinner one night, and we're all sitting there, and I started getting texts from one of those fake phone numbers. So I told everybody, pull out your phones and record this. They go, why? What are you going to do? I'm like, I'm calling him to find out if it's Matthew Burdick. There's absolutely no chance that he will pick up.
Wait, you're calling Burdick?
I don't know that it's him, but I have a text that I suspect is him. The confirmation will be that he won't pick up. He wants to text me, but he doesn't want to talk. For some reason, this super fan of Matthew Burdick that definitely isn't Matthew Burdick refused to ever pick up the phone to have a conversation, but felt like texting me 28 times an hour. So one night at the hotel, while he was doing a Twitter live video after the screening, Alfie was in my room, we were talking, and I go, get out your phone, record this. I tried to call the fake number, and it interrupted his Twitter live video right there.
So, at this point, all I can do is just get a copy of this film and just...
Again, is it absolute proof that it was him? No. Is it 99.99% proof that it was him? Probably. This was our first public screening And it was not only a successful screening in terms of selling tickets, in terms of people enjoying the movie, the questions afterwards were really solid. Beyond that, it was the first time so many of us had gotten together in person after experiencing all this online. And I do believe one of the greatest successes of the film is it lessened his power. He's just a guy out there threatening people, and that's his power, is you don't know if the threats are real. It made us all feel better. It made us all feel like we're not alone. For me, a lot of times you think, this is not affecting me, this is not affecting me, until you realize, talking to other people, it's like a lot of pressure got released by hanging out in a group and talking about it. And every single one of us had the same experience with the same person. And I think one of the greatest impacts of the documentary is the fact that it lessens his ability to threaten people. It lessens his ability to, I think that when people can see what he really is, they can see that he threatens lawsuits all the time and has never filed one. You're suddenly going to be a lot more likely to be like, just ignore him. And I think people should. When you're getting harassed by somebody like this, do the opposite of what I did and just ignore him. And he just goes away. Unfortunately, I'm way too far down the road, and now that I made the documentary, I'm kind of the center of his universe. And there's no escape for me, so all I can do is continue to document it, talk about it, and try to help other people that are experiencing this for the first time understand how to deal with it, and for them to understand you are not alone. If this just lessens the terror for one person, then I feel like the movie has done what it set out to do. The story continues. We have more to come. There's still more happening. We're off now shooting new interviews for the sequel, and hopefully we'll have more updates on it in the near future. This past January, I came really close to being on the Dr. Phil show. I had released my trailer for this documentary series I'm making, and within a few days, it caught the attention of one of the producers of the Dr. Phil show. They contacted me about doing an episode about the documentary and about the subject of the documentary, a guy named Matthew Burdick. After a week of going back and forth, I got a call on Friday, January 10th from the executive producer named Patrick, who said he was about to reach out to their stalker and try to convince him to do the show. He called me back about an hour and a half later, and he said that it turns out Burdick had been trying to get on the show since 2015. The next few weeks were a big back and forth. At one point, they canceled the episode because the lawyer stepped in and said he had threatened to do something to me on the show. And so the lawyer said they're not going to risk it putting us in a room together if they didn't know what he was going to do. Eventually, it was on and off again a few more times, and then they asked me to do an audition video specifically for Dr. Phil McGraw himself. On Tuesday, January 21st, I got a random phone call from a young woman in New York. She had just been harassed by Matthew Burdick the night before and that same day. At the same time that Matthew Burdick is trying to convince the producers of the Dr. Phil show that he's an innocent victim, this poor girl is being harassed by him. And it turns out that she confessed to me that she had just been the victim of a sexual assault 7 weeks prior with someone she had a restraining order against. She started to ask me, how long you've been dealing with him? 7.5 years. Are the police able to do anything? Not really. Is Facebook gonna get rid of his account? No, not ever. And it was just heartbreaking. This poor girl needed solace, and there was nothing I could say to her because I wasn't going to lie to her. And it was just a really horrible day, and nothing compared to the day this poor girl had. And later that day at about 6 p.m., I got a call from that executive producer, Patrick, to tell me the episode was back on. So originally I was going to be flown out on Friday, January 24th, my birthday, at 7:09 a.m. They canceled my flight at 2 a.m., saying that an unforeseen legal issue had come up with the episode. The episode wasn't fully canceled. They were going to make that determination later on Friday. That was my birthday. Waiting all day to find out yet again, are we doing the episode or are we not doing the episode? Throughout the rest of that day, they requested a lot of specific information around Jane Hitchcock and Diane Diamond, and they wanted police report, court records, anything I had that was more official, that they could convince the lawyers and the other producers of the show to move forward. So I found out about 6:30 p.m. on Friday, January 24th, that the episode is officially back on, and I was going to get another flight the next morning at 7 a.m. I got my confirmation at about 10:30 p.m. the night before a 7 a.m. flight that I was going to be on. And in this time, I got a call at 5:30 a.m. confirming I was on my way to the airport. I was picked up by a personal car and a valet. I was taken to this high-end dentist in Beverly Hills who proceeded to, fix my teeth, all paid for by the Dr. Phil show. The thing about that is, I had Austin Powers teeth my whole life. And I've hidden it. Like, whenever I'd smile, I'd put my hand in front of my face to hide it. And after only 45 minutes, this magician did wonders with my teeth. And now, for the first time in almost 50 years on this earth, I'm not ashamed of my smile. From the dentist, they took me straight to the studio for my pre-interview, which is where they do kind of they do little interviews and sound bites that they put on the episode before you get on stage with Dr. Phil. They shot my B-roll. While I'm sitting there after the makeup chair, there was a little bit of time, and I had my laptop, and I was checking in with some of my friends, and I wasn't just there for me. I wasn't just there representing myself. I was there for all these people, and I was wondering, am I worthy of that? Am I worthy of all this treatment of being put up in a nice hotel? They put me up at this Hilton over at the Universal Studios. A nice suite with, money for food every day, and they were treating me like a star. Right as I was finishing up, I met one of the other victims, Jane Hitchcock, who, she's a cyber harassment expert, nationally known. We've been talking about this same guy for about 7 years, and we had never met. Well, we've talked on the phone, we've done email. And it was a real cathartic, amazing moment that for about 2 minutes we said hello, hugged, and near the Hollywood sign, do I deserve any of this? And I was starting to come to a realization that maybe I do. Maybe for the first time in my life, I'm working on a project that isn't about me, that isn't about my ego. It's telling a story about other people. It was about something bigger than me. That I felt like, I'm not even the bus driver. I'm just somebody on the bus seeing it through. So at the end of this day, I had a fantastic day shooting footage in LA, in Hollywood, talking to the segment director. During breaks, we showed the whole crew, the trailer to the documentary. Then some of them would show me their stuff on YouTube. Like the segment director had worked on a documentary. We watched his trailer. We traded some war stories about making documentaries. Woke up the next morning to a phone call from that executive producer, Patrick. He said the episode is officially and finally canceled. He said there were a lot of issues that Mr. Burdick was having on the set. He apparently had problems at the same dentist I had gone to. He had a problem with all the drivers. At one point, somebody had apparently dumped him off on the side of the street, according to them. They said that he had really insulted the hair and makeup people. He insulted the director. He had all kinds of problems, and this is all according to them. I didn't witness any of that, but that's what they said. And so these people all went directly to Dr. Phil, who said, nobody who treats my staff that way gets on television. That's the exact quote that was given to me. It was separately given to Jane. It was separately given to Diane Diamond. We all heard the same story. I basically had this as a free vacation. Jane and I went to Disneyland together. I got to see the new Galaxy's Edge Star Wars park. And, the first movie I ever saw in a movie theater was Star Wars in 1977 when I was 5 years old. I have this tradition that every time I'm in Los Angeles, I put my feet in the Pacific Ocean. and I almost always do it at Santa Monica Pier, and I got to do that again this time. Every day I had breakfast, lunch, and dinner with a different friend that I know that lives in Los Angeles that I never get to see anymore, and the whole thing was this incredible experience. Even though we never got to do the actual episode, I never met Dr. Phil himself, this whole experience was an enormous validation for what I'm doing with this documentary series. The fact that they spent clearly tens of thousands of dollars because they thought this story was of a national interest, and it's done nothing but made me proud of what me and my team have been doing with this documentary. I cannot wait to show it to everybody. I'm working on it right now, and I just wanted to give this little update on what happened, because a lot of my friends were curious why I was so emotional and why I was so happy at that time. And now that it's completely and officially no more NDAs, nothing going on, there's never going to be an episode of Dr. Phil of this, I just wanted to give everybody the update. Film festivals are a lot of fun, but there's a whole other purpose that relates to the business side of movie business. I'm Peter John Ross, a filmmaker from Columbus, Ohio. Over 10 years ago, this guy started harassing me online, and he never stopped fixating on me. I decided to turn it into a documentary. I've been working on Social Media Monster for the past few years. The series of events are unfolding in real time as I've filed criminal charges against the guy, a civil stalking protection order, and things are just getting crazier. These are just behind-the-scenes updates to let everybody know what's going on with the film. Right now, in the 2020s, everyone is making no-budget independent films. How do you make your film stand out, especially if you're seeking something like distribution? One of the ways you can do it is by submitting to a film festival. Now, film festivals get hundreds, if not thousands, of submissions. So if yours is picked to play, if yours is an official selection and you get the laurel leaves, right there, you've added value to your film. The reason it's an added value is a film festival or a film festival director or their staff, they chose your movie. They felt like, hey, we think our audience that pays money to see films will pay to see this. When you go for distribution, being an official selection at a film festival is basically saying, it's like, hey, somebody thought this was worth money, and they're going to consider your film more than one that hasn't done that. Now, you take it to the next step, which is if you get nominated for an award, or you can become a finalist for an award, then you're standing out between the thousands of films to the tens of films to the couple films. And if you win an award for like Best Director, Best Documentary, Best Editing, or whatever it is, then you're taking it even a step further in terms of a value, because making a film is art. Once it's made, you're stuck with the business side if that's your goal. There's nothing wrong with being a true artist that makes films just to make them, or even as a hobby. It's like, I made this film because I just wanted to make it. There's nothing wrong with that. I've done most of my movies that way, especially short films. Short films have zero chance of making a profit in this day and age. Doing it for the sake of art, totally cool. But if you have investors, if money is involved, you have to consider the business part of it. Once we got past kind of the rough cut stage and into a really good fine cut, or what we thought at the time was final cut, we started submitting to film festivals right away. We submitted pretty much just through filmfreeway.com. We never used any of the advanced marketing features or anything like that. Given the tendency of the titular social media monster that this film is about, and his penchant for harassing anybody that does anything to do with the film, at the time the film was named Nowhere Man. It was a temp title based on the Beatles song written by John Lennon. And it was a good title, but I felt like the film takes on a much bigger social issue with social media and the culpability and the flaws and the lack of laws, that I felt like, well, if we're making it just about this person and not about the bigger issue, I think we're missing the point. And I don't even remember who it was who came up with the title Social Media Monster, but I fell in love with it when I heard it. I'm like, that's it. But then I had a different idea discussing it with the other producers. It was, I don't think we're going to publicly announce the name change. They're like, why? Why wouldn't you? I'm like, well, I think the thing we can do is we could start kind of like putting out the film festival laurels as we get in. We'll just blur out the names. But we have that extra step of security because he could be contacting these film festivals saying, it's like, I'm going to sue you for showing Nowhere Man. And then they'd be like, okay, because they're not showing a movie called Nowhere Man. So I thought this was a way of kind of like avoiding that trap for a little while. And so we had started an all new Facebook page and didn't really announce it anywhere. We kept it really hidden. And we still continue to post things on the Nowhere Man page because we wanted him to think that was the name and have him constantly going there to look for stuff. Things were going pretty well. We started to get into a decent number of festivals, primarily really small ones. We submitted some of the bigger ones and didn't get in, but that's hardly a surprise. Basically, when you submit to film festivals, if you get into 10% of the ones you submit to, that's a pretty good ratio. The plan was working great until the end of August 2021. I had submitted to this film festival that I've attended for 21 or 22 years now, called the International Indie Gathering Film Festival in Cleveland, Ohio. Now, I've been going to this festival, whether I have a film there or not. I go every year. I volunteer to help at the festival. I know a lot of the filmmakers that come every year. We're all good friends, and it's a very amazing, unique film festival that I've loved dearly. And so I submitted to that festival, and their judging panel, which was not by the owners of the festivals that I'm friends with, it's like their judging panel gave the film Best Documentary, Best Editing, which just blew my mind. The irony of the Best Editing was I used a pseudonym because I was sick of seeing my name everywhere, so I have this pseudonym that I use that the certificate's in the pseudonym's name, that nobody knew that wasn't a real person. But at the festival, I won Best of Festival, the audience award, the big award voted by all the people that attended that year. And that was absolutely amazing. And the problem became so many people had attended the screening, so many people were at the awards, and there were so many photos from it that on social media you couldn't hide it anymore. So everybody's talking about this film, Social Media Monster. And he found out about the name change by all the social media postings with people thanking me and talking about the awards. And so he called and left this voicemail.
My name is Matthew Bird. I am the subject of the Peter John West film, Social Media Monster. I just learned that was the name of the film last night. He's hiding the name of the film. It's submitting it to film festivals, but also hiding the name of the festival so that I don't have any chance to submit any evidence or speak to anybody associated with these festivals. And so this is incredibly deceptive behavior. I don't care if he's your brand. So if you could give me a call, not like he says, I'm not threatening anybody. I'm not threatening lawsuits. I just am trying to reach out to somebody and get to the bottom of what just went on last night. Thank you. Bye.
That's a way more sedate reaction than I anticipated from him. So I was thinking, well, that's not too bad. That's a normal reaction of somebody who's angry of how they're portrayed. Less than 40 minutes later, when he didn't get a call back, he left this voicemail.
Hi, this is Matthew Burdick again. I believe absolutely 100% that you have participated in this atrocious act against me, and I believe that you did it willfully and knowingly. I believe that you knew this documentary was false. I believe that you knew that it was funded by police. I believe that you know absolutely 100% that Brian Myers, the councilman that appears in it, was the subject of a national blackface scandal, and that the film is attacking my organization, which is trying to help African Americans. I think it's absolutely atrocious that you would purport to be a member of the entertainment industry and you would support this racist film. So while you may believe that I don't have any credibility or reputability, and since you've decided to not act like a reasonable person and just talk to me about this, I'm going to go ahead and use my resources here in Los Angeles. I'm going to reach out to the tellies. I'm going to reach out to the Emmy committee. I'm going to reach out to everybody that's within the authority of the Ohio Valley filmmaking system, and I'm going to make sure that you answer for what you've done. And I believe that you should be held publicly accountable for this. If you are not going to act in a reputable or credible manner and you're going to look the other way, I think that public outcry, this man, who is an absolute 100% racist, I don't care how well you know him, I have evidence that would open your eyes. That's why you won't call me. You don't want to see facts. You don't want to see what really happened and what this man's really doing. And I assure you, at every other film festival that's featured this unvetted, biased, racist, police-funded attack against me, I'm going to make sure the world hears this story. This is absurd. And you should be ashamed of yourself.
This was like some serious Jekyll and Hyde type material. Same guy, same phone number, but sounds like two different human beings. The attitudes, the words, everything, the tone of voice. He's threatening them with retaliation. It's just surreal. And he continued to text, email, and call that festival for over a year. Now he knows the real name of the film is Social Media Monster, and the massive email campaign against all the film festivals began. He started going through all those blurred laurels and trying to figure out the names, and he figured a few of them out and then started harassing those festivals. There was this one film festival in France, the Silk Road Cannes Film Festival, not to be mistaken for the actual Cannes Film Festival. They just are in the same area, but it's totally different and way smaller. He got a hold of them, told them that I was a racist and that the film was racist. There's nothing about race or racism in the film whatsoever. And they just wrote to me and said, okay, we know we just gave you an award for best documentary, but we're taking it back and it's invalidated because, we don't have time to research if this is true. And our decision is final. And it's like, wait, what? That's so wrong on so many levels. And the biggest thing is, if they'd watched the documentary, they'd have known what they were dealing with. They said, well, we have a whole panel that views the film, so we didn't even watch it, and we don't care. We just don't want to deal with this guy sending us emails. And it's like, fine, take it back, whatever. I still use the laurels on everything, and I usually do the opacity at 50% because they did officially give us the award, but then they took it back. So I do the logo, but opacity at 50%. There's another festival in the UK that he started harassing, and all they told him was like, well, that sounds like a problem between you and him. Get a lawyer and deal with him. And they gave me best documentary, and then they even emailed me and said, it's like, dude, we watched your movie, and now this guy's harassing us, and screw him. We're going to keep the award, and we're just blocking him. And they moved on. Another festival initially asked me to remove the laurels, and then they're like, yeah, no, we don't care. We've got them blocked everywhere, and they just let us keep using the laurels. It's shocking, though, that this kind of cyber terrorism works at all, that people just take things at face value without doing any research, or just like, well, I'd rather not deal with it, so I'm going to cave to the terrorist demands. It's kind of shitty what that Cannes Film Festival did, the Cannes Silk Road Film Festival. You win some, you lose some. It didn't matter. We just kept submitting to film festivals, and we came up with around 6 or 7 alternate titles and posters and cut deals with film festivals like, well, we're submitting it under this name because of what he's doing, and they were all forewarned, and that worked out better, and he couldn't go to festivals with, well, it's either called this, or this. So he just stopped bothering the festivals at that point, and everybody was happier for it. We got into this New York Film and Television Festival, and they gave us Best Documentary at their festival. And he found on their website some obscure terms of service thing somewhere, and they had apparently cut and pasted it from the Sundance website, because it's just some kind of like legalese language, and they missed one time where they didn't change their name from the Sundance Institute or whatever. He seems to think that this is some kind of, aha, they're a fake festival, they don't really exist, it's all bullshit, and they just cut and paste some legal language from the Sundance page. It's nothing. So he complained about it to Sundance, who complained about it to Film Freeway. So they went on their website and changed the words. And the festival's still running today. It's still a real festival. Nobody really cares, but he seems to think this has somehow invalidated the award that no one took away. But we still won. It's still a real festival, and they're really good people. So in the end, we've now gotten into a total of 44 film festivals as an official selection. We've won 14 awards. We were finalists in 14 festivals, and then we got a handful of finalists or nominations in a few others. And it was a fantastic film festival run. I could not be more proud of what the film did and all the people who supported it. Any chance you get as a filmmaker to sit in a dark room with a bunch of strangers and watch those flickering images, especially when they're your flickering images and sounds. I got 4 regional Emmy nominations for my work on Framelines. But as my mother so often reminds me,
a nomination is not a win.
So any level of success I've had is open to... That can't be bought. That can't be compared. That experience is the best thing I feel in my entire life. I relish and cherish those opportunities because they're so rare for an independent filmmaker to sit in an actual movie theater with an audience watching your own film.
Don't be shocked when the citizens come forward with whistleblower protection and are able to confirm what they witnessed you doing.
We're a dumbass rock band from St. Joseph, Missouri, and no one knows who we are. Why the hell would someone need whistleblower protection to talk about a show we played in a bar? Burning does not have a spine to...
That is magic. It's a magic. Getting the chance to share that story with an audience is pure cinema at its finest. And I am just so grateful to have had so many opportunities to share my film with people. And I don't care if there were only 1 or 2 people in the audience or when we've had over 100 people in the audience. I get the same amount of jazz out of that experience either way. And I just wanted to say thank you to all the film festivals that stood up to this bully who tried to bully and threaten them, who stood by me when they didn't have to. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate just the opportunity. Even the film festivals that all rejected the film, thank you for having just watched the movie at all and even considering it. It is an honor and a privilege to be a filmmaker, and I will never, ever take that for granted. So thank you.
So there's a documentary that is allegedly about me called Social Media Monster, and it's a propaganda film.
Well, based on the allegations I'm making against everybody involved that this is a massive political attack, none of those people would be able to make statements.
And placed into his political attack film. He's going to continue making these propaganda films. That I'm the subject of this man's political attack documentary.
It's a thinly veiled political attack against my activism.
Social Media Monster is not a political attack film. There's no politics really in the film.
Is Social Media Monster a Blue Lives Matter propaganda film? Well, why would a Democrat make a Blue Lives Matter propaganda film? So I'm basically a victim of a political propaganda film. This film is 100% a far right-wing, racist propaganda film.
I don't even know what Matthew Burdick's actual politics really are. He seems to go with the wind of whichever party he thinks is going to give him attention or adulation. That's the way he goes. So I don't know how it could possibly be a political attack film when he does not have a consistent political ideology.
And I have noted over the last year that I get extreme levels of really passionate support from conservatives. And so I can't think of any other method than to simply start approaching militia groups. Why do I have to actually go to the lengths of securing an armed militia and staging some massive armed standoff somewhere?
Black Lives Matter just tore the whole fucking country apart into a million pieces. Did it reform police? Nope. Protesting does not work.
And addressing the fact that they've basically are supporting this racist propaganda film, I am personally going to go after every human being that supports this film. I don't give a shit. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck if they live or die. I don't give a fuck. As long as Mr. Ross keeps roping people into this, I'm going to go after them. And with no mercy. They're not human to me. I don't give a fuck what happens to them. And Mr. Ross wants to keep fucking identifying racist bigots and KKK members to me. I will happily go after every one of them and make sure their lives are living hell.
One of the things that's absolutely magical about the documentary Social Media Monster is it's one of the only things that people from every possible political spectrum agree on and work together on. I've never seen anything like that in the last 5 to 10 years. These times we live in are politically divisive. No one can deny that. And yet, when it comes to Matthew Burdick and the people he's abusive to, we go all the way from the left, all the way to the political right, and everything in between. We keep politics out of it, and it sure as hell's not really in the film. We have a politician in the film, and he has his views. It's not really the reason he does anything, though. That has nothing to do with the film.
The problem with Matthew is he doesn't seem to get it. He doesn't understand that Peter Ross and a councilman from St. Joseph and a cop from Los Angeles and a reporter from New York, we have no vested interest in anything, together.
Let's talk about subversive activity. I've kept all this stuff to myself for so many years, and now I just don't give a fuck about what I put out there. It doesn't matter. What if I go from town to town and I meet all of these activists and I tell them about each other and I network them into a very, very big, powerful group that can turn around and fuck up the government and fuck up the EPA and fuck up causes and start fucking people up all over the place. Suddenly we're all together. I'm uniting the people. We form this big army, this unified front, and then we go and we topple corruption. I did come up with a very, very, very deranged plot to unite all these activists and start fucking things up and just tearing everything to fucking bits. And I'll admit to that now. It doesn't matter now.
It looks like every person on both sides of the political offense can agree nobody thinks Matthew Burdick should get away with cyber abuse, terrorizing people online.
And it's a question of priorities. And right now, these cyber crimes and cyber attacks are not a priority. They just aren't.
Meet Peter John Ross, a man who had a modestly successful instructional video program going on, Cinestudy. And that's how Peter John Ross is as a teacher. He knows a lot. He knows about film contracts. He knows about all this stuff. He knows about all this. He teaches people things. He knows all this. He's got a lot of really good functional knowledge, obviously, from 20 years of structural film experience. Structural stuff, Do you need a location agreement? Here's a copy of one. Do you want to hire an actor? Here's how to have an audition. He's a good entry-level film teacher. And people enjoy his videos and learn from them.
This is my review of Peter John Ross as a teacher of indie film. He does a project called Cinestudy. This man has never done anything original in his entire life, which is evident from his film career. Those that can't do teach, and even as a teacher, he's not a good teacher. There is no worse teacher on the planet than Peter John Ross.
If you make films long enough, one of the things you're going to do sooner or later is submit to a film festival. And if you submit to film festivals, one of the things you're going to experience is rejection. I'm Peter John Ross, a filmmaker from Columbus, Ohio. Over 10 years ago, this guy started harassing me online and he never stopped fixating on me. I decided to turn it into a documentary. I've been working on Social Media Monster for the past few years. The series of events are unfolding in real time as I've filed criminal charges against the guy, a civil stalking protection order, and things are just getting crazier. These are just behind-the-scenes updates to let everybody know what's going on with the film. To some degree, every single filmmaker loves their own movie and wants it to get into every single film festival. But that's not really realistic. If you get into about 10% of every film festival you submit to, that's doing pretty damn good. Film festivals receive hundreds, if not thousands, of films to pick from, and they only have so many slots. Their festival could be 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, or 4 days, but even a week-long film festival can't show every single film submitted. So film festivals have to make some really tough decisions. You can't take it personal. Film festivals are a business, and they have a way to run it. Film festival directors know the audience in their area and know what they like to see, and they program accordingly. The other thing could be you could have 2 movies that are about the exact same topic, and they only want to play one of them, and they're going to pick whichever one they think audiences want the most. So inevitably, the filmmakers are going to receive that email that says you're not selected, or you're, the equivalent of an old rejection letter. It's never personal. And you should never take it as such. You have to understand it isn't necessarily saying anything about the quality of your film or you as a filmmaker when you get rejected. Now, I've run over a dozen film festivals myself in Central Ohio, and I know how hard those decisions can be to make. So I've never really taken it personal. Even when you really think, why didn't this get picked? It's still not personal. There's no reason to get angry about it. So what I did very different this time with Social Media Monster over the last 2 years was I would politely write to the film festivals and ask if it was possible to get any feedback. Like if they have a judging panel, it's like, I would love to see their notes, whether anonymous or not. I just want to know, I'm trying to improve my film, and I wanted to know, is there something I could have done better to get selected? Like, did I need a better log line? Did I need a better synopsis? Did I need a better trailer, a better poster? Or was there something you didn't like in the movie that I might want to change? And it was being incredibly open to feedback that helped me improve the film. And as I listened and then changed the film, I got into more and more festivals as we went along because I was able to improve the movie based on notes from film festivals that rejected me. I think it was March of 2021, I had submitted to the New Jersey Documentary Film Festival. I thought since they're a documentary-only film festival, I'm like, oh, I'm definitely going to get in this. And then I got the rejection email. So I wrote to them very politely, hey, so glad you guys watched the movie and considered it. I'm not arguing the decision in any way. I just kind of wanted to know if I could get some feedback as to what I might be able to do to improve this for future submissions. And like within an hour, I got an email back from the festival director. It's like, hey, thanks for this note. I just got done reading 7 Go F Yourself, You Loser. You can't believe you didn't pick my movies. He goes, so your email was kind of a ray of sunshine. And so he wrote back also after we went back a little bit. He's like, yeah, listen, I loved your film. It's been in my mind for weeks after seeing it. And he started going into details about the film, about what he was thinking of. So he clearly did watch it. And then he said, look, it was between your movie and one other movie for the last slot. And it was a vote of 3-2. He goes, but I'll tell you what I'll do. Since you were so nice and you want all this feedback stuff, tell you what, if you want to submit for next year, I'll waive the entry fee, which was huge. And I was like, wow, thanks. That was incredible. And then I kept, submitting to other festivals, re-editing the movie, and kept going all year. Genius that I am, I forgot to submit again to his festival. And so come December, he emailed me. He was like, hey, are you going to submit or not? You only have a couple days left. And I was like, yes, I'm going to submit. And I was like, just so you know, I have really, really re-edited the movie since you saw it almost a year ago. So I promise you it's a better movie. He's like, okay, just send it. So I resubmitted. He waived the fee, which was so generous, and he didn't have to do that, but that was amazing. And then waiting for the email to say whether I got selected or not. And then it was around end of March of 2022, I get the email saying, hey, are you available to come to the festival? I'm like, yes. He goes, good, you're in. And I was like, whoa! So then, one thing though, would you mind if we kind of marketed online with a different name given his harassment? And I said, here are several posters and alternate titles to choose from. They're like, we'll take that one. So, for all their online marketing, it went by one of the different names, and they completely went under the radar, and Matthew never found it to harass him until months after the festival. When they had the festival, I actually went there to New Jersey to the festival. It was a sold-out crowd. It was their Saturday night, 8 p.m. slot. I was with my feature film documentary was paired with 2 short documentaries dealing with internet issues. So it was a fantastic screening. We did an incredible Q&A afterwards, and then they don't really have an award ceremony, but they only have one award at this entire festival, and it's called the Stranger Than Fiction Award. And right before I left, they gave me the trophy and said, you won the festival this year. I was just blown away by this. This was phenomenal. And I mean, I had Brian Myers came in, him and his lovely wife showed up for the screening. Another person that's another victim of the same guy was there that he'd harassed. I'd never met in person before this. It was just a fantastic time. The festival could not have been nicer. They treated all the filmmakers like gold. It was just a fabulous time and a great festival. The lesson to be learned from this is, everybody thinks their movie's great. Everybody wants to get into every festival, but handling rejection with some class, you can turn a rejection into a best of festival if you're open to criticism, understanding that sometimes your movie just doesn't fit at a festival, and you communicate well with the festival people. So that's the big lesson to be learned is like, it makes me think back to my 20 years as a filmmaker and think it's like, maybe if I'd been less of a dick, I could have turned a lot more of these rejections around. One of the strangest contradictions I keep seeing with Matthew Burdick is he will go around saying, Peter John Ross is a 4-time Emmy loser. Well, actually, I'm a 6-time Emmy loser.
This man is there's just not a day that goes by where there's not something where he doesn't expose who he is as a human being.
I've never worked a day in my life because I'm a filmmaker with 6 Emmy nominations. I'm happy that I made my whole career as a filmmaker with a worldwide distribution on my books and films.
Worldwide distribution. He's advertising himself as an Emmy-nominated filmmaker on his film Freeway.
Not saying that it's 4-time regional Emmy nominee for Best Instructional Video.
He also will directly state that, oh, he had this show on public access.
That you have to remember the psychology of Peter John Ross. He is an indie filmmaker in Columbus, Ohio, who got on essentially what amounts to a cable access television show on the Ohio channel, thinks that he's Martin Scorsese. He was angry because I protested his Emmy nomination, his local regional Emmy for his cable access show. So not a big deal.
It was on PBS. It was on a local PBS station, and it was on another PBS station, and then we got distribution to all the PBS stations in the state. But it's like, he keeps saying those things, and I don't think he understands that by lying and trying to get press, he like loses all the credibility. I don't get upset about it because when he says that stuff, he's making it perfectly obvious how jealous he is. He's making it obvious that all he's trying to do is hurt my feelings.
And it's all this retaliation effort because he lost his TV show, which wasn't even really a TV show. It was just something on cable access on a pass-through channel.
I am Peter Johnson Randy, brilliant filmmaker from Columbus, Ohio. Cable access television show.
It just comes across as very immature. And it doesn't bother me on the level of like, I'm getting angry. Why would it be angry that someone is just saying something inaccurate? It's like, whatever, you make yourself look bad. Anybody who actually investigates what he says will find out, oh, he's lying. There's also the idea that he has no clue how regional Emmys work. It isn't winners, losers. With the regional Emmys, you could have up to 8 or 10 nominees and up to 10 winners, or none of them win. It's not one person wins and everybody else loses. That's not how the Emmys work. Not in the regional Emmys. So he doesn't even know how things work in the industry at all.
These people come out of the woodwork and they make efforts to try to destroy the investigation and lie to investigate. And they've been doing this for many, many, many years. Every time I go to the police or the FBI or any investigatory agency, they come out of the woodwork and they make efforts to kill the investigation.
We know that when I go to the police, someone associated with Peter comes out and attempts to kill the investigation. We have evidence of that.
So whenever I go to the police, whenever I go and try to get an investigation, Peter John Ross shows up and kills the investigation, just like he did in San Luis Obispo. Peter John Ross shows up, kills the investigation.
Like, how does that even work in his mind? What power is it I'm supposed to have to where some independent filmmaker in Columbus, Ohio can call the FBI and be like, kill the investigation. And the investigation is then eradicated by the power vested in me, by the regional Emmy committee. Like, what is it? Is that one of those benefits that they give you when you join the academy that they neglected to mention is, oh, and if you get nominated, you can kill investigations. Like, it doesn't make any sense. It's just this completely ludicrous, paranoid delusion. And I can't even say if it's a delusion. Like, I can't say he actually believes it, or is he just saying it to make me look bad? I am not qualified to diagnose this guy. I scheduled a screening in Columbus, Ohio, my own hometown. I had submitted to about 3 film festivals in Columbus, and I didn't get into any of them. Now, I'm not bitter about not getting into festivals because I've run several film festivals myself, and I understand that the reasons why a film gets, not selected could be anything. I found that learning to just accept criticism has changed how well you do at film festivals by being open to notes and ideas. A lot of people wanted to see Social Media Monster, whether because they're my friends or their peers, or there's just a lot of curiosity about all this stuff that's unfolding on social media. So I really just wanted to get it out there. I wrote a press release. I sent it to a lot of my friends and people in local media with TV news, print media, and web. And the responses I got were kind of shocking. it was shocking because they all already knew the subject of the film because he'd been harassing Columbus media for over a year. In some cases, lawyers were involved and police reports were filed. So nobody has any interest in writing about the screening of the film because they don't want to risk being harassed by this guy. On Twitter, I found an indie film review podcast where these guys will watch independent films and do reviews on their podcast. The backlog is about 6 months, so they said, well, if you give $5 donation, we'll fast track it. So I PayPal'd them $5.
This film that we watched this week is so compelling, but without even trying to be compelling, it is compelling because the story just it's the gift that keeps on giving, and you don't want it. You're like, please stop giving me gifts. It is easily one of the most compelling documentaries I've ever seen.
Okay, after I finished watching this film, I was like, all right, I'm going to go play Xenoblade 3. I'm going to go play some video games. I'm going to have a great time. I finished watching the documentary, and then I ended up just spending 2 hours researching this movie and the subject and everything about it. And I'm like, oh, I guess all that time's gone. I guess I got to go to bed now. And then I just sat on my bed thinking about the film, and I'm just like, oh, great. Is this my life? I couldn't go to sleep.
Overall, it was a really good review. I mean, they clearly loved the movie. It impacted them. They thought about it a lot. And I just thought it was great. When I listened to this review, they clearly understood what the guy's like. And I thought for sure that they understood kind of what might happen.
The subject of the documentary, the troll, or alleged troll. Let's say that.
Alleged troll.
Alleged troll.
Everything is going to be alleged because we don't want to be harassed either.
Allegedly, yes. And again, everything is ongoing in this, which is so nuts. This isn't something that happened 10 years ago. This is still happening right now. And it could happen to us.
Yeah. So that's why we're using the term allegedly.
Thank you, Peter, for bringing this up to us. I'm sure it'll only help us. I'm very excited. I'm just kidding.
They even state clearly that they might get trolled.
Thank you so much.
I hope we don't get trolled.
This is what I needed. Oh, you know what? If it happens...
We got trolled for $5.
You know what? It'll be our first troll, actually, because we have not had a troll. A lot of our audience is very nice. Either
but I just don't want to get a nuclear threat from this troll.
So I was really surprised when they yanked the review less than 24 hours after they posted it.
Peter John Ross submitted his film Social Media Monster to a Twitter account that does podcast film reviews, and so this is my review of their review.
They sent me a message on Instagram, which I don't use very often, and told me they're pulling the review, that the harassment was already way too much for them to handle and it wasn't worth it.
It became evident very quickly to me that, I mean, I'm not a psychiatrist, but this man, I think, is suffering from bipolar disorder.
So I want to point out to that reviewer that when you sit there and you say that I have bipolar and I have mania, and you think that because you don't say my name, that's not libel per se by accusing someone of having a catastrophic health issue for which they don't have, that's absolute slander, buddy. So you might want to rethink your statements in what you're saying.
I am legally disabled. I have bipolar disorder. I'm told that I can't function in reality, or I'm not capable of being a part of society.
One of the only things they told me in the message was that Matthew had threatened to sue them. In the film and in reality, Matthew threatens to sue people all the time and has never filed a lawsuit against anyone, ever.
At first, I was listening to the podcast, the review of Social Media Monster, and I thought it was kind of fun. They made it kind of interesting, and it was neat, and they gave thoughtful opinions.
So I thought there might be something else to this. One of the reviewers had said that
he wanted to show the documentary to his film students. And I think that in particular really set Matthew off.
Dude,
Very
I
soon.
want to like show this to my film students because it says a lot about media. The documentary exposes how easy it is for radicalized people to manipulate media to their doing.
Lo and behold, in the middle of the night, Matthew had made this audio clip.
Tell me how I should handle it, guys. Podcast guys. You tell me, what is the solution here? And then this guy says, well, I teach a class. Where do you teach at? Where do you teach at? Tell me where you teach at. Tell me how I should respond to it.
I always find it ironic that Matthew's defense against the accusations in the documentary that he does not troll, harass, dox people and try to get them fired by harassing, trolling, doxing, and then trying to get people fired. It never made any sense to me how reenacting how he behaves in the movie as a defense to say he doesn't act like that.
I'll give the guys fucking $100 right now, the only money I got to my name, just to fucking do an interview with me and ask me questions.
How do I feel about these guys yanking their film review in less than 24 hours? I have very mixed feelings about it. On the one hand, totally understandable. Completely understandable. Nobody wants to be doxxed and have their employers kind of saying he's supporting racism. So that's totally understandable if they want to yank it. On the other hand, giving him what he wants, that's empowering him. It's making it seem like it's okay to terrorize people. Because if it worked once, he's going to keep doing it. And it's worked a lot more than once. By letting him bully you, it's giving him a license to let him bully anyone. And it's why he keeps doing it.
And for me to be able to look at them or not look at them, but talk to them man to man. And honestly, I would have kept listening to it, but it just makes me, I'm faking being a victim. Do you know what I've been through?
He's going to continue to terrorize other people. He's going to keep doing this. That's the part that makes me angry. So I'm not angry at these reviewers or anybody else. The problem is no one is standing up to this bully. No one is stopping him. And it's just getting worse. The whole idea of, I'm going to find out where you teach and I'm going to get you fired for calling you a racist if you don't delete your review. There's a word for that. It's called extortion, not to be confused with blackmail. Blackmail means money. Extortion means anything of value. You do X or I'll do Y. And it's a felony. And no one's putting his feet to the fire for this kind of thing.
I think this film was very well made.
Very, yes.
And the editing really keeps you going. Like the film doesn't really sit or stop on one scene or one particular piece. Like there's no like long monologues really. It's really just going to try to keep your attention. So it's very slick in that way. I enjoyed it.
I will not stop making this film. I will not stop promoting this film. I think standing up to Matthew Burdick and his bullying is very important. I think it brings up far more substantial issues than this one guy. I think that cyber crimes need to be taken more seriously. I think that mental health needs to be taken more seriously. I'm hoping that if there is some change, it might lead to Matthew getting help that he desperately needs. And I feel it's worth it to fight for this, to fight for the film and what the film stands for. And I'm never going to quit.
What made this film awesome was the alleged troll. Like, we didn't have to coax any of this information out of him. He puts it all on YouTube himself.
Yeah.
So just know that. Like, you will find this to be very fascinating if you haven't watched it yet. All right, anyway.
I wanna just plug this social media monster again, because if you're interested, because this is ongoing, so there's gonna be updates.
Yes.
And Peter is gonna make, it looks like he's working on a series about trolls and like doing like a mini docu-series on it, which I think is excellent. You know, highlight these people. This is fantastic.
We're 1 month away from the May 12th hearing.
for contempt of court in the civil stalking protection order. I think Matthew is really lobbing as many metaphorical grenades as he can at me. And since he knows he can't directly contact me, he's contacting the Arts Council, he's contacting my employers. I'm Peter John Ross, a filmmaker from Columbus, Ohio. Over 10 years ago, this guy started harassing me online and he never stopped fixating on me. I decided to turn it into a documentary. I've been working on Social Media Monster for the past few years. The series of events are unfolding in real time as I've filed criminal charges against the guy, a civil stalking protection order, and things are just getting crazier. These are just behind-the-scenes updates to let everybody know what's going on with the film. What I want to talk about this time is the Greater Columbus Arts Council. The GCAC has been incredibly supportive of me as a filmmaker, as they are with a lot of filmmakers and artists in Columbus. We started working with them originally with our PBS show called Frame Lines, and then eventually they started offering these things called supply grants, which is giving you grant money to buy tools or educational items that help you further your professional experience as an artist. And in my case, I started using it to get certain types of gear that would increase the quality of what I was trying to do as a filmmaker. We're shooting on the tripod that I got last year from GCAC and the camera I just got in 6K for this video. So we're shooting right now with everything is, from grants from the Greater Columbus Arts Council. But these are grants for the artist. These aren't project support. That's an entirely different thing. Like what we did for Frame Lines was project support. This is just for me as an artist. In March of 2020, right as the pandemic started to hit, I had applied for a grant. I was given a grant. One of the stipulations you have from the Greater Columbus Arts Council is you're supposed to publicly thank GCAC for the donation and some of the art that you create with their grant money. So I had thanked them on the documentary page. That's not to say they funded the documentary in any way. Immediately, Matthew Burdick contacted every single email he could find from the Greater Columbus Arts Council, including their board of directors. I got a phone call from GCAC that explained something a little more dire and serious. They said, we received an email for him that stated, essentially he said, if you give Peter John Ross this money, I'll kill myself. But and I don't know why he splits hairs. He goes, I never said that. What he said was, I'd be at a higher risk of suicide if you give him the grant money.
In Peter John Ross's court case, he claimed that I contacted the Columbus Arts Council and that I stated that if they gave him money, I would kill myself. What was actually stated to the Columbus Arts Council was, why would you give money to a film that could result in a suicide?
I'm not sure what the distinction between those really is or why that makes any significant difference, but he obviously did not kill himself. But part of the problem I had was at some point he had said something about staying in Akron at the time in March of 2020, right when the pandemic hit. He was staying with his son near Akron, Ohio. And I didn't know at the time, I didn't know his son's address at all. I didn't even know specifically which suburb area of Akron he was living in. But Burdick had said something about he was working with getting criminal charges against me for things that aren't crimes, and said he was directly working with the city prosecutor in Akron. So I called her on the phone and I asked her about it, and she said, no, I don't know who that is, and I'm definitely not working with them to have you arrested for things you're apparently not doing. But then I said, well, here's where I'm deeply concerned is the guy's sending emails talking about being at high risk of suicide and nobody's doing anything. I then asked, it's like, can someone check? So they took it upon themselves to track down his son's address. They sent the sheriff or the local police to do a welfare check on Matthew to see if he was okay. He now claims that I caused a swatting incident. He wants to claim to the Greater Columbus Arts Council that he's suicidal on one hand, But then on the other hand, he wants to be angry that someone did a mental health check on him. You get whiplash trying to keep up with all the directions his mind goes. After that, the one thing, the Greater Columbus Arts Council, as I said, they require you to publicly thank them. I have not only a special exemption, I have a request from them to never promote that I am getting grant money from them on the internet because they don't want to be harassed by Matthew Burdick.
The Greater Columbus Arts Council has been funding Peter John Ross for many years, giving him thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars to make a film which is being used to attack my work for toxicwastesites.org.
Here we are this past Monday in April. They published on their own website, they're required to post a list of the people who are grantees, people who were awarded a grant. So my guess is that Burdick has a Google alert on my name. He knew I had a grant before I did and was on Twitter ranting and raving about it, both with individual tweets about it, tagging GCAC and complaining. I mean, I sent them an email apologizing that.
Now, what does the Greater Columbus Arts Council have to do with this? What he's doing is political propaganda. Now, when I first reached out to the Arts Council years ago, I was homeless. I was living in the street. And you can see that Mr. Ross is lying and that he is taking money under false pretenses from the city of Columbus.
I think it's more sad that Burdick is putting in all of this effort to try to get money taken away from me by GCAC. It's pathetic and sad to see Matthew Burdick try so hard to get people to not like me, like the Arts Council.
How should the Columbus Arts Council handle this matter? How should they have handled this matter? We're talking about a man who is applying for grant funding under false pretenses. We are talking about a man who is using funding from the city of Columbus, from the taxpayers, to fund a political attack on an activist who's engaging in reform efforts in Columbus, Ohio. And the city of Columbus itself is funding the propaganda campaign used to damage my efforts to reform the city. And the Greater Columbus Arts Council, what they did to me back then was because I was living in the street, they discriminated against me.
He has this complete fundamental misunderstanding, either intentionally to mislead people, to paint the scenario in a certain way, or just because he fundamentally actually doesn't understand how this works. The grants are not based on those kind of personal things. The grants are not, they're based on your application. Are you in good standing? Which I am. I can't tell if he's intentionally misunderstanding it just for the sake of trying to paint this public image, which I think is likely what it is. He keeps trying to say that GCAC, the Greater Columbus Arts Council, is somehow corrupt and working on behalf of the city of Columbus and the city prosecutor to create a propaganda film against Matthew Burdick. It's an arts council. It's a separate legal entity from the city. They don't take orders from the city. So in this video, Burdick is demanding that he's going to harass GCAC until they file police reports.
The Greater Columbus Arts Council needs to investigate this series of events. They need to file reports with the FBI. They need to file reports with the Attorney General's office and state police. They need to take it upon themselves to report everything that I'm saying to the proper authorities.
It's an arts council. They aren't law enforcement. And why would they have any involvement in investigating his allegations? If his allegations had any credibility, if he had the slightest hint of reputability, why don't you do your own investigation? Why are you always trying to get other people to do your job for you?
And it's pretty clear that the Columbus Arts Council and Peter John Ross and the local government would like to maintain their status quo. They would like to keep the city corrupt.
This entire situation with GCAC is Burdick 101. He tries the same things with just new people. And in this case, it's not even new people. He tried this in 2020 and it failed. Why does he think it's going to work now? Doing the exact same thing. I'm going to contact an arts council about business that has nothing to do with art, accuse them of supporting a project they've never supported, and then expect them to do something different. Insanity is trying the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. There are some people or groups that would be like, I'd rather just have nothing to do with it and thereby nothing to do with you. An example of that being the Ohio channel and what happened with frame lines. It's like, we just don't want to deal with it. He's invented this whole thing that I'm looking for revenge for the cancellation of frame lines. And yet again, he's lying, saying he never contacted the channel to get the show canceled. I have the emails he sent. I didn't imagine the people I spoke to saying, he's the reason we canceled your show. It's like, again, it's a concept in psychology called gaslighting, where he's trying to make me question my reality. But the thing is, it's not making me question my reality. It's making me question, does he live in reality? Because it's not a gray area. There's no confusion over what transpired. I think I got an answer over the last few weeks to the giant question I've been wondering all this time. I've been wondering, is Matthew Burdick so severely delusional that he believes these lies he's saying? Or is this a kind of performance, a kind of act, because he knows he's lying and he's just putting on a show for the internet to make it appear like he's a victim? He's intentionally lying, and he knows he's lying. The greatest example is he still tries, I guess, to be insulting. He keeps saying, you're upset over your cable access show being canceled? And I guess I'm supposed to be upset about that because it's like he's trying to say that my show that was on PBS was actually just a cable access show. And I don't get angry about it. It's just because, again, for me, it just looks like, well, if you actually get a person interested in your story, like a journalist or anything like that, and he thinks they're going to research this, and when he says it's cable access and it turns out it's actually on PBS, they're going to know that he's just being insulting. They're going to know that he's actually exaggerating and lying. The other example is, this is how you can tell that he's knowingly lying, and it's very intentional. He very specifically says, I called the PBS station, and they said that I never contacted them. Matthew knows that we started on PBS, on WOSU, and then we got on the Ohio channel, which was the .2 station of every PBS station in the state of Ohio. And that's where Framelines lived for the majority of its run. And he knows he contacted the Ohio channel. But what he tries to say now is like, I never contacted WOSU. I have emails saying that I never spoke to them. And it's like, because it wasn't WOSU that you contacted years ago.
And so if anybody who's involved with this film is going to be publicly identified, you do not get to go out and run your mouth about me to your heart's content and then claim to be an unbiased journalist when you state that you have a relationship with Peter John Ross. And you're not going to sit there and let this guy go out into public and make these false allegations against me and profit from this movie and collect career accolades from it and then trash my organization, my name, my reputation, and then what? You never get held accountable for all the things that you've done?
Even anybody with a fainting interest in the documentary, he wants to harass.
For the past few weeks, Peter has taken to stating that there is a journalist involved in the production of this movie. From here on out, Seth, the journalist from NBC4i, is personally responsible for every single failure of his journalism.
He vowed to stay in Seth's life, who's operating the camera right now, and destroy his entire life and career for having any association with me and the documentary. And I actually believe that the singular reason that he doesn't go after Seth is because he can't pronounce his last name.
It's very possible. And so, no matter what, Seth, you are personally responsible for every single error in this film. Now, Peter says, I won't sue.
I think what Burdick's doing with GCAC right now and contacting my employer, I think either consciously or subconsciously, he knows this is coming to an end, that he is going to get arrested. So I think he's throwing his last punches before he's removed from society and put into a jail cell. The number of violations is getting worse and worse. The number of just general contempt. I mean, he's making videos saying that the judge in the case is corrupt.
The reality is that Judge Jaza Page, who is officiating over our case, my case between myself and Mr. Ross, is corrupt.
That just doesn't seem like a smart move, at least to me. But I mean, what the hell do I know? I'm just an indie filmmaker in Columbus, Ohio. I think the likelihood is very, very, very high that he's going to be held in contempt of court. I mean, there's so many blatant violations of the Civil Stalking Protection Order. I mean, just in the last 24 hours, he has sent over 40 individual messages to my employer, which is expressly forbidden in the Civil Stalking Protection Order. So I have to file another police report, another contempt of court filing, and that's going to have a separate hearing from the one we already have in May. So it's just making everything worse. I mean, I'm flabbergasted at this point as to what is the motive to keep going like this. But it's become kind of a snake eating its own tail at this point. He wants the attention. He wants to be involved in some way, and he wants to desperately harass me and anyone associated with me. And it terrifies me that nobody in government wants to take this on. So I'm going to keep fighting until they do. And I think May 12th might actually be that day. One of the most bizarre parts of Social Media Monster is that Matthew sent actual threats to commit acts of terrorism and eco-terrorism at a nuclear facility, and he was never charged. Matthew also claims that there's no evidence of an FBI investigation.
If you look closely at his deep dive, you'll see that, in the movie, there's a picture of a CD-ROM where he claims that he has my FBI file or some kind of FBI files. Yet those aren't in the deep dive. There isn't even evidence that the FBI investigation occurred.
I know that the FBI was investigating these nuclear threats because they interviewed me for 2.5 hours about it.
They interviewed him, according to him, by the way, because he's never even presented any evidence he was interviewed other than him sitting in the lobby of the Cleveland FBI. So we don't know if he was actually interviewed.
First off, I took a selfie in the lobby of the Cleveland FBI office, and I thought that was credible enough that they interviewed me. Mr. Burdick has said that anyone can just snap a picture off in the lobby of the FBI office. No, you can't. First off, it's not like a big building downtown. It's a secure compound on Lake Erie. There's an outer gate you're not getting through without permission. Then there's the front door that you're not getting in without permission. And if you don't want to just take my word for it, that's fine. I did a FOIA request, which is Freedom of Information Act documents request with the FBI on anything relating to the threats to the North Perry nuclear facility. In response to my FOIA request, I received a CD-ROM from the FBI. Mostly it was a rejection of my request. I requested audio interviews with Alex and Matthew that the FBI conducted, and they would not release those to me. Since Matthew is demanding evidence of the FBI investigation, I went ahead and added the FBI files to the deep dive. One of the things that makes Social Media Monster different than most documentaries is I like to bring the receipts. I like to show my work. I like to show, hey, here are the screenshots. Here are the emails. If there was an email that only flashed on screen, you could only read one line. It's like the entire email, the context is available on our drive for anybody who wants to see it.
You know, there's this sinister FBI thread that flows throughout this movie, and you see that the FBI is consistently working against me. The FBI is doing all this because, they're afraid of him. He might do something.
These FBI files directly confirm everything we've already presented in the documentary. It confirms that the FBI investigated this matter and others. There's even notations about other investigations they did into Matthew Burdick's other threats with other people.
He's desperate. My deep dive on MatthewBurdick.biz is wiping him out.
I really don't mind Matthew stealing my term deep dive that I've been using for months when it comes to the additional information. Matthew's deep dive appears to be nothing more than him just saying things with zero evidence. Like I've always said, we bring the receipts. We can prove everything we're saying.
We have a film that showed up at this film festival that has no local relationship whatsoever to the area. Some random filmmaker from Columbus, Ohio, who just pops up out of nowhere in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, puts this film into a festival. So we're talking 5 years since the incident in St. Joseph, Missouri, and the film is still not released. Yet it's being circulated all over the fucking world.
We got accepted into the Red Rose Film Festival in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. I generally love to go to the film festivals. I love sitting in the theater with an audience and seeing how they react to the movie. You want to know if they're going to laugh when you want them to laugh. You want to know if they feel tension when you want them to feel it. And the only way to do that is to sit in that dark room and watch the images on the screen and hear the sound and to kind of just feel and hear how everybody reacts. As an indie filmmaker, that's a rare and precious thing, so I love to go. A Q&A is a fantastic chance to find out, what did people think of the film? What maybe did you do in the film that they didn't understand or did you not make clear? To me, it's a learning experience. You're not browbeating somebody into your point of view. You're hearing their point of view. And then you're accepting that criticism of your art and taking it in and learning how to either accept it or make changes.
This is consumer fraud. This is not just a movie. There is so much more going on behind the scenes, and the prosecutor and the sheriff and the police and law enforcement and the FBI need to be involved in this situation, because Mr. Ross just showed up in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, pulling a consumer fraud scheme. And he used every single person in the town to do it. He used the city officials through the various boards of director positions. He used the local media. He lied to the film festival. He scammed every human being with no. He just took advantage of every human being.
Just like previous film festivals, this is like Groundhog's Day from a vlog I already made about a different film festival. Of course, he started harassing the film festival, the media in the town, the city council.
Hi, I just want to update you on the legal situation that's occurring here. So essentially what I've provided is evidence that Mr. Ross is engaged in racketeering, consumer fraud, various crimes. I've notified you that I've been interviewed by the FBI over his crimes. Essentially what you're doing by protecting him and refusing to speak to me and give me equal time is making yourself an accessory to these racketeering crimes. You've created a situation with WGAL as well. I have sent all of my contacts to you, to the FBI, to various parts of your festival, to various journalists. Carolyn at New York Times has been watchdogging this situation for the last several days. I expect a call back today. If not, we'll get to talk when you're deposed. Thank you.
I don't understand. That has got to be the single weirdest defense to reenact everything you're accused of in the film as a defense of how you're being falsely accused.
How? How does he not see the irony? For some reason, he keeps expecting film festivals to do some kind of investigation. They're not law enforcement. They're not journalists. They're a film festival. There is no investigations. They don't investigate things. How does that even work?
In every city where Mr. Ross screens Social Media Monster, and local media learns about it, and film festival learns about the depths of his schemes and scams. So when he's sitting there and he's at these film festivals, inside his head, he's like, I'm scamming all these idiots. I'm pulling the wool over their eyes. And I don't understand why it's too much to ask for me to have equal time.
Equal time? You want equal time? Motherfucker, make a film, pay to submit it, and then get your goddamn equal time. No one's going to do that for you. You're not owed that. Make a film and submit it.
And the thing that makes me angry about this fucking film festival is how the fuck could this film make it into a festival and not one human being associated with this festival could stop for a second and say, hey, wait a minute, this story's crazy. We should contact this guy. What? Nobody could look at my website. When they watched the movie Social Media Monster, nobody went to my website and noticed the massive disparity in what is said in that film and what is published on my website. Nobody noticed that.
Burdick found the owner of the theater from the film festival and wrote a bad review of his children's book just because they played the documentary there. I don't understand how, writing a bad review of his children's book is in some way a positive thing or makes people empathetic to his point of view. Seems just plain rude to me.
This is just like when he says, we're protecting the names of the film festival so he hasn't harassed them. No, he's not. Look at the latest post on the Social Media Monster page. He doesn't want people to know the other side of the story. If he was trying to prevent harassment, he wouldn't have posted any of these award laurels on this film page to begin with.
We played at 4:30 p.m. on a Friday, opening the festival. We only had 12 people in the audience when the film started. I mean, a few more people wandered in as it played, but that's 12 to 15 other people that hadn't seen the film before, so that's always exciting for me. And two of the people in the audience were festival directors from other festivals that said they're going to play the movie at their festival. So it ain't the number of people, it's definitely the quality of the people that were there at the screening.
So we're talking about a community that has nothing to do with me. Mr. Ross just selected this community, started a bunch of madness and drama, and he dusted his hands off and walked away.
I never understood how he can say that I caused madness and chaos and harassment.
So this is going on a little bit further. The situation has now moved into Lancaster. He did basically do all of this. And anybody who's suffered impacts can sue Mr. Ross for damages for what he did, for negligence, I didn't cause this, and I'm not responsible for this. I'm not the person that incited all of this.
How does that work? How is he not responsible for what he does and says? He's literally admitting to harassing people and causing madness and chaos. But somehow he gets absolved of that because he just says that it's me that's doing it. It's also really weird that he's trying to say that these people can sue me for what he's doing. How does that work?
Why don't we interview Matt? Why don't we give him equal time?
Why would the local media owe him equal time? None of this makes sense.
If Mr. Ross was just making a film, he would have First Amendment protected rights. Don't you think that is an act of a man who's trying to silence me and deter me from doing my work?
No one is silencing Matthew Burdick. He is the noisiest human being that you can't shut him up, but claims he's being silenced. All he does is talk into his phone all day long, every day. All anybody wants is for him to stop threatening and harassing people.
I didn't file a defamation lawsuit to stop him from being an activist. I filed a defamation lawsuit so he'll stop lying about me. I filed a civil stalking protection order because he threatened me with violence. If he was just doing activism, who the hell would care? But he's not even doing activism.
This emotional distress I'm experiencing was caused by this film festival. It was caused by the people running this film festival. It was caused by the journalists that shared all of this content, that didn't do their jobs, that couldn't detect a good story, that couldn't take 1 second of their life to make sure they weren't destroying an innocent person's life who happens to be fighting for the health and safety of 100 million U.S. citizens.
All that happened is I submitted a film, they accepted it, they played it, we got nominated, I went to the screening, and then I went home. That's all I did.
A member of the LGBT community. It's Pride Month. All of the emotional distress and his own self-admitted terrorizing of me, which he put into writing, is related to having my status as a member of the LGBT community exposed in a film. I'm going to fight this anti-LGBT predator. I'm going to fight this racist fuck. I'm going to fucking fight this until this entire situation is over. And that's how this is going to go.
Does the documentary Social Media Monster out Matthew Burdick's sexuality publicly against his will? Absolutely not. On December 18, 2018, Matthew Burdick published his own article on his own quote-unquote newspaper, the Daily Independent Journal, stating that he was LGBT and he was the victim of a hate crime. Then he went on Facebook, promoted the article by saying this was a press release, the first of many that he has sent to national journalism outlets. This was months before we had decided to even make a documentary that originally was titled Nowhere Man and eventually became Social Media Monster. What happened at IHOP was clearly not a hate crime. The police tried to explain to him what a hate crime is and is not. Matthew Burdick was called a homophobic slur.
Did you call me a queer?
I did, just to see
a
how
queer.
you react.
A
Just
queer.
to see how you react.
Being called names is not a hate crime.
And we often talk about hate speech or hate crimes, but there's no cause of action that something in and of itself, just a word itself, is hate speech, and therefore it must be punished. So for the most part, the definition of a hate crime is something that is an actual crime, but it's enhanced because of the particular racial or sexual motivation. This is not a situation where there is any kind of hate crime, because hate crimes don't apply to just mere words.
At this point, the only thing Amazon staff see happening is this director publicly terrorizing me with this release. He hasn't shown any mercy, any humanity. He hasn't shown any. It's just this pure selfish desire to put out a film exposing my sexuality during Pride Month.
Now, in June of 2024, Matthew's trying to rewrite history. If that's true, why did he modify it, repost it again? Why was he issuing press releases? Why did Matthew Burdick submit the video outing himself to the police, adding it to a public record?
This is about a deranged sociopath, cyber predator, bigot who is dead set on distributing this anti-LGBT film during Pride Month.
It's my opinion that Matthew is faking outrage right now for the sole purpose of trying to create a real issue to prevent streaming companies from releasing the film. He's lying and saying that we're outing him against his will when he outed himself very publicly 6 years ago. All of this doesn't even include how many times over the past several years Matthew Burdick has publicly stated that he is LGBTQ+.
Now I'm a member of the LGBT community. calling me a faggot and a queer, even though I'm a member of the LGBT community. Now, yes, I am in fact a member of the LGBT community. I'm a member of the LGBT community. And I'm a member of the LGBT community.
I'm a member of the LGBT community.
I'm a member of the LGBT community. Because obviously, up until that moment at the IHOP, nobody knew that I was a member of the LGBT community.
And are you aware that I came out of the closet when I was with my daughter's mother in 2007?
No, I'm not aware of any of this.
And are you aware that all my friends called me a fag and a queer, and then I basically was ostracized from my support network, and that's how I ended up on the West Coast? Were you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that, and again, I don't see the relevance to any of this.
In 2012 and 2013, Matthew Burdick wrote an incredibly derogatory Reddit post claiming that he had been raped by a gay man and that he blamed the entire LGBT community. The link and screenshots are in the description. I have no bias against Matthew or anyone who is LGBTQ+. Personally, I have no idea if Matthew Burdick is LGBT or straight. During the civil stalking protection order hearings, Matthew volunteered under his own testimony that he had been a gay prostitute in Oregon.
And are you aware of the fact that while I was making my film Blame Reagan, that I was a homeless male prostitute in Portland, Oregon?
I was not aware of that, no.
All of these facts are being provided to streaming companies and journalists and film reviewers because I think Matthew Burdick is doing anything he can to prevent the film from being released. And I think what terrifies him is not being outed as LGBT. I think he's terrified of people finding out he really does threaten and harass dozens and dozens and dozens of people. I don't think he has the slightest hint of fear about being outed for something he outed himself 6 years ago.
Midwest, if I say a fag.
I'm from the Midwest.
Are you a
So
fag?
what?
Yeah, exactly. So
Are you a
you're gonna
fag?
face that.
I am.
So what?
So you're committing a hate crime right
I'm
now.
not committing any hate crime. I'm just asking.
You got a problem with gay people, man?
And this man started saying, "Are you a fag?" And I guess in that moment I got sick of being dishonest with everybody, and I just said, "You know what? I am." And I finally spoke with my own sexuality, and then so then I ran a big campaign, and I did what I did to Boys Ministry to expose the police.
I'm presenting these facts to the streaming companies, journalists, film critics, and just general public people that are concerned about what he's doing and saying. I want people to know the facts and the truth. I just want people to understand what he's saying is completely manipulative and a lie.
I am a member of the LGBT community. The streaming companies know it's true. And that once big money gets involved, large companies like Amazon and Hulu and Netflix and Tubi, and if somebody buys my story from me at this point and turns all this into the next Tiger King and makes him look like the biggest piece of shit on earth.
I support the LGBTQ+ community. And I'm not going to sit here and list off my gay friends or the organizations that I've worked with and worked for. I think it's crass, and I don't feel I have to do that.
So if he says I'm faking being a member of the LGBT community and I have evidence that I'm not, then he's lying.
Matthew is also saying that I said that he's faking being LGBTQ+, which is something I have never said. I just think that all Matthew wants to do is delay the release of the film or get it canceled as best he can. And he will use anything. He will say anything to prevent people from finding out what he has said and done. Anybody that's receiving threats of lawsuits and nonsense, just ignore him. The best thing you can do is not respond. That's the best thing you can do. If you're worried about a lawsuit, only be worried when he's got an attorney that has filed a lawsuit and they've contacted you. Even then, the facts are not on his side. So in late August 2022, we did a screening at the Grandview Theater in Columbus, Ohio, in August of 2022. There is no greater feeling in the world for a filmmaker than to sit in a dark room with a bunch of strangers and watch the story unfold. It is the coolest thing you can experience. It's different every time. The audience is this amorphous group that becomes like a collective hive mind in a way. And every time, because of the different people and personalities, watching every movie is a totally different experience. Seeing a movie with 3 or 4 people and seeing a movie with 70 or 80 or 100 people are 2 entirely different experiences, no matter what the movie is. One of the other things is you get to do a Q&A, the question and answer session after the movie. I've been a filmmaker now for 23 years, and this documentary, Social Media Monster, is by far the best thing I've ever made, both in terms of quality, but also in terms of the way it connects with audiences. People are fascinated with the story. It's like, it validates my own curiosity and interest when other people get interested. And the Q&A is a chance to learn how successful were you as a filmmaker. You can learn by the questions they ask, and you have to learn by your own answers. How well did you think about your decisions as a filmmaker? How well did that work? And so for me, it's like, it's my chance to share the spotlight with other people who worked on the film. In the case of Social Media Monster, 2/3 of the credits are pseudonyms because people are terrified of Matthew Burdick going after them and their livelihood. This is a man who's made public Facebook posts saying, I'm going to go through your entire friends list and contact them and let them know you support blah, 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 and just harass people. He wants to harass and intimidate people into not supporting the film.
Social Media Monster. Peter John Ross, director right here. Murderer. We have some of the filmmakers and participants up here. You guys have a microphone. Why don't you just introduce each one of yourselves, and then we'll start a question and answer session, if that's cool with you.
I'm Peter John Ross, and I'm a recovering filmmaker.
Hi, Pete.
Somebody got the joke.
Brian K. Myers, recovering city council member. I'm credited as Zaid for hopefully obvious reasons, and I'm just recovering.
Yeah. So, first let me ask you, Ross, I mean, this movie has been you've been working on this for a long time. It's taken many, it's gone through different iterations. Is this the finished version? Is this the end? Where does it go from here?
God, I hope I'm done working on this particular one, although we're knee-deep into working on part 2 right now. I can never, ever again say, oh, this is finished. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, if this actually gets sold for distribution, they'll probably want edits again.
Okay.
So I can't definitely say, but I'm going to say, I'm done working on this for a while voluntarily.
Great. And it doesn't end because he never stops, right?
No. I just spent the last 6 months getting a civil stalking protection order against them that was just granted a week ago.
So I know, just based on our conversations, how just deep it goes and how problematic it is on a day-to-day basis. Explain to us all the hurdles you had to jump and crap you had to deal with just to do this.
Oh, the screening today?
Yeah.
Just 2 to 3 weeks ago, I had approached a lot of people to do reviews, and no one will touch it with a 10-foot pole. One of the things is I found just an online indie film review podcast. It lasted 18 hours until Mr. Burdick pressured them with so much abuse, they deleted it at 18 hours. He's still abusing them as of 11 a.m. today.
Wow. Now, I told you guys you would be frustrated, right? I know that when I first watched this film, I sat there and I wonder if you guys had the same experience. You keep thinking how you would respond, how you would do it, how you would do it differently, right? But there is no right answer. There is no solution to this problem. How is it? I mean, we all just sat through this and know basically what he does and how he operates, but how is it now, with even the remove you have at this point, that this guy, first of all, update us, where is he, what are the thoughts, and how does he continue to be able to yield this much power?
He is living in his car. He's traveling between Washington State, Nevada, California, Oregon, in a big circle. The whole reason I was able to even file for the Civil Stalking Protection Order is he actually, after this movie, he did eventually get kicked off Facebook. A friend of mine from SOFA, the Southern Ohio Filmmakers Association, saw some of his abuse. She had a friend who worked at Facebook. That's one of the most interesting things about how does somebody like this get away? There's no phone number. There's no email address for anyone at Google, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. There's no way to get a hold of a human being. And the police are really meant to deal with the real world. I mean, you can't be mad at law enforcement because the laws are not there. Their job is to enforce the laws. But if the laws don't cover a lot of this, there's nothing they can do. So with no human contact, it's the wild, wild west. But two employees from Google gave me the metaphor that it's like Google views themselves like a gun manufacturer. They're not responsible for what people use their tools to do. The difference is this isn't just the gun, it's the city, the town, the lights. Google and Facebook, they own everything. They're not just the gun.
Right.
But no one's forcing them to do anything. So he actually had made a new Facebook account after he got banned. Once my friend got a human being and explained it, he finally got kicked off. He's back on right now as an account called Matthew Boehm. Because if you read one of the only one-star reviews of this fantastic theater, it's from Matthew Boehm, who makes it pretty clear that he's Matthew Burdick while saying he's not Matthew Burdick.
So I think, you know, this thing is fascinating because it's so personal. You know, you are sucked into this story and this drama yourself. But I think we all know what the wild, wild west still looks like on an almost global level because of the misinformation perpetrated on social media, right? The Russian disinformation campaigns and all the stuff and fake news. How do you think this story, your story, Matthew Burdick's story, ties into the larger narrative of the crap we deal with on a day-to-day basis right here in this country?
I think there's serious parallels there. I mean, I think even Ray Charles can see the guy's a narcissist. So the parallels to certain politicians, not that I want to get political, I never wanted to see it, but there's so many parallels to all kinds of different people that you know in public society that are narcissists. There's so many direct parallels there that he's just a homeless guy with the same disorder and handles it the same way. But the weird thing is the amount of power that he wields because of where everybody's at in society now, he can make it appear, well, it's like the majority of the end credits are pseudonyms. And I requested that the crew take pseudonyms and not use their real name because he's gonna dox you, he's gonna find your employer, he's gonna try to get you fired. He will absolutely take that effort, and that's not illegal. And if you wanted to file for defamation, what's the incentive against a guy that has nothing to lose, that has no job that he can lose, no house he can lose? There's nothing to stop him and nothing to inspire him to stop.
Right. Okay. Anybody have any questions? Raise your hands. Okay. I'm going to head back to you, sir. And while I'm headed back that way, I'm going to ask you a question, which is kind of tricky, But clearly, we're dealing with somebody who is, as you addressed in the film, has mental health issues, right? Where do you think, having been the victim of this kind of thing, and you guys both, Brian, how do you weigh that in your mind, like being the victim of somebody with mental health issues?
Well, first, let me just say I never felt like a victim. I served 4 years as my community on city council, and when you go into that job, sadly enough, I mean, he's not the craziest person I had to deal with. He's just the only one that made a film about. So I never felt like a victim. I mean, you're out there in the public eye 24/7. Every misstep you make, I mean, everything is just subject to scrutiny. So, yeah, it was frustrating at first just because the barrage of messages I would get from him. I mean, nonstop. For months and months, there were thousands and thousands of messages from him that went completely, I did not respond to any of them, not one, until I realized nobody's going to do anything. And, if he's going to continue to create new email addresses because I blocked his old one, I'm going to start having a good time with my responses. And I was unabashedly cruel in a lot of the things I said. I never threatened him. But there's a lot of things that Burdick, as I found out, is very sensitive about, and I would just push that button nonstop. And to his credit, he hasn't contacted me in probably a year and a half. I did get to meet him over Zoom in court, which was interesting when I testified as a witness in Ross's civil service stalking order that thankfully was granted, but. No, not a victim. I think he does create victims, but if you stand up to people by refusing to be a victim, maybe they don't go away, but they certainly don't have any power over you. And I think that's really important to say.
Cool.
Anyway, so my question for you, Pete, honestly, you and I go back a hot minute. How hard was it for you to actually keep yourself out of the narrative with all the bullshit that you've had to deal with over the years? Was that a hard thing for you to do? And even worse, like, we all know the crap this nut job has pervaded across the U.S. How do you keep your narrative limited to St. Joe? Central Missouri graduate, by the way, been in St. Jude, tell Chris I said hi. How do you keep your narrative limited just to St. Joe?
That's an interesting thing is, for me, as a filmmaker, whenever I edit something I direct, I get seriously hardcore into kind of role playing that I'm a different person, different job. So I ended up making this documentary was essentially therapy for me. Because when I started this about 3 years ago, it was just happening. I didn't understand what was going on, and I'd been asked several times, do you want to make a documentary? You should make a documentary. I was like, no. But then eventually, it was because it was St. Joseph, and I'm not a major part of this story at all. And that's the only reason I felt I could make this documentary is I limited it to just St. Joseph as kind of a primer, and I'm not going to be directing myself in part 2 at all. I have a different director for that because one of the strangest things is I enjoy, but in a way I kind of hate Michael Moore movies and Morgan Spurlock movies. I mean, they're enjoyable at times, but I always say to myself, I would never, ever make a documentary where I'm in it. And I just did. And then suddenly I'm like, maybe I have to change my mind about that feeling. But no, for the future episodes, I'm not directing my story at all. I mean, I'm going to still direct interviews with other victims and other stories, but anything that has to do with me and my story, I will not direct. I will not be a part of that, even the edit process of that, to keep that kind of separate. But yeah, to me, there's so much more than even that little trailer shows about just how much he abuses people. A week and a half ago, in a 5-day period, 4 new victims approached me. 4 people I've never heard of that had just had interactions with them contacted me. One of them was a former cinematographer from Cincinnati who dealt with them 7 years ago.
He saw something about the screening and goes, I have emails from that guy from 2015. He was like, they were so scary, I kept them for 7 years. That's how he was like, he literally said to me on the phone, he was like, yeah, I always thought one day he's going to be on CNN for a mass shooting and then I'm just going to hand over these emails to him. So he handed them to me instead.
Here you go.
Hey, pal.
Hey, hi, Bill.
Right, I've known Johnny for a long time, but I just read this afternoon, and Peter John Ross is hell-bent on destroying me, and he's doing everything in his power to do it in the most disreputable way possible.
That must be a live tweet right now.
My question is, I've been an educator for, 25, 30 years now, right? Do you have any advice to parents who are dealing with kids online? And I've got another question, I have a follow-up too, so you're not getting away this easy.
I've had a lot of parents see this. One of my lifelong friends, his 17-year-old son, the three of us watched this a few weeks ago, and to see his dad going, it's like, see, I told you to be careful online. You see what could happen? I think kids tend to be far more savvy about spotting the scams and having that cynicism than we probably give credit for, but I do think parents should be careful.
I agree with you 100%. I think kids are the most undervalued natural resource we have in this country, correct? And they're smarter than we give it credit for. And if you want to know what they're doing, check your own cell phone. All right. Check on your credit card.
You should be saying your name is Jane Doe, in case.
Jane Doe.
There you go.
Jane Doe. This was fantastic. And I might actually get emotional because what I feel like I'm seeing from people, and I would never undervalue the trauma, the damage, the pain, the death that has occurred in places like Pulse Nightclub and Sandy Hook and Stoneman Douglas, all of those places where people who obviously have mental illness have perpetrated violence. But for me, I'm interested, who in this room has a definite mental health diagnosis? Raise your hand, please. Okay. And there are probably some people who feel like they might and haven't gotten diagnosed because of the fucking stigma. And some of the laughter that we all expressed, because stuff was funny, but it's also heartbreaking and terrifying to me that we don't pay more attention to the gap we have in our system. I don't think there are definitely legal things that this person and people like him should be held accountable for. But the problem is, even if you threw him in jail, he's not going to get the help that he actually needs. And that's what's scary, is that we don't talk about mental illness. I mean, you yourself even said, I want to be careful about this, when you said that the guy obviously has some mental health problems. We've got to start talking about it, because that's why these things happen.
He knows there's something wrong with him, but he does nothing about it. He knows he's hurting people, does nothing to seek help and treatment. And that's the thing is that's what's tough about it.
Yeah, it's really tough because
you know, this happens a lot where somebody has mental health issues, but they can function. Right. And they do things that look kind of sane. They look like they're motivated by reason. Right? He appears to be motivated by a reasonable kind of idea that he is reacting against this force that's coming after him, right? So it looks sane, but it's clearly not. And I think that's the problem. You know, there needs to be his own recognition, but also recognition also that, like, no, you are acting in an irrational, kind of abhorrent way, right?
That's the gap in our system.
Yeah, it's a high wire act. We got time for a few more questions real quick. Let me go over here, and then I'm coming to you, ma'am.
No, I just want to point out that he clearly had disposable income that
He maybe could have sought help.
You want this?
He clearly had disposable income at one point that he could have tried to do something constructive with, and instead he decided to do something destructive with it instead. A lot of people I know who are mentally sick, they recognize it, and the thing that stops them from getting help is a financial burden. I can't pay somebody to talk to them. So I just, I read and I research and I try and deal with it myself, whatever. And so yeah, he is clearly like beyond a certain level of like very sick, and 30, 40 years ago, he would have been committed, and we would have had a different feeling about what that actually means when you commit somebody against their will who says that they don't want, whatever. I think we've learned a lot since then, and I think somebody in the film, maybe it was you, pointed out that like we've really lost a lot of resources that society was providing for mentally ill people. So yeah, sorry, not take away, but yeah, like man, if I had that kind of money, like, man, there's things I'd love to go talk to a therapist about, and I just can't, and it's what it is. But yeah, so if somebody has a better question, please follow that.
If I could respond to that really quick. St. Joseph, for over 100 years, had a mental health institution that was 3,000 beds deep. And during the deinstitutionalization that happened from the late 1960s to the mid-1980s, a lot of people went into nursing homes, but a lot of them were sent back out on the street, or they privatized it and went into group homes that they don't often stay in because they're being supervised by people making $9.50 an hour that are unskilled, and it has wreaked a lot of havoc on our community. That gap that you pointed out. I spent 4 years as an elected official screaming about all of these problems that we have: poverty, crime. They're all symptoms of an underlying issue in communities like mine, and that is poor mental health care. I'm not saying mental health is the driver for all crime, but crimes that happen in the community that I used to represent, property crimes, vagrancy, rampant drug use, these are all key factors that go back to mental health that no one gives a shit about, and it sucks. But to your point, yes, keep talking about it, and hopefully it will get the right attention, but it's going to have to be grassroots, community by community, because no one on the federal level really seems to care.
Okay, we had a question up here. Matt?
Oh, yes. First, I would like to commend you and your crew on the entire documentary. It was awesome.
I had
It really was.
exceptional help from start to finish on this.
At the same time, I want to say though too that we all know that you don't argue with a narcissist.
I didn't know that at the time.
I learned that a long time ago.
Yeah, this is how I learned my lesson, and I'm still paying for it.
So aren't we giving him the attention, even though I love the education I got today? I mean, it was so, because I never heard of this man before today. So,
Most people haven't.
but we're giving him the attention he's craving.
In a way, I struggle with that. I get asked that every screening is, how do I feel about giving him the attention when he clearly is just craving attention? Well, he's clearly conflicted because he wants the attention, but I mean, he threatened a YouTube psychologist who specializes in narcissism, and when I talked to her on the phone, she said, the one thing a narcissist fears more than anything is being exposed as a narcissist. And then she said, the day you make this public where everybody can see it, he's going to make a beeline to your house to kill you. That was then followed by 2 other psychologists that said the exact same thing to me. Notice it's not available on YouTube yet. I kind of value my life right now. So the struggle is, do you not give him the attention? But the thing is, for me personally, it's been over 10 years. I've gone 12 to 18 months of not mentioning him, not replying, not doing anything. I'm still getting emails, texts, harassing videos, you name it. He never went away. So for me, that gray rock technique, as they call it, the totally ignore, didn't work for me. Multiple times I tried it, didn't work. I weigh it out for myself being, it's like, I have an extremely entertaining story. I think, and the other thing that's brought me an incredible amount of solace after this is, There have been already multiple individuals and even whole communities where I've sent to city government, like San Luis Obispo County approached me. We're being harassed by this guy, Matthew Burdick. And he sent me the trailer to your movie. Do you mind sending it to me? I sent it to the investigator for the district attorney. He then goes, do you mind if I share it with the police, the mayor's office, and a few other people? I'm like, as long as it's not public, go ahead. They immediately ceased all contact with him, going, okay, we now know what we're dealing with. It helped. So whatever ego it's feeding for him gets knocked out by the fact that there's somebody he could approach the way he's approached others and be like, I'm trying to get this person fired. If they can point to this documentary and they're like, ignore them, this is who you're dealing with, it's helping. And I cling to that more than anything else. Like, if I never make a nickel, if this is as far as it goes, it was worth every second of work I threw into this because it helped someone.
Amen.
Cool. Real quick.
All right. Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to add really quick, because I was often telling Ross, like, we would have a lot of conversations about doing the documentary. And I was always trying to point out that this is actually his story. For as much as he didn't want to be on camera, he was worried about bias because he doesn't like those Morgan Spurlocks or whatever type of documentaries. But the difference is this is his story as much as it's all of St. Joseph's story and everybody that's been affected by Burdick. So I agree with your point, because we're kind of giving him what he wants in a way. But at the same time, this isn't really his story. I mean, you have to tell his story to sort of help illustrate everybody else's story, but it could really be anybody, because the bigger story is also how does he continue to do this? Where are the failings in our system? So it's really their story. It's not really the Matthew Burdick story, even though it's called Social Media Monster and all that stuff. But it's really Ross's story, and it's all the victim's story. So that's the way I like to look at it.
Great. Okay, we got time for one last question, but if it's quick, we can get to you. Okay, go ahead.
When is part 2 going to be ready?
Holy God, I have no idea. This took 3 years. It's not going to take as long. I'm not setting a schedule. It takes as long as it takes, but we're...
Okay.
Ongoing series.
I don't know. I don't know yet. There's enough material to do 6 of these, and it would never stop being entertaining. And at the same time, again, entertaining, and at the same time, I never ever intend this film to be mocking him. I don't disagree that some of the people in the movie do make fun of him. But that's not the point of the movie. The movie's not supposed to be making fun of him. And I absolutely want to make sure that nobody starts harassing him. And I do not recommend anybody, I mean, if you want to peek at his Twitter, which I'm sure is quite electric today because he's extremely aware of this screening right now. But if you want to look, but do not interact. Don't harass him in any way. I think that is, again, when I started this, I had no idea it was mentally ill. I had no idea at all what I was dealing with. It took years till I figured it out. So I would recommend to everybody, the point of this is don't mock the guy.
Okay,
Okay, real quick. Dying question I have to know. Did you ever try contacting Alex from Facebook, his business partner? What was the response you might have gotten?
He was my white whale for years. I wanted to talk to him, and I didn't talk to him until the fall of 2020. He gave Burdick $600,000 over a 4-year period.
What's even more damaging is Alex worked for Facebook, and as a Facebook employee, you get so many Facebook post boost
dollars
credits, and it's supposed to go to a not-for-profit or some kind of charitable cause. If Burdick would get upset with you, he would make a post from one of his business pages and then put Alex Wong's Facebook credits behind it to reach, basically anybody that had to be scrolling on Facebook within a certain zip code. And that did not end until Wong, terminated his relationship. So it was more than just the money. Money was bad enough, But this is just yet another example of why Zuckerberg's a piece of shit and why platforms should be completely erased from the face of the earth. I'm surprised this kind of bullshit has not resulted in that guy getting sued, because this stuff happens all the time. And it's going to take legislation on the federal level before any of this stops.
Yeah.
Say something, one last thing.
Yeah.
Just want to add that Burdick was actually approached to be spoken with for this documentary. And so in case anybody didn't realize that he obviously knows about it, we've already made that clear, but he was asked if he wanted to be interviewed by a third party, so he wouldn't have to be in the same room with this guy and hopefully get triggered or anything that might happen, and he declined.
No, he wanted $500,000. He requested $500,000 to appear in the film.
Yeah, what's the matter with you?
$500,000, I'd have way better things to do than talk about Matthew Burdick.
Okay, that's about all we have time for. First of all, thank you to Andy and his team here at the Grandview Theater. Thank you. Thank all of you for coming out and supporting films made right here in Central Ohio, the Columbus film scene. We can't do it. We can't grow this city. We can't grow this film scene without the support of people like you supporting people like these. So thank you.
And I definitely want to say thank you to everybody who worked on the film. I'm not going to state their actual names, but I had so much help. Making this film has fundamentally changed me as a human being. I have put my ego in the pocket at every corner. I mean, the reason this is done so much better is every single instinct I ever had, I did the opposite of what my ego would want, and it's made everything better.
Great. Yeah. Thank you, gentlemen. Thanks. Thank all of you, and thanks to Grandview Theater. Have a great day.
These kind of opportunities are rare for low and no budget independent filmmakers. It's a chance for the audience to ask questions from the people that made the movie. If there was something that wasn't clear, you should really think about making changes. But the other thing is you can get questions if they're so curious of what happens next or how did this happen. And it's just an amazing experience to have people so into your movie. The worst thing is if everybody watches your movie and they don't care enough to ask questions. I mean, we have Q&As that have gone for over an hour before. The idea of somebody using social media to be so abusive and getting away with it, it's interesting to people. It's relatable. Everybody has gone up against an internet troll at some point in their life on social media. Having a screening and having a Q&A is a chance to share your film and interact with people. And that's one of the reasons why I don't think movie theaters are ever fully going to go away, is it's a completely different experience. And having the opportunity to do question and answer with an audience is even more rare. And I'm just so grateful to have ever had that opportunity. And I hope to get to do it again someday. Maybe with part 2.
The entire premise of this film that Peter just made is that I'm faking emotional distress to stop the release of the movie so he can bully me until I take my own life.
We were all set to release the film on Amazon Prime, and then Matthew Burdick started emailing and publicly posting that if Amazon released the documentary, he would be at a high risk of suicide. So Amazon withdrew the film.
I just want the world to know that this man, Peter John Ross, has indicated in the past that he's going to bully me until I commit suicide. And I started to be concerned about this because I have a history of suicide attempts. And in my 20s, I do. I mean, you can see him attempting to bully me until I finally take my own life. That's what his intention is. And this has been said directly to me. It was said to me about 7 or 8 years ago. We are going to bully you until you commit suicide.
I have never stated or implied or hinted or said anything saying that I would stalk Matthew Burdick until he committed suicide. That simply has never happened.
I've given these people my contacts at Amazon so they can speak to them, these journalists. Amazon will tell these people very clearly that I never asked for the film to be canceled. I never asked any streaming company to take the film down. I never asked any streaming company to take the film down.
The topic of suicide is something very, very personal and meaningful to me. Someone I loved more than life itself committed suicide when I was 19 years old. And that is not something I would ever joke about, make fun of, or take lightly in any way, shape, or form. I found a police report from 2017 filed by the local big newspaper, the Columbus Dispatch. The editors had an email from Matthew stating that he was going to commit suicide on the front lawn of a major newspaper editor. Matthew Burdick has stated that he's at a high risk of suicide to the Greater Columbus Arts Council in 2020, saying that if they gave me grant money, that he would be at a higher risk of suicide.
In spite of what Mr. Ross says, I did not threaten to commit suicide. I asked them, why would you fund a film which has the potential to trigger a suicide?
It upsets me when he tells people in the court or tells law enforcement or tells newspapers that he's at a high risk of suicide and no one does anything. No one attempts to check on him, get him help. People in authority are letting this man down if he actually is suicidal.
And it was pointed out that he was trying to incite a suicide, and he posted links to the suicide hotline. It's not like there's not a big file folder of evidence from WordPress of repeated attempts to incite a suicide. So it's not like there's not screenshots of people associated with people telling me to kill myself over and over and over and over again, going back all the way to 2012.
That here's someone literally saying they're going to take their own life. They don't really do anything. I mean, they'll cancel a film because that's just hit and delete on a keyboard. But what about actually getting this person mental health help? What about trying to get this person into a facility or just to talk to someone about the suicidal tendencies he claims to have? Why is nobody doing anything about this? Why is everybody just like, not my problem? It just scares the shit out of me that this guy might hurt himself and nobody seems to actually care.
I have evidence that I made no effort whatsoever to stop the release of the film. Well, everybody knows that I'm not trying to stop the film from being released. I don't know what's wrong with him in a certain way, because but it's fine, because in the end it's going to cancel his film. It will get his film removed from everywhere. And so anyway, we've got more cancellations of his film coming. We'll be getting to Peter. Peter is finished, essentially.
I think that anyone who talks about self-harm should be taken seriously. There should be concern and empathy for them.
Peter was already aware that I was in therapy and that I was having suicidal thoughts, and I was in therapy to not commit suicide. I yelled really loud, "I'm gonna fucking snap!" What I meant was I'm gonna snap and kill myself.
If you are friends with Matthew Burdick, you should check on him. He is talking about being at a high risk of suicide to some people and not others. Either way, that is somebody that needs your help. If you know him, if you're a family member, check on him. Make sure that he is okay.
Obviously, what he's doing is causing most of the psychological problem. It made me feel like I wanted to commit suicide, and so he started posting links to the suicide hotline.
I'm going to put some links and phone numbers in the description below for anyone that has feelings of self-harm or suicide. It is important, it is crucial to reach out and talk to someone. And you probably shouldn't call Amazon Prime or any streaming service because that's not what they are there for. The internet was conceived as a way to share information and new ideas. Personally, I use it to share videos of my cats. The original intent of social media began innocently, I'm sure. Pretty quickly, people found ways to lie, cheat, and manipulate. Everybody tends to create an avatar of their best life, leaving out the boring parts. Well, most people do. Making it seem like your life is perfect is very different from catfishing on a dating site or financial fraud. It took no time for the darker side of social media to become evident. Prepare to pass through the looking glass where one man without a job and a lot of mysterious money can leverage his phone and free Wi-Fi at Starbucks to tear apart the fabric of people's lives. And he can do it all without consequence.
My plan for living in St. Joseph was I was going to open my steak company and we were going to ship steaks out of Missouri. And so when I bought my building, I had my recording studio, and I kind of always had the dream of opening a free recording studio. And that later many people in the community that were musicians turned on me and attacked me is moderately bizarre, because I had really hoped to be the person who helped them, you know, have some bigger opportunities. And that was really my plan: sell steaks, do, you know, free studio time for artists, and then all hell broke loose.
And I'm not going to go away. I am fucking tired of this. I'm tired of living
In the last year and a half, for creating hundreds of social media accounts to be targeted with U.S. citizens. The FBI got this information to murderers.
St. Joe is a good city. The people are nice.
St. Joseph, Missouri was basically a fur outpost located in northwest Missouri. The Pony Express started there. Jesse James was killed there. And the rapper Eminem was born there. We're about 40 minutes north of Kansas City. We're right on the Missouri River. I believe that Matthew Burdick is a con artist. And I think he tried to run a grift in St. Joe. And we didn't fall for it, thankfully.
I think Matthew just kind of picked us out of a hat. I think he decided he wanted to rile some feathers up, and I think he thought we were going to roll over and let him do whatever he wanted, and that's clearly not the case, and I think he doesn't know how to let that go.
What the hell were you doing in St. Joseph, Missouri, to begin with? And it's such a stupid reason. I was living in Des Moines, and I learned that my condo company was building another complex on top of a toxic waste site, and I realized that my rent was going to pay for that.
Well, actually, he had gotten evicted from his apartment in Des Moines. Not a condo, an apartment.
So then I was put in this bizarre position to where I needed to find a place that matched my furniture. I got in my car and I was kind of bored, and I took a drive south and ended up in St. Joseph. Seemed reasonable, wasn't very nice. There wasn't anything nice about the city, So I would be able to live there. My meat processor would be down the road. It made it logistically easier to be able to run the steak company. You know, I'm not picky. I had a lot of money at the time. I mean, I had, I think, $45,000 in my bank account, something like that. I mean, it wasn't super a lot of money, but, you know, it was enough to kind of do whatever I wanted. So I basically lived in St. Joseph because they just had a condo that matched my furniture. I was having a really super hard time finding a place that did that.
I think that story about his furniture is complete bullshit. I mean, who finds an apartment to match their furniture? That's ridiculous.
And so I knew in St. Joseph, Missouri, I could just go unnoticed. I could live there, be anonymous, not, you know, have any attention, and that was that.
Matt Burdick likes to play the part of the hero. It all pretty much started with the IHOP incident. He wanted to save the damsel in distress. He didn't want to do it, so he went and asked somebody else to go do it for him.
This battle in St. Joseph, Missouri started when I walked up to an IHOP and there was a man who was assaulting a woman in the parking lot.
I was the manager at that night, and my server came like running into the office, and she was like, this guy came in saying that the couple that just left is in an argument outside and the man is hitting her. So just on the off chance that there was an altercation, I went back and called the cops.
So I walked back in the IHOP, and I walked up to the whoever was standing there, either the waitress or the manager, one of the two. I can't tell. I can't even really remember what either one of these people looked like at this point.
The woman, the manager, Rachel Hayner, was not present, and this is very clear in the video. She was not outside. She was not in a position where she could have seen what happened. This man was choking the fuck out of this woman. The car was shaking. It was really violent. And I realized that I needed help.
And since then, the altercation has changed to where the man was like choking her. And I'm like, that's not at all what you told us, and that's not what I told the police, because I was going off of what you told me.
I asked 3 men who were sitting at a table to come out and help me protect the woman.
And the guys were like, the manager already called the cops, it's not our business.
And they immediately went off on me. We ain't helping no one, blah, 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 blah. I looked down and the guy's wearing a Trump grabber by the pussy t-shirt.
He called them a bunch of pussies because they wouldn't go help him beat some guy up.
The girl behind the counter called the police. She confirmed that the assault was happening.
And so nobody but Matt saw the couple get into the physical altercation outside. And she was like, are you going to be eating with us? And he said no.
And she asked me to leave the restaurant.
So he went outside, but the whole time he was just saying cuss words, calling the guys names, and of course they responded in kind.
As these guys were screaming at me across the restaurant. So I went outside. About 20 minutes later, the 3 shoeless hillbillies came out of the restaurant and they started threatening me, so I turned on my camera.
I'm a reputable person in this country, by the way. I'm not just some nobody that's standing here right now that nobody's gonna listen to, man.
Don't come inside, ask us for help.
I asked you to help that woman that was getting beat up right there and you refused. So I'm filing charges against you when the cops get here. Just letting you know, I'm a national working filmmaker and a journalist. I'm a well-respected person.
You're a bitch.
I'm a bitch. I'm driving a $50,000 car over there. It must be somebody.
What the fuck do you drive? That's cool.
Yeah. Maybe I'm who I say I am. You're physically threatening me right now.
I did. Just a little bit. I never threatened you. Because he came inside asking for help and he called us pussy. Keep your composure.
So I'm a national working filmmaker and journalist. I make movies.
So
I'm not talking to you.
I'm done up like.
I'm just famous, is all.
It doesn't matter.
Well, you know, just because you don't know who I am doesn't mean I'm not famous.
For somebody who claims to be just nationally widely known, I had no idea who he was.
Well, I see the police coming around the corner. They don't stop. They drive right past the restaurant. So I actually have to chase them down in my BMW to get them to come back to the restaurant. The woman at the IHOP lied to the police, said that I wasn't assaulted,
So whenever the cops did finally come, I told them, I don't think that there was any blows given. I don't know for sure.
And the police wouldn't investigate. I spent an hour arguing with them, trying to get them to investigate, and they wouldn't do anything.
And so my server just kind of popped her head out the door and was like, Matt got like real into her face and with his little phone camera and was screaming at her, saying that she was harassing him and that she's letting these guys harass him.
So I had to raise a big stink. Well, eventually the police, after I contacted city council, opened up an investigation.
I called my manager after it was all said and done. We have an email from corporate. She was like, so did you know that he was gay? How would I know? It's not like he was waving like a rainbow flag or anything.
This is just speculation on my part, but I really do think that he fakes being gay just so he can have an excuse to con people.
She was like, I want you to read what corporate sent me, the email, and that we as staff had kicked him out because he was gay, and then that we lied to the police. And me and the server were reading this going, that's not at all how any of this happened. Like Monday morning, I got a call from Lieutenant Dan Swiger saying he wanted me to come in and make an official statement.
Bring each one of those waitresses and bring those people from that restaurant in there and let them testify. Let's bring them in separately and let's let them tell their story. And let's watch each one of them not be able to fill in the holes in their carefully manufactured reality they're in.
So I went in, me and my server went in at different times and talked to Lieutenant Dan Swiger. He has my full recorded statement, and I told him the same thing that I told the cops.
All that's going to happen, and I'm confident, is that my story will be proven to be true. I'm going to win this lawsuit, and I'm going to single-handedly take down the corruption in St. Joseph, Missouri.
I think his intent was to, if not get compensated from IHOP, the corporate store, was to get me and my server fired.
I didn't start this war. I got dragged into this ball of bullshit, and I'll tell you right now, I'm the motherfucker that's going to end it by fucking getting us into a court and making sure that everything that's been done is properly reviewed by judicial authorities.
One night when I was closing our bar down, I usually check my city email on the weekends, but for whatever reason, I'd received an email from someone named Matthew Burdick, someone I'd never heard before. And in this email that he sent to myself, every other member of the council, the mayor, the chief of police, and several other individuals, he said he was a victim of a hate crime because he's a member of the LGBTQ community, and that immediately piqued my interest. What struck me as odd is usually when someone has a complaint, they get right to the point of what the complaint is. What he led with was basically a summary of his resume.
The first thing you might be asking is, who is Matthew Burdick? Matthew Burdick is an experimental gonzo filmmaker, journalist, activist, and philanthropist. He's made solicited major cable network TV pilots, Cartoon Network's Adult Swim, music videos for Grammy nominees, experimental documentaries, and short films. His writing pieces on the subject of toxic waste have been read by millions of people in the United States. He is the founder of SuperfundResearch.org, an environmental activism and EPA watchdog group. In 2018, he founded Daily Independent Journal, an investigative journalism outlet dedicated to speaking truth to power and exposing the sordid, slimy underbelly of reality. That's me reading my own bio, by the way.
So my first reaction after reading his email was like, okay, this guy is definitely trying to sell us something, but, he's making a complaint, and I take every complaint, one as serious as the other. So he goes on to describe this alleged incident at the IHOP. He'd fired off several more emails, and just, they were threatening. It's like, you're going to, the city's going to act on this, or I'm going to make a documentary exposing the corruption. And I'm like, okay, this is getting a little crazy. We're probably dealing with a nutcase. That Monday, we had a city council meeting, and I pulled our chief of police aside, and I just asked him, I was like, so I'm sure this has come across your desk. What can you tell me about it? But it was going to be investigated by our police department. I talked to the city attorney, and the best thing to do is just not offer a response let the investigation, internal investigation of the police department happen.
It became so intense, I realized the police weren't going to charge these people, that the prosecutor wouldn't get involved.
He posted a picture online of the letter he got from the police department. They did an investigation. The prosecutor declined to file charges because there was not enough evidence that a crime was committed.
The person who was conducting the internal investigation, I know well, I trust him. The investigation was very thorough. He was emailing us nonstop. In fact, between the end of July of 2018 and mid-October of 2018, there were over 740 pages of emails that Mr. Burdick had sent to the city of St. Joseph. These two police officers didn't do what he wanted them to do, so he wanted to get them fired. Burdick's lucky he didn't get arrested that night for trying to file a false police report. Police officers' job is not to do what you want them to do. Their job is to help enforce the law. And Burdick claimed that he had this video of the entire incident. Turns out he does.
No, I mean in the building. Like, you're just being an ass. There's a child in there.
I'm not.
You're being an ass.
What is wrong with you?
You have a camera.
You are threatening me.
You're threatening me with a camera, buddy.
I'm notifying you on camera that you are harassing me. Once I notify you,
in a public place,
legally,
in a public
you are
place,
now harassing
get in
me.
your $50,000 car and get your ass out of here.
I'm the guy that exposed the Flint water crisis, by the way.
Good. Stop bragging about yourself.
Just so you know.
Stop bragging about yourself. Shut the fuck up.
I wasn't aware. Just talking about my resume was bragging.
Shut the fuck
you must be a failure.
Shut up, you little queer.
Did you call me a queer?
I did, just to see how you
queer.
react.
A queer.
Just to see how you react.
You called me a queer.
Just to see how you react.
You know, that's a hate crime right now.
See, in the Midwest.
You know you're committing a hate crime right now.
In the Midwest, if I say a fag.
I'm from the Midwest.
Are you a fag? Yeah, exactly. So
are you a fag? I am.
So what?
So you're committing a hate crime right now.
I'm not committing any hate crime. I'm just asking.
You got a problem with gay people, man?
I want you to get the fuck out of here because you came inside.
You don't have a right to tell me to leave. You're not.
And then called us a fucking pussy when you come inside asking for our help.
I know.
So get the fuck out of here.
And I watched the video, and it was him taunting and saying insane things to these three guys. Those officers cut him a break. And instead of being grateful, he decides to go after their livelihood.
When I stood up to expose corruption in the police and the local government and the prosecutor's office in St. Joseph, I had been branded as a fraud. So then, about a day later, a big article went out to the whole city exposing the police for corruption. It wasn't also just these two cops. The crime rates in the city had risen 56% in the last so many years. There were lots of citizens complaining about the police.
Bad Egg Investigations was the first blog post run by Matthew Burdick. It was a direct response to him not getting his way. It's important to point out that while Matthew Burdick denies that Bad Egg Investigations was his blog post, it needs to be noted that this story was from his point of view. The photos were from Burdick's own cell phone camera, which he or someone paid to promote on Facebook, so it attracted a lot of local attention. It's almost verbatim what was in the emails that he sent to the city. If you publicize something negative about the police department or about a police officer, you will have people jump on that bandwagon.
Beginning with Bad Egg Investigations, the focus shifted to Matthew Burdick becoming the victim of a hate crime. No one knows what became of the woman from IHOP, or if she had ever really been assaulted.
The local media refused to write about it. They called me on the phone. They killed the story when they found out I was telling the truth.
Yeah, so within a week of Burdick contacting city officials, he was irate that we weren't doing anything to fire these police officers and to remedy his situation. When he went to the news press locally about it, that the reporters wouldn't write a story about it.
I am a former technical director at News Press Now in St. Joseph, Missouri, and that is a newspaper, the St. Joseph News Press, and we have 5 television stations, and my job was to run the director board during the evening newscasts.
It's kind of a widespread problem with the police, and so I stood up to expose the police. The local media buried the story.
In late July of 2018, Matt emailed our reporters with the story of what happened at the IHOP. They looked into it, they found that it wasn't credible, and they decided not to run a story. And in retaliation, he started launching social media attacks on our newsroom.
They knew that if they buried it, it was going to cause me a lot of problems, so they buried it.
In August of 2018, I got an email, and it was from HR, and it was essentially a warning about Matthew Burdick. And it said that if he attempted to contact any of us, to report that contact right away.
This resulted in our St. Joseph News Press going through active shooter training.
Before Burdick's harassment, it was never necessary for us to have an active shooter drill.
So I got angry and I started my own newspaper. I had a business base where my state company was, and I opened a newspaper.
His headquarters for the Daily Independent Journal was just this brick building right outside of city limits next to a gun range where he also had his recording studio.
So basically he had a broom closet he rented outside of city limits where he kept his camera equipment and his writing desk.
And that newspaper generated 61,000 readers in 1 week. 10 times the amount of traffic that the local media was generating.
All he did was write a blog and tie it to a Facebook page called Daily Independent Journal.
He first started the Daily Independent Journal as the Daily Independent News, and then for some reason it changed the name to the Daily Independent Journal. The Facebook pages were exactly the same, he just changed the names.
Daily Independent Journal, the idea for it was a media outlet that operates nationally all over the country, but also operates as a local media outlet. And so we never actually got that far in the development of the project because of Austin Gocher.
I'm a former Marine. I was in public affairs in the Marine Corps, so I was basically a photojournalist for 4 years. I'm a disabled veteran. The way I met Matthew Burdick was there was an ad on Facebook looking for an editor for a newspaper. And so I responded to it, I sent my resume, and I got a phone call like within an hour. He said he'd looked over my resume, it looked really good. We talked for a couple hours that night, and he told me he'd get back to me on what he was gonna do. And the next day he called and offered me the position and explained to me what he thought he wanted me to do, which was basically to be the head of this newspaper and to be autonomous from everything he does.
I was going to gift the newspaper to the community. This was a charitable thing I was doing. I was just founding the newspaper, and I was going to give it to the community as a gift, and that way it would be a community-owned newspaper and I wouldn't have any involvement with it.
It sounded like a good deal to me because I didn't have to deal with any of his personal life. It was just going to be me doing journalism stuff. Every time we were supposed to meet, something came up, and I never ever met him. And so I was working on stuff because I wanted to do a couple pieces that were a little more investigative than some of the other stuff I've done. And then one day he calls me and he goes, I want the website live tomorrow. And I'm like, I don't have the stuff to make the website live tomorrow. And so we went back and forth, and during this time period, he was calling me for 8 to 12 hours a day. I mean, we were on the phone constantly every day. And so I didn't get a whole lot accomplished because I was on the phone dealing with Matt. He told me he wanted a story about a shooting that happened here in town. Well, I tried to get a hold of the police department so I could do my own interviews about that, and I couldn't get a hold of anybody. So he told me he wanted me to pull quotes from the news press, and I was like, dude, I can't do that. He was like, well, it's not stealing. And I was like, it's clearly stealing. So I told him I wasn't gonna work on that story. His spelling's atrocious, so every time he sent me a story, it would take me 30 to 45 minutes to go through and fix all the spelling errors.
So my whole foundation for what I eventually became was reading books about investigative journalists. I studied writing, grammar. I studied filmmaking. I prepared myself for this coming battle.
And he submitted a story that didn't have any spelling errors. And I was like, that's suspicious. So I Googled the contents of the story, and I found almost word for word the exact same story on another website. So I called him out on it. And he's like, well, it's not plagiarism. It's like, you understand what the definition of plagiarism is, right? And he's like, well, it's not plagiarism, it's content aggregation. And I'm like, if you're gonna use that story as a source for your stuff, you need to cite that is the source for your stuff. Finally, I told him I wasn't gonna run anything that was on another website unless it was properly cited, and if he wasn't gonna properly cite it, I would. And he told me if I was gonna do that, then I needed to find a new job. And I was like, that's fine. I'm not gonna put myself on the line like that for a position that isn't paying that much and isn't what I thought it was gonna be to begin with.
I basically gave him what he told me was his dream, and then he blew it. And there wasn't a reason that he blew it. He just decided not to show up. There wasn't any legitimate reason for him to not to show up to work.
He sent me this message on Facebook and fired me, basically. And within 30 minutes, he had contacted everybody on my reference list from my resume. And he had sent several of them multiple emails. He CC'd me on everything. They never responded to him, but they called me and were like, what's going on with this Matt guy and why is he emailing me? None of them believed anything he said. And one of my references, she was like, hey, you stepped in some shit. And that he went off on them, but if he would have just talked to them to begin with, he would have known I wasn't gonna do any of that stuff. I blocked Matt on everything, whether it was my phone, my email, my Facebook.
So after I fired Austin, I was pretty disgusted with him. I gave him a desk and an office and an entire newspaper that he could run, plus funding and staff. It's a really nice thing to do for somebody who had nothing. And Austin fucked me. He basically wrecked my entire business.
It really bothered me that he couldn't at least explain his side of the story to me instead of just flipping out on people.
Well, when it became clear that I was going to become the voice of anti-corruption in St. Joseph, enter City Councilman Brian Myers.
Where I stepped in publicly was where someone I'm good friends with got into an argument with him on Facebook, and Burdick kept running him down.
He posted on his social media that I was a fraud and a con man. He posted that I had scammed the city.
He posts an image of my campaign logo, and he's like, is this you? I'm like, yeah, that's me. Probably I should have just stepped away there, but with what he was saying about our police department and what he was saying about people in the community that I know and respect, I'm like, okay, there are still going to be people that believe all of his bullshit.
I feel really bad for the people of St. Joseph because Brian Myers is the absolute 100% criminal. And there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And I will gladly prove that in a court of law if he was man enough to face me.
He then launched a political attack against me, telling everyone that I was anti-gay and anti-equal rights. And to that, I can only say my track record politically speaks for itself.
And I'm a born-again believer, and I have religious convictions that the Word of God condemns some of the practices of homosexuality to glorify our Lord and Savior, who says marriage is between one man and one woman. You're not born a certain way, that this is a choice they have made, and that's why I think it is condemned in the Bible.
I think anyone's born a bigot either. I think it's taught, and I think you're a glaring example of bigotry that's been taught.
Just kind of scrolling through Facebook, I had seen where a friend of mine had shared a page about Matt attacking Brian Myers. And so I was like, that's that guy. So I clicked on the link.
So I clicked on it and I was like, holy shit, it's the guy from the news press. It's the exact same guy.
I think a lot of people took it as a joke.
It looked professional enough that if you went to it the first time and you didn't know what you were looking at, you probably would have thought this was a legitimate news website.
If you go back and read his articles, he's not a journalist.
Some of the articles were just flat out ridiculous. The Care Bears thing, I mean, that's not news. And he also wrote an article about how he stole Metallica's New York Times. It's like, who cares? Who fucking cares? That's not news. That's a vanity piece. The articles are just so poorly written and contain slander. He tries to pass it off as a big professional news organization, when in reality, it's just him publishing hit pieces on people that he even has minor disagreements with. He would also use fake names for staff writers.
People turned on him pretty quickly, and that's not to say that he still doesn't have 2 or 3 people in the community that thinks what he's saying is gospel, but these people are by and large low information types.
The titles of the articles would just be, salacious and meant to inflame. So when you see this, you click on it. He needs that blind validation, the people that don't bother to read into his background or check the author's status or anything like that. Any comment that doesn't flat out agree with him, he just deletes it, and he bans a lot of those users too. And anyone who would legitimately question his background, either as a filmmaker or a journalist or an activist, any of those questions, gone immediately. Or he'd argue with him and call him stupid or something.
I can only surmise that Matthew Burdick created Daily Independent Journal because he did not get the legitimate media coverage in this community that he so desperately sought after.
I had just gone on Facebook to correct the details that he had gotten wrong, because there were a few people going, wow, this is crazy, and I was like, I want you to know that's not how it happened. I had my own little very article about me.
He didn't sell ad space, so he wasn't making any money from those articles. So why publish them in the first place if it's not for some personal vendetta?
My daughter actually heard about him, heard about the Daily Independent Journal, and told me about it. I said, well, maybe you should interview this guy, Dad, because, it's something else to write about in town, something new. I am a music journalist. I write for Blurt magazine, it's national, and here in town, Tuning Fork magazine. Yeah, I reached out to him and told him who I was. Everything went fine until I had to tell him that the editor decided not to do the piece. He just didn't want the hassle of Matt Burdick, because I would get messages. And finally, my girlfriend just says, well, why don't you just block the guy? And I was like, I was having fun with him at first.
Yeah, you can scroll down this page and it's just filled with madness. I mean, this is a journalist in St. Joseph that orchestrated a massive cyber attack against me and then screen capped the entire thing and posted it here, somehow making me look like I'm the aggressor, even though it was, this person that posted all this.
I've been made fun of my whole life. I know what bullies are like. This guy's just a bully.
The second post that he made on Daily Independent Journal was about a filmmaker in Columbus, Ohio named Peter John Ross, who had absolutely zero connection to St. Joseph until I saw the post and decided to reach out to Mr. Ross personally.
I published that Peter John Ross was spreading rumors and manipulating and lying.
I had never heard of St. Joseph, Missouri before. So it's just really weird to be accused of spreading rumors there. I'm an independent filmmaker from Columbus, Ohio. The only thing of note I've ever made was a feature film about Nazi zombies and werewolves called Horrors of War. And I created a regional PBS show called Frame Lines about filmmaking. I got 4 regional Emmy nominations for my work on Frame Lines. But as my mother so often reminds me,
a nomination is not a win.
So any level of success I've had is open to interpretation. In 2012, I had this run-in with Matthew Burdick on the site indietalk.com. He started emailing me, it got really harassing, and eventually I filed for a civil stalking protection order in 2015. He never got served, and eventually I dropped it. This guy has come after my job, my livelihood, my reputation. Matthew Burdick wrote an article accusing me of being obsessed with pedophilia. So Burdick started sending this article to all the stations that were playing our show, and rather than deal with it, they canceled the series. When Brian Myers reached out to me and said the name Matthew Burdick, my heart sank. All I could tell Brian is, I have a really bad feeling about what's about to happen in St. Joseph.
When you're looking for one of the reasons that I left St. Joseph, Missouri, it was when I realized that the Kansas City FBI office was actually approaching people in my world and asking them to watch me. And so why would they do that?
The man opening fire on reporters.
Investigators say the suspected killer held a long-standing grudge against the Capital Gazette,
who may have had a long-running feud with the paper, having sued the paper in 2012 after it reported that he pled guilty to criminal harassment.
Burdick's harassment of the reporters came right on the heels of the Annapolis newspaper shooting in the summer of 2018.
The FBI did visit Matthew Burdick
in St. Joseph, Missouri, when the FBI tried to get my neighbor next to my business to commit to watching what I was up to and reporting to him. And he said, you know, these agents came here and they asked us to watch you, and they asked us to report on your whereabouts, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
2 FBI agents went to the space Matthew was renting and interviewed him about his contacts with local reporters and city officials. Soon after, Matthew wrote an article claiming that his newspaper had been raided by the FBI and harassed by the agents. On September 11th, Matthew published an article claiming that one of the FBI agents was an enemy of the people and that he was against free speech.
He took a picture of an FBI agent's card and posted that to social media.
Part of the problem is that that's the guy that would investigate the actions of the police. And blocking an investigation just because it's his buddies, you know, he says it's not, but that's bullshit, man.
So then Burdick gets pissed at the FBI because the FBI is not properly doing an investigation on the person who, in the police department, who's also doing an investigation on the 2 police officers that Burdick once fired.
Demure sat there on the phone with me, and he read my FBI file to me. They sent me a letter saying, no, we do not maintain a file on Matthew Burdick. And then a month later, this fucking agent sits there and just reads my entire FBI file to me on the phone. And I'm like, oh, I thought that you guys didn't have a file on me. I realized Demure wasn't a very smart man. I realized that he could be easily manipulated. So I just acted in a way where I got him to reveal certain things about my situation that I needed to know, and he sure did that.
I mean, within a few days of the FBI visiting him, he just leaves.
Eventually, the harassment I was getting from the town was just so, I mean, I was getting hundreds and hundreds of harassing emails at the same time. It was really crazy.
Burdick shows hypocrisy in nearly every post that he makes.
Well, eventually I started getting a lot of threats and stuff, and I realized I was in a position to where I couldn't really live there anymore because I didn't feel safe. Like, if I was already assaulted once, what was to stop someone from assaulting me again? I didn't run from St. Joe, I just went to buy a piece of land. I'm not running from anything, I'm just out here traveling and doing what I do. I think when I get in my car that when I leave to drive somewhere else, somehow you scared me away.
Matthew Burdick may have physically left St. Joseph, but that's exactly when he starts to really ramp up his online harassment.
After he left, that's when he started to really focus on writing all these horrible things about St. Joseph. He's a keyboard warrior, but only when he's got enough distance between him and the people that he's writing about.
I have to be in the town where I'm fighting for them to be able to fight back against me. I've been creative enough to structure my life in a way to where I'm not stapled down to one location. And I have methodically created ways to survive this. And I have, because they can't fucking find me.
I'm not going to sit here and tell you that we're going to catch all bad content in our system. We don't check what people say before they say it, and frankly, I don't think society should want us to.
At this point, Matthew Burdick declared war on the city of St. Joseph.
So he would post an article on Facebook, and it would generate, like 800 or 1100 comments. And he would just reply to every one of these comments. And he would spend sometimes 18 to 20 hours a day doing this. And I would sit and watch these things, and you could see the date and time of when he's posting these things on Facebook. He would reply obsessively to these people, and a lot of the times it was insulting.
Facebook allowed him to create this perfect image of himself and delete anything negative towards him.
If you just question Burdick on something, he flies off in a rage.
He wants to insult anybody and everybody who sees through his bullshit.
All this guy does every day, every waking moment, is harass people online. The messages he was sending to me and Brian, it was just boom, 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 boom. I mean, it's like he's just Superman typing all this shit just so fast.
Anyone that disagrees with him about anything, major or minor, tries to ruin their relationships with other people, tries to destroy their good name. Once they are aware that Burdick was out there and this Daily Independent Journal page was posting nonsense and then direct messaging people privately, people started to share their stories locally.
If I wasn't out pissing people off, then I wouldn't be accomplishing anything at all.
When anyone would argue with him, he was going after all of their employers too. And one person in particular who is higher up in employment in our regional Boy Scouts office, he filed complaints against Boy Scouts of America. This guy rattled Burdick so much that Burdick found out that this gentleman's mother had a federal job in Leavenworth, Kansas, and called her employer and tried to get her fired.
Everybody's got to stop Matt. He's powerless. He's ruining people's lives. But the really, really interesting thing is when you say, okay, well, whose life did he ruin? And everybody gets quiet. And there isn't anybody's life that was ruined.
It was not for a lack of trying. He was certainly trying very hard to ruin people's lives.
There's a guy that owns a flooring company that just ask him, is there anything I can do to help? He was reaching out to him like, this guy's got a serious mental health issue. How can I help you with this? He sent him, days and days worth of just insane, threatening messages, all because this guy reached out and tried to help him get help. He not only tried to get someone fired from a local music store, he tried to get someone else I know fired from a restaurant in town because he had a disagreement about something political on Facebook. When you get into a disagreement with someone and you don't just walk away, it is not normal to try to get them fired from their job.
The only way I can save my career is to go after theirs. That's it. I have no other way to win this battle.
Which career? I mean, like the activist career, the journalist career, the steak dealer career, the filmmaker career. I don't think any of those are legitimate. I think they all exist only in his head.
He wants to be this big guy who crushes all these little people, and he wants to make himself be so much more powerful than he really is.
If you piss him off, then all of a sudden you're the sole reason why he's a worthless loser.
Facebook acts faster and removes a greater percentage of the hate speech on our services than other major internet platforms, including YouTube and Twitter.
I reported dozens of his posts, and none of them were ever removed.
We're able to identify almost 90% of the hate speech that we remove before anyone even has to report it to us.
He's harassing people and spreading fake news. I would get a notice back saying that it did not violate community standards. And I'd be like, how does this not violate community standards? And if it doesn't violate community standards, it absolutely should.
The laws have definitely not caught up with it. And a lot of people in law enforcement will tell you, you know what, you can always block their Facebook profile, but that only protects you from one-on-one harassment. There is nothing that stops someone like Matthew Burdick from making a public post about you as a person, whether it's true or not, and then putting an obscene amount of money behind it so that everybody sees this picture of you that Mr. Burdick has built up in his mind and is trying to sell to the people.
I think Facebook has an obligation to moderate that content, and they are doing an absolutely terrible job at it.
We're also going to be banning posts that make false claims. We're also focused on creating a higher standard for hateful content in ads.
St. Joseph, Missouri stands up for its own. That is very, very corrosive to activism. What if I go from town to town and I meet all of these activists and I network them into a very, very big, powerful group that can turn around and fuck up the government and fuck up the EPA and fuck up causes and start fucking people up all over the place?
On Facebook, calling each other names, that's not really that big of a deal, but when you start getting into threatening bodily harm, telling people to kill themselves, that is a crime. Kids have gone to prison for telling each other to commit suicide.
I think Matthew Burdick attacks people because when he doesn't get automatic respect or adulation, he immediately flips to, I'm gonna threaten people. Matthew Burdick definitely gets a sense of power when he hurts people or just scares them.
This is his MO. This is what he does. This is not unique to St. Joseph. This has happened in, I think, 7 different states.
My business partner worked at Facebook. Our campaigns were paid for by Facebook, and we were constantly given compliments by Facebook about the level with which we were able to educate people. I have been able to disrupt the functioning of entire cities with my campaigns, and I did that in cities all over the country.
Matthew Burdick had the funds to move from city to city and pay to boost Facebook posts. But who is giving him money to terrorize whole communities? Matthew Burdick posted this image on Facebook of a deposit he got from Social Security Disability.
And Burdick claims to be disabled, but no one is sure what the disability is. And he has claimed multiple things at different times.
Disability checks alone could not fund the lifestyle that Matthew Burdick has. He's getting money from another source, and God knows it's not from working a 40-hour-a-week job. There is nothing that Matthew Burdick does that he is able to monetize to make that kind of money. Somebody is giving him money.
I noticed that Burdick had often bragged about being rich.
But, oh yeah, he's told me he was a millionaire, multimillionaire. He's the only transient millionaire that I know of.
Driving a BMW with $20,000 in cash, 6, 7, 8 fucking guitars with me, $1,000 watch, $1,000 phone.
Recording equipment. I mean, he really did own those things.
Matt would often threaten people that his business partner worked at Facebook. And I suspected he was a con artist and that he had his hands in somebody's pocketbook. And it turns out that that person was Alex Wong, who was an employee for Facebook.
In 2011, when I pitched my show to Cartoon Network, they passed. I decided at that point I was going to take all the footage that I had from the show and I was going to turn it into a film about homelessness. And for the next 18 months, I fought to get off the street, but I filmed all of it. And eventually I had a 73-minute documentary which showed me homeless. I got it out, and then that's when Alex came along. And so he just basically said, I'm gonna come pick you up. And you know, whatever, he's like, I'm gonna give you some cash. I'm gonna put a deposit. I stayed at his house that night. And then the next morning I woke up and I had several $1,000s in my bank account. And right away I took that money, bought a new camera, most people would like go get a house. I'm so committed, man. I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna make another film right now. I used all the money on a new camera, new laptop, plane tickets.
The only thing I know about Alex Wong is what Matthew Burdick said about him in his communications to the city. Alex Wong is his business partner.
Matthew Burdick posted on Facebook that Alex Wong had joined the Daily Independent Journal.
Alex was making a really, really lot of money, so it wasn't really that big a deal. And I'm really glad he helped me. I mean, it really helped me travel the country and do my investigation. And I mean, I benefited from it. I got all kinds of, I was able to go to hundreds of communities because of this. I was able to go all over the United States. It was like being a rock star, really.
In July of 2019, Alex Wong actually files a restraining order against Burdick.
And being dependent on Alex was very uncomfortable, and it made me feel trapped, and it made me feel like I was being exploited, and it made me feel like I had no control over my own destiny.
Hold on a second. So now that Alex has a restraining order, suddenly Matt's the one being exploited and being forced to spend all of Alex's money. That is bullshit.
That Alex Wong, for whatever reason, gives Matthew Burdick money. 2 BMWs or a Land Rover. But the weird thing is, at least 2 of those vehicles are still registered in Alex Wong's name.
Matt talked to his business partner, Alex, who I've never talked to, I've never met, I've never even met Matt in person. The day that I got my signing bonus, which was $500, Matt said he was gonna send it to me. And then when I got the information to pick up the check from Western Union, it was sent from Alex. That was a really suspicious thing to me because why is this guy sending me money if I've never even talked to him? When Matt fired me, he threatened to sue me for this $500, but he didn't even give me the $500. Alex did. And when I pointed that out to him, he got really pissed.
And Burdick was so desperate to appear rich, he would post screenshots of PayPal transfers over 10 grand. He would post shots of him flaunting money.
No, I feel like he's ripping off Alex because when I told him I'd give Alex the money back, I was like, I have no problem sending Alex $500 back. I can do that, but I'm not giving it to you. And I actually sent Alex a message on Facebook, and I never got a response from him.
All I wanted was sustainability. I wanted to create something for myself. That's, as a disabled person, I think that's probably what we all want.
And what Wong did for Burdick goes above and beyond what a lot of other people do for people that are down on their luck. You know, Wong gave him hundreds of thousands of dollars. He funded not only Burdick's lifestyle, but helped fund the cyber terrorism that Burdick seemed, to really enjoy.
Matt sends an email to city officials and threatens that both he and his business partner who works at Facebook are experts at Russian disinformation tactics.
That my business partner was on the Russian disinformation team at Facebook, and he leaked a lot of information to me that I probably shouldn't have had. And so when I'm creating these campaigns, I know what I'm doing.
Was Alex Wong a willing accomplice in all of this, or was he somehow coerced or manipulated by Burdick into doing this?
There was always this suggestion that he was somehow planted in my life, and that, again, the money was this leash. And since I was all over the place, he was always the person that could just report back to whoever it was that planted him in my life. I mean, you don't think that somebody wouldn't want to know about a guy who was traveling the country speaking to activists and getting on the inside of every cause in the United States? Every time I've spoken about these odd things as crazy, I'm being gaslit. Like, I'm being made to feel that I'm crazy.
In the middle of all this band Raimi memo comes out of nowhere, and they start just telling everybody I have AIDS, and they're just smearing my name all over town, and they're bullying me, and I'm getting all these insane messages.
Our biggest thing is we don't like seeing people getting fucked with, especially if it's people that we know. So what we tend to do is we'll fuck with them back. We do that by writing songs about whoever it is.
The Raimi Memo has been a band in St. Joseph for almost 20 years. We've been around for quite a long time. We like writing about weird situations and weird people in our town. It's something we've always done. And Burdick was definitely a weird situation that I felt appropriate to write about.
They're guys I've always enjoyed being around. I think they're funny. I think their music's funny. I like that they don't take themselves too serious.
I decided I wanted to do a song about the whole Burdick situation, and I decided to use the actual threats and crazy shit for the literal lyrics to the song. He claims that I faked all of those messages.
Well, those are fake, right? They're just not real. Like, I think they're like someone photoshopped them.
And you're probably going to live in prison. We don't lose these battles.
I'm just laughing about it. Like, it's just funny that someone would just go to that level. Like I fucking give a shit, man.
Then bring it on, you bigot, KKK pussy. I always come back with the fire of 10,000 angry suns.
Who the fuck says that? That sounds like an 80s cartoon villain.
100%. Myers would go to jail. First off, this is a national scandal waiting to happen.
On Twitter, he confronted me saying that he was a co-author of the song. But I pointed out to him that he had completely denied sending me any of those messages, and when I pointed out his hypocrisy, he deleted the fucking tweet.
You have to be so fucking horrible of a person to just sit there. You gotta be a serious fucking loser to sit there and make a fucking spend your life just feasting over a set of lyrics.
Very same, quiet and well-mannered guy. The FBI doesn't have jurisdiction over an alleged threat against a reporter, and there was no threat. I imagine someone might also attack one of you physically. You bring to me. You belong to me. Now do you understand?
It's almost a tribute to the level of success that I've had, that I have some fucking band out there trying to make videos about me. If you haven't seen the video, go check it out. It's called Poison in the Balls. I was like, if you really think about it, they're just making me a fucking legend.
So within a couple of months of Burdick leaving the city of St. Joseph, the emails just kept coming and coming and coming. You know, he's going to sue us for violating his civil rights. He's going to sue us for being violently chased from his home, and so on and so forth. But the city officials just completely ignored him. And while this kept going on and on and on, you could tell that it was building into something.
At the time, I was doing an investigative journalism research project, and I was going to nuclear facilities.
I think Burdick was mad that people were starting to ignore him. And in 6 years of dealing with Matthew Burdick, I'd never seen emails like these before. He was seriously escalating the situation.
Well, the first thing I did was look at a map to see where the closest nuclear facility was, to see if, if he's serious about this, how much danger is he going to present to the people in the community that I have been elected to represent. From what I understand, mostly bluster, but you have to take these kinds of threats seriously. This isn't threatening to slash somebody's tires or punch somebody in the mouth. This was a threat to completely disrupt a system of power. That could be big enough to cover, an entire region, and also a threat that, could very well harm, and I think these things need to be taken seriously.
An article appeared on a site called scumbag.com that said I was headed towards Perry Nuclear Power Plant and I was going to blow it up. That's basically what the article says.
Scumbag.com were the only ones to reply to Matt. They asked him, "Are you serious about these terrorist threats?" He replied, "I'm at Perry Nuclear right now, and you're in the blast radius." they called the police.
Calls were placed to the Perry, North Perry Village police, and this cop was half asleep. He just took the threat seriously. He pinged my cell phone to locate me. From the emails that were allegedly sent, I don't know if they're real or I don't know where they came from, but at the same time, even those emails don't make a nuclear threat towards Perry Nuclear Power Plant. There's nothing to do with Perry.
Bunch of fake emails. They even go out of their way to fake these emails.
He claims that the Perry emails are fake, and then he fucking quotes from them. How do you quote from an email you've never read?
So the email address mburdick@gmail.com was hacked about 50 fucking times, and I abandoned it many years ago because of this. And so I have no access to the account. I don't use it. Like, I can't even log into it at this point.
mburdick@gmail.com is the same email address he's using to contact the people he's already admitted he contacted.
He said that some of the emails were real and some of them were fake, but how does that work when all of the emails are from the same email address? It just doesn't make any goddamn sense.
And it just doesn't make any sense. And so the only reason that I can assume that Perry was injected into all this is because the people that wrote the scumbag article live in Northeast Ohio, and Perry is probably the most well-known power plant. So they just picked one, assigned it to me.
And what did he do? He sends another email from a different email address to the same recipient list from the supposedly hacked email account, and then blames me, saying that I hacked his account and sent these terrorist threats to a nuclear facility. This, of course, leads to a 2.5-hour interview with the Cleveland FBI office. The first thing they asked me is, have I ever accessed any of Matthew Burdick's accounts? And I said, no. They said, yeah, we knew that. They'd already checked the IP addresses, device IDs, the cell phone towers. They already knew damn well I'm not the one who did this. Now, the thing they did tell me was they said they're going to investigate. And I was like, yes, finally, somebody is taking this guy seriously.
I was actually surrounded by police in the middle of the night in Pennsylvania, and I was detained because of the allegations, and this triggered an investigation in North Perry Village, and they determined that it was a hoax.
He claims that it was a hoax by Peter John Ross, but that's complete bullshit, because if he actually did that, he would have been arrested.
Months later, the FBI agents confirmed to me they finished their investigation. They presented it to the United States Attorney for the Northern District of Ohio, who declined to prosecute.
If I were to make an assumption that the U.S. Attorney didn't feel that this was a credible enough threat to be chasing after a guy who makes threats like this all the time, and do I agree with that decision? My knee-jerk reaction is no, but I also have to say I've got some prejudice in it. We all want him to get some sort of justice thrown upon him. Maybe the U.S. Attorney did make the right decision, but to say that we weren't disappointed, we'd be lying.
How someone can threaten a nuclear facility with direct acts of terrorism and not even get a slap on the wrist. It makes no sense.
How is he not arrested for this?
Well, he has been arrested. He does have a criminal record in Ohio and in, I believe, West Virginia. Aggravated menacing, harassment.
Here's my criminal record that they have posted. I was arrested in West Virginia like 10 years ago and sentenced for misdemeanor time for violating a restraining order. I never actually hid that.
There's probably a barrage of other charges that we just don't know about, but because he skips out of town when the heat gets on, so if you can't locate him, you're not able to get him into a court of law.
You come here, drug paraphernalia, dismissed charge. Aggravated menacing, dismissed charge. Telephone harassment, dismissed charge. So they're listing dismissed charges, and there's stories behind each one of these charges.
I think Burdick was mad that he didn't get attention that he wanted. So he then threatened a nuclear facility with a terrorist act and got away with it. I guarantee you he feels emboldened by that.
If they would do the right thing, if they would just arrest the guy that assaulted me, and if the media would just write articles about me so that I don't end up a victim again, you know, confirm my story. If everybody would just do the right thing, that's what I'm expecting, right? If everybody would just do the right thing right now, all of this would end, and I would go back to just normal, quiet guy, minding my own business.
Matthew Burdick continued to fight with people in St. Joseph for weeks after he broke his lease. The Daily Independent Journal continued to post false news stories and privately harass people in St. Joseph for months after he moved away. When somebody starts harassing another person online, how are you supposed to know that they're mentally ill? All anyone knows is that they're being attacked. There's an assumption that this person is somewhat normal, so by attacking back, they're not assuming, oh, this is a mentally ill person that I'm harassing.
I don't know how crazy he is, or if he's not crazy at all, and he's just a con artist.
He told me that everything he does is a sort of Hunter S. Thompson or Andy Kaufman style bit. So he's coherent enough to make up a story like that when he thinks there's going to be consequences.
When you're talking about like the typical internet troll, the goal of an internet troll is to elicit a response. I don't think internet troll is the appropriate label necessarily for Matthew Burdick. He seems to have a completely different emotional need than most internet trolls. Burdick seems to have a craving to be loved, and if he doesn't get it, he then goes off on everybody and he wants to be a victim.
He seems to have two personas to me. He will have the hero, and then he'll have like the victim persona.
There's Matthew Burdick, and then there's Matt. And those are two, in my mind, two entirely different personalities. So Matthew Burdick can be this gonzo madman character that's, 80,000 people are talking about on social media for exposing corruption in the police or something else. And then Matt is over here sitting in a restaurant dining, on some steak and mac and cheese or something.
I have a law enforcement background. I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice. I'm a former police officer. Matt finds a way to twist everything around so he's the victim. He's the one getting picked on, where in all reality, he's the aggressor. He's the one picking on everybody else.
I don't feel like I should be held responsible. I'm the one that had to go to 30 doctors to figure out what the hell is wrong with me, and nobody's figured out what's wrong with me to this day.
I am legally disabled. I have bipolar disorder. I'm told that I can't function in reality.
I worked in the psychiatric rehab center for, several years, and it does follow a lot of the same things that our mentally ill patients did. And from what I can tell of Matt, I think he does like having all of this attention, whether it be good or bad.
Getting views and likes on his social media, any kind of attention, is all about validation.
I'm not particularly egotistical person. I want fucking credit, and it's not because I want to be famous or I want to profit. It's because I'm tired of fucking people not knowing who I am and what I do. It would simply help me in my life if I had a fucking news article written about me. I feel like if a journalist came into my life and saw like the real Matthew, the real guy, Matt, I think they would be very uninterested.
The reason that journalists don't write about him is because he simply isn't credible.
I can't tell if he knows he's lying or not. I can't tell which one of those he actually believes. He might believe both things at the same time. It's entirely possible that he could be that mentally ill that he believes everything he's saying it as he says it. I have no way of knowing. I mean, I'm by no means a mental health expert.
Yeah, there's just no consistency here. And he has a proven track record. If he can spin the victim thing to the right person, then he's going to be able to get something out of it.
And so what I'm really guilty of is being a really powerful writer, someone who writes things that moves people and even moves people to hate me.
When someone lies as much as he does, it's really difficult to show any level of empathy or sympathy for what is even likely a mental illness. Because I think if you show compassion, he's likely to take advantage of it.
I think Matt knows right from wrong, and I think it's skewed in his head. I think he feels like he's doing the right thing.
If he does know right from wrong, then he certainly doesn't give a shit when he does wrong. He seems to take pride in it. He seems to enjoy hurting people.
That's the Matthew Burdick character. That's that other guy.
So, despite the fact that he may or may not have a mental instability, it doesn't excuse what he's doing. I feel like he knows exactly what he's doing, and he's doing it because, in some perverse way, he's getting enjoyment out of it.
There's nothing exciting about me until I go out and it's time to be Matthew Burdick. And then I'm 1,000 miles an hour. I'm that rock star guy. I'm that guy where the chef is coming out to meet me at the table. I'm the guy, it's an honor to meet you.
I think Matthew Burdick uses social media to create this grandiose image of himself just as much for him as he does the internet.
He will send me a threat saying he's going to bash my head in with a baseball bat. And then when I take a screenshot of it and post it publicly for other people to see it, his response is, oh, that, Councilman Myers faked that. If all of these people that have had independent interactions with Matthew Burdick are all lying, then that is the biggest fucking conspiracy that this world has ever known. He has twisted logic.
I'm not an expert on this, but I feel like Matt probably has something wrong with him mentally. Maybe if he went to some therapy and talked to more people, it wouldn't be so bad.
I think he needs to be forced into treatment. I wish he'd get treatment.
He clearly needs psychiatric help.
Do you think he'll ever get it?
No, because he's a narcissist and there's nothing wrong with him. It's everybody else. I mean, my ex-wife's the same way.
Is it narcissism? Is it malignant narcissism? Those are good questions. I'm not a psychologist.
That thing that bothers me is when people call him schizo, because I have a schizoaffective personality disorder, and I wouldn't consider him and me in the same realm of crazy. I get treatment for my personality disorder.
I don't think Matt wants treatment. I don't think he wants help.
The institutions that we used to have where Burdick would be hospitalized at, we no longer have in this country.
If Burdick does not get treatment, this will not end well.
And so it's me against the world. And the only way I can have a normal life is to win. Honestly, I have post-traumatic stress disorder from this. And if it continues, I'm gonna fucking snap. I am not faking my motherfucking emotional distress. And I am going to fucking snap.
If Burdick actually snaps, it's gonna be all over the news that the FBI and law enforcement have been getting tips about this guy for years and they did nothing.
This morning, a newly resurfaced police report shows local police and the FBI were warned about Anthony Warner nearly a year and a half before he allegedly detonated his RV in downtown Nashville on Christmas morning.
A bombshell admission from the FBI. 6 weeks ago, they were warned that Nicholas Cruz might be planning a school shooting.
None of it is going to stop me from having a voice. I'm not gonna stop writing things.
I do not think that mental illness should be an exemption from consequences.
Cybercrimes generally are not taken seriously by law enforcement. They're misdemeanors, and when it's a cybercrime misdemeanor, they generally don't care that much about it.
As long as he is out there and is making people's lives a living hell, then I am free to mock him for that. If people think I'm an asshole for that, I accept that. I mean, I can't arrest him, I can't charge him with anything, I can't put him in jail, but I can goddamn sure as shit make fun of him.
Like they were trying to destroy me on some level, but all they did was make me famous and just make my life significantly more complex.
At this time, I believe Matthew Burdick has a cluster of personality disorders. Matthew Burdick clearly seems to know what he's doing is wrong, and he gets pleasure from hurting people.
I don't think Matthew Burdick is mentally ill. I think he's just a dick.
When someone is threatening you or threatening your employment and law enforcement isn't doing anything about it, sometimes they're going to fight back, because what other choice do they have?
Fuck Matthew Burdick. Tip your servers, let's get this started. I've got a new song that I've been working on.
We decided to do the concert because I wanted something positive to come out of all of the bullshit that he was spreading all over town. We decided to raise some money for MBVR, which stands for Matthew Burdick Victim Resources.
We were all pretty well on board right away.
And they said, hey, would you want to do a benefit for MBVR? I was like, yes. Yeah, I would. You know, it sounds like fun, you know?
I felt like it was necessary to do the show because he obviously has harassed a lot of people in our town, and I felt like we were kind of sticking up for everybody.
You know, silver lining on Matthew Burdick creating victims. We got to have a really good show out of it.
We announced the concert, and he would write posts saying that he was going to report us to the state auditor for illegal fundraising.
This Garner Quillian guy will just, who knows, maybe someone will hit him in the head with a brick or something just for being a piece of shit.
But he started sending death threats that he was going to shoot me in the head.
Just so there's no confusion, I had my shirt specially made. I am not Garner. So anybody looking for Garner that may be packing, that's a lie. I am not Garner, my shirt says so.
And then when I saw this benefit concert was going to happen, and I saw that he was still harassing like Brian Myers and he was harassing this band, and I was like, man, why is he still around? What is his end goal? And I still don't know.
This concert was standing up to a bully. And it happens to have been the same bully I've been experiencing online. So I packed up all my gear and drove 11 hours, even though he threatened to show up with an assault rifle.
He started harassing the bartender that works at the venue that the benefit show is at. There for a while, he was threatening to show up and spray bullets on the band.
He posted 2 Facebook Live videos where he contradicted himself. In one, he claimed that he was really bothered and hurt by the concert, and in the other one, he claimed it didn't bother him at all.
I mean, these guys are doing so much shit to me right now. And now they're gonna have a benefit concert, so I lose my home, I lose my business, I lose everything that I worked for up until that moment in my life. I lose my name and reputation, and now they're gonna hold a benefit concert for quote-unquote my victims. You know, as far as their benefit concert, you know, I saw on the thing is like 7 people go, and it's $5 admission. There's 3 bands, and a portion of Ramey Memo's proceeds will go to the victims. And so right now they're at $35 in income, and they got to divide that between 3 people.
Well, I actually wanted to go to the concert last night because I wanted to see if Matt would show up. I wanted to meet him in person and see whether he had as big a balls as he says he does or if he's just a pussy. And I wanted to meet him in person to find out for sure. And I was really disappointed he didn't at least show his face.
I was worried a little bit last night for the show. I thought maybe he would do something because I think he's one of those people that wants to be famous no matter what. Where does that lead? That leads to a shooting, or that leads to who knows what.
Initially, I wasn't quite sure if Burdick was going to show up or not. There was a little part of me that was just like, is this going to be our last day on Earth? Or is he going to show up with an assault rifle and actually blow us away a la Dimebag Darrell?
I was nervous before, during, and after when we were leaving.
I was glad to see that we had police presence there. I didn't know initially that the FBI was there. I didn't find out about that until later. And I was glad to hear about that.
He feels empowered. He got the police and even the goddamn FBI to show up at the concert.
So they took his email threats and online post threats serious enough to be there, but not serious enough to press charges, because, you know, it's the internet.
My girlfriend didn't even want me going to the show last night. She was super paranoid about it. And I was like, well, you know, I helped put the show on. If I don't show up, what's that gonna look like? So I went to the show and nothing happened. It was a great show. And Matthew Burdick didn't stop anything from happening, like he threatened he would.
He says we committed a hate crime against him, which everything's a hate crime to him, I bet. So
he's turned me into the Missouri Attorney General for committing a hate crime. I never heard anything back from the Missouri Attorney General's office. I'm still waiting for that phone call.
Sometimes Burdick will do or say something that's so ridiculous that you can't help but laugh at it. But then you start to realize this guy could be severely mentally ill, and then you feel guilty for having laughed at it.
They want to have a benefit concert, have your benefit concert, man. Don't be shocked when it ends up a piece of evidence in a future court case.
for fucking what? For what? What could he possibly sue us for?
Don't be shocked when citizens come forward with whistleblower protection and are able to confirm what they witnessed you doing.
We're a dumbass rock band from St. Joseph, Missouri, and no one knows who we are. Why the hell would someone need whistleblower protection to talk about a show we played in a bar?
Burdick does not have the spine to walk into a court of law, because I think he knows if he does, the likelihood that he's going to go to jail is pretty strong.
They wait until I'm vulnerable and then attack me. And so I'm talking with some television producers and journalists and various people about all of this, and we're working to make sure that the other side of the story is told.
So here we are a year and a half later, and Mr. Burdick sends an email, and he made the statement in this that this is to officially notify you that I'm taking you all into federal court for damaging me as a journalist, for violating my civil rights as a U.S. citizen, and I'm giving you the opportunity to settle before I take you to court. And at this point, I'm like, fuck it. You know, I'll send him a settlement agreement. So, you know, I offered him a 6-pack of Molson Ice, a Bryan Adams cassette, and I think Sweatin' to the Oldies Volume 2 on VHS. Shamefully, I do have all of these in my possession and would have definitely sent those as part of the settlement agreement, but, you know, he didn't take it.
I am going to get my revenge on this town, on these elected officials, on the media, on the police. I am absolutely going to make sure they pay and are held accountable for what they did to me. And they're going to bring all of this scandal into St. Joseph, Missouri. I'm going to bring it right back times 10,000 with no mercy whatsoever. No mercy. It's not going to stop until they're gone. I am going to be proud to be the one who lights that city on fire with controversy over and over and over and over and over again. And so no one can blame me. I'm just the messenger.
This Matt guy who just kind of walked in one day started smearing crap all over the place, and it's not his place to do that.
I'm good at what I do, and then everything else I would probably be terrible. And I almost don't know if I ever want to change what it is that I do.
I wanted him to be what he said he was. I wanted him to want a different kind of style of journalism in our town. I really wanted that because it sounded awesome. And then it just turned into this nightmare that followed me around. I still get people who ask me about him.
I watched these flame wars on Facebook in St. Joseph as they were happening. He just constantly needs to be a victim if he can't be the hero.
I think St. Joe might have been the biggest rebuttal he ever had.
I hope that he gets help.
At the very least, I hope no one gives him any more money.
So I'm still waiting for the lawsuit that Matt said he was going to bring against him. He said he was going to have the FBI arrest me for hate crimes. I'm still waiting for that to happen.
My take on this is that I am who I say I am. I have done these causes. I have been an activist. I have been a filmmaker.
If Matthew Burdick dedicated the time that he spends fighting online to activism, journalism, filmmaking, or even stake dealing, the world would actually be a better place. All anybody wants is for him to stop harassing people online.
His story is interesting in the same way that America has a fascination with serial killers.
I wish to God Burdick was not as fascinating as he is. It's compelling to see somebody so unbelievably unsympathetic, yet is deserving of some degree of empathy. The problem is with Burdick, if you give him an ounce of empathy, he's gonna cash it in like a casino chip.
I hope he doesn't hurt himself or anyone else. But I think the potential is for Matthew Burdick to be violent is definitely there.
I tried to help a woman who was being beat up by a man. That's how this all started, with me trying to do a good deed.
I do think he's a sadist. I think he enjoys hurting other people. And I don't think that he should be allowed to continue to do that.
You can't go around the country doing this crap.
Everything he's ever said about St. Joseph, never once has he taken responsibility for a single thing he did. Everything is somebody else's fault.
I think he just came to a city that wasn't gonna take a shit.
All it does is make me famous. So...
It has always been against our policies to use any of our tools in a way that breaks the law. And we have many controls already in place to prevent this. But we can do more.
I think social media outlets have the responsibility to curb this kind of behavior. They should be banning his accounts.
How is he getting away with saying all of these things on Facebook, social media, all these other things?
How do people that are victims to something like that get any sense of justice in any type of court, whether it's civil or criminal? You don't. The damage has already been done.
Threatening to shoot him in the head. How is he getting away with that stuff?
I don't know. I don't know how he gets away with all this stuff. I do not know how this guy's not in prison.
I would love to see him in jail. But at the same time, I don't want him in our jail. Because if we put him in our jail, if he gets out in 6 months, he might stay.
I hope everybody out there is having, a great time watching all these idiots, do everything they can to try to take me down and completely fail.
I don't understand how he can evade the law so effectively. Matt never filed any lawsuits in St. Joseph. He didn't sue IHOP, he didn't sue our band, he didn't sue the venue, he didn't sue the news press, he didn't sue the city, he didn't sue Brian, he didn't sue anyone.
So many things out there that just can't, they're not going to work in court. They work on the internet. You can use the internet, and the way they use it, you can manipulate people, and you can lie, and you can lure in people into your thing, but that's not a thing you can do in a court.
Do you think Burdick threatens with these lawsuits hoping that people back down and then he feels power?
Yes.
That's exactly what I think too.
He likes to start trouble and then run away, when there's going to be consequences. He's a coward.
I have been dealing with this for over 10 years, and I'm tired. I tried retaliation, I tried being mean, didn't help. I tried ignoring him, didn't work. I filled out police reports, I got criminal charges filed against him, I filed for a civil stalking protection order, I've even gone to the FBI. No one will do anything about him. My only defense against all this defamation and harassment is this documentary. Would you like to know where I got the idea from?
Also going to try to make a film out of this too. I'm struggling with how to put it together right now, how to make it something that's entertaining but also cohesive at the same time. It's a really convoluted situation.
How I feel about Peter John Ross making this documentary, it's just part of being Matthew Burdick. I don't really have any control over it. I know I've shown the trailer to a lot of people, other filmmakers, actors, people in Hollywood, and ultimately what I've seen is that people see a movie being made about me and they're congratulating me on my success, which is strange. Downtown Los Angeles filming, guy walks up to me and takes a selfie with me for the first time ever. It was crazy. Like, it's almost as if I'm becoming exactly what it is I always wanted to be.
How far behind our society is legislatively for how far we've all shifted into this virtual space with social media and our phones and the internet. You have the Internet Decency Act in the United States in Section 230, which makes companies like Facebook, Twitter, and Google, they have no legal liability for what a user does on their platform. And there are some bad actors that take real advantage of that. And there's so much more they could do, and these companies are so profitable, but they've started to do even less. They're now they removed the human element entirely and are going way more into artificial intelligence for looking at these complaints. People like these internet trolls can really get in there and do a lot of damage, and there's not even a lot of laws to catch up to what they're doing. I simply do not have the ego to believe that I'm going to change the laws or change how social media companies operate. If I have any goal with this film, it's pretty basic. It's just learn to not engage with internet trolls, to simply ignore the social media monsters and move on. I do have a bias in this film. 10 years ago, when I started interacting with this guy, I thought I was just dealing with an internet troll, and I reacted very poorly. I hit below the belt. I said things that were very rude and wrong and hurtful, and for that I apologize. I'm apologizing to Matthew Burdick that I said and did those things. I was wrong to have done that. I mean, I was responding to someone who sent me multiple emails in a row calling me a fat fuck. But at the same time, that doesn't make my reaction right. I should have never responded at all. I should have just had zero reply. And that's one of my biggest regrets, is replying and continuing on with this. And now this guy's obsessed with me 10 years later. My hope is that this movie does not inspire anybody to attack or harass or make fun of Matthew Burdick. That is not my intent. That is not my goal in any way, shape, or form. It's possible he's genuinely mentally ill, and regardless of whether he's mentally ill or not, I just feel sorry for him. I think that he's somebody that's hurting and he needs help. And the movie's not in any way supposed to be making fun of him. It's hard to not find humor in some aspects of his behavior because it gets so ludicrous. But in the end, I would hope that the kind of like combination of the whole picture is, here's somebody that needs help. When Matthew Burdick contacts somebody's boss trying to get them fired after they have a fight on social media, if they can point to this film and go to their boss and say, look, you know, just be careful, this is what we're dealing with. And if this kind of like just eradicates his power to cause that stress, I think it was completely worthwhile. I think the film will have been worth it. And from what I understand, that's already happened about a dozen times so far. So this experience has just been fantastic, knowing that I've helped at least a couple people's lives.
And good morning. This is Computer Talk with Tab. I'm Eric.
And I'm Dennis.
And that's Dennis Halnan. He's one of the employee owners at Tab. Comes in and helps me out with your computer problems, comments, questions, and concerns. And on the hotline with us is Peter John Ross. Peter is a 6-time regional Emmy-nominated director. But again, as his mom will tell him, he hasn't won. But that's okay. He's won 15 awards and selected by over 50 films for his movie, The Social Media Monster. And we're happy to have Peter with us this morning. You there, Peter?
Yes, sir.
So Peter's movie talks about social media trolls. And it's a disturbing movie to watch. I watched it. Talks about, and actually shows a social media troll in action, literally driving people nuts. And the thing about this social media troll is they seem to thrive on any kind of validation. So for this interview, we're not going to bring up the troll's name.
Correct.
Don't want to feed the monster, as it were. So, but Peter, welcome to our program. You want to give us some background as to what's going on here down in Ohio? I mean, Mark Fairborn turned me on to this, turned me on to you to say, hey, we should chat with you about this. What's going on? Can you give us some overview of what's going on down there in Ohio and what happened?
Yeah, it's essentially like 12 years ago in 2012, I just had a bad interaction on an independent film website. And the guy started emailing me, and it was very strange. Cut to a year later, I keep getting contacted by people because he's talking about me on Twitter, talking about me on other sites. And so other people that he was harassing were contacting me because he was talking about me so much. And it just kept growing. And even when I went like a year to year and a half of just ignoring him, like letting it go to spam folder, turns out I look at my spam folder, he was still emailing me the entire year.
Wow. So constant harassment.
And so I've just found it morbidly fascinating on one level. But then in 2018, I got a phone call from a city councilman in a city I'd never heard of called St. Joseph, Missouri.
Yeah.
And he said, yeah, we're having problems with this guy named, and I'm not going to say his name. And it was like, holy cow. He's harassing city councilmen, police officers, citizens, you name it. And I became fixated on the story that initially it had nothing to do with me. And the reason the city councilman called me was the guy claimed he was making a newspaper, but it was really just a WordPress blog.
Yeah.
That he called a newspaper. And the second article was, there's a fat loser filmmaker in Columbus, Ohio named Peter John Ross. So people there were like, well, who are you? And I'm like, oh boy.
Oh boy.
Yeah. And it spiraled, and I just became fixated on the storyline. And I thought I could make a documentary about it because I'm not really a major player in the story.
Right.
So I felt I could document this properly without it. I mean, I love movies by like Michael Moore and Morgan Spurlock, but I vowed I would never make a documentary where I'm in it. And of course, what did I make?
Yes, you're in it. That's a good point. So this thing about these trolls that are out there, and your movie kind of explores it. It's like the person that's doing all this seems to be addicted. Literally addicted. We've got alcohol addiction, drug addiction. This person seems to be addicted to validation of any kind, whether it be legacy media validation, negative validation, any kind of response. Like if it's just this person wants that validation of any kind, and you can't stop it. It's like, how are you guys? Why do you think this person has this addiction? To me, is what it seems like.
Well. Again, I am not a psychologist or psychiatrist, and I'm not qualified to diagnose. So anything I say is going to be this, armchair guesswork by somebody who's not an expert. But that said, I generally what we think of as an internet troll is someone who likes to throw metaphorical grenades. Like they would be online and go, I'm just going to say today, abortion is good, discuss. And they just want to start fights, and they enjoy the chaos. Think of the Joker in The Dark Knight. It's like it's an anarchist in a way. In this case, this particular troll, I think his need is, like you said, validation. He's seeking a validation he'll never get, but I think he is addicted to social media because he has found success in pretending to be things he's not. Like he's found that on the internet, he can pretend that he's an activist or pretend he's a filmmaker or pretend that he's a journalist. And because in my opinion, in our society, for a society to work, a certain percentage of what we say to each other has to be true. Like we all have to agree that it's raining out when it's raining out. We have to agree that that's a car that drove by. And someone like this takes real advantage of that when they pathologically lie more than they tell the truth. It's fascinating to me. I've never seen, most pathological liars are preteen children that grow out of it. To see someone that's nearly 50 behaving that same way is just fascinating.
And when you watch the movie, you'll find that the subjects of this troll, the target of this troll, are in many cases fearful of their physical well-being, because it seems to be threats are thrown around willy-nilly.
Yeah, and at this stage, the documentary is what takes place in St. Joseph, Missouri in summer of 2018 through February of 2019, and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
The documentary is not about anything really about me and this guy. It was about what happened to this city and some of the people in it. Since the documentary's come out, I've been granted a civil stalking protection order against him. He was held in contempt of court for violating it. He's been charged by the police for violating it. All of these are misdemeanors with no extradition, and as long as he stays out of the city of Columbus, he's going to get away with it. And once he found that out, he has gotten exponentially worse. His targeting of me is severe. You mentioned my mom at the head of this because my mom made a cameo in the documentary making fun of me, saying it's like a nomination is not a win when it came to the regional Emmy nominations. It got even worse when 2 of those nominations are for this documentary. And when she found out I didn't win, she laughed in my face. She thought it was the funniest thing ever, that it's like, ha ha, he still didn't get it. But the thing is, my mom passed away this past January. And what's really bad is the social media monster found her obituary, screenshot it, put it out on X, calling her a fat B word, a dead prostitute, and just really needled it. And it was just so tragic for my whole family. And so I'm in the middle of a defamation lawsuit, but the guy lives in his car and we can't find him to serve him.
Yeah, so that's the other aspect of this, right? So these social media trolls, the laws probably have not caught up with what's going on social media. And of course, the local law enforcement or federal law enforcement, they have other fish to fry, right? There's bigger problems out there. When you and I were kids, 8th grade, there's a bully that, gave us a hard time. What did we do? We punched him in the nose. Guess what happened? The bully went away, right? You can't do that in social media. So you really can't. You can trade punches all you want virtually, but you're not going to get anywhere. And of course, law enforcement doesn't have enough time and energy to deal with this. The platforms themselves have this, kind of, hey, I've got diplomatic immunity kind of thing. We don't have anything to deal with here. What are we going to, you can't hold us accountable for what happens on our platform.
Yeah, that's referring to Section 230
right.
of the Internet Decency Act.
And before we talk about it, can we take a break, Peter? Because we have to take a break and then get back to that. We'll talk a little bit about that Decency Act and your feeling on that. And we'll talk a little bit more.
While Social Media Monster was doing some film festival screenings, the subject of the film had gone on Twitter Live and had submitted some questions.
We received these questions from Twitter.
My question for the director is, when you learned that I was actually talking about Perry Township and that I was actually in Perry Township that day, I had showed photos of a ring that I purchased in Perry Township. I posted photos of a receipt from a Buffalo Wild Wings in Perry Township. It said Perry Township. I showed credit card records from Perry Township. I posted all of this. You were aware of all of this. Considering I was talking about Perry Township the entire time, and that I didn't send these emails, and even in those emails it doesn't say Perry Nuclear Power Plant, why is North Perry Village in your film?
Okay, I have never seen any of these postings he's referring to. I never saw receipts. I never saw a ring. I never saw anything that just said Perry, Ohio. The reason North Perry is in the film is because, well, the emails that I personally received referred to Perry, North Perry. The FBI interviewed me about threats to the North Perry nuclear power plant. So the film states he denies that he sent those emails, but that's up to the audience to decide, did he or did he not send them or not.
Question number 2 for the social media monster Q&A. Why, as things occur that change the narrative of your film and also disagree with the opinion that you state throughout the film and that you're trying to reinforce throughout the film, why don't you ever vet any of those things, and why don't you ever edit the film to let the audience know that some of these things have been discredited? So do you feel that your film should be considered credible based on the fact that you don't make any effort to edit it or correct it when new information is presented to you? Why do you selectively pick and choose what you decide should be vetted, is my question.
We have re-edited this film almost continuously over the past year as new information comes to light, when new evidence shows up, new audio recordings, new screenshots, whatever. We've been re-editing this film perpetually. We're on, I think, on revision 17 or 18 at this point, based on new information. So we do re-edit the film all the time when new information shows up. As for the film being discredited, I have not received anything that's discredited the film. Matthew just saying that it's discredited, or Matthew saying other evidence exists, nothing's been presented. We've seen nothing. We have requested multiple times, hey, if you've got screenshots or video or anything, receipts, like he says, we'd be happy to incorporate and change the movie. But every time we have asked, he's either said no or says, I'm saving it for my own documentary. And so he never provides it, but likes to say that we're not changing the film when we do change the film. I'm the director of the film. I get to decide what is or isn't in the film, and that's just how movies are made.
This is my third question for the social media monster Q&A. Now, Mr. Ross will not let me see the film, and so the question that I had, even for Dr. Phil's show or everybody, is, what is my scam? You've accused me of being a con man, a fraud, and a scammer for many years, but no one's ever been able to figure out what that scam is and what it is I was trying to accomplish, because all I did was end up, having a net worth of roughly $2.6 million at one point.
Okay, I have not been privy to any evidence that his net worth was anything near $2.6 million. I have never seen bank account statements or anything that would add up to a dollar amount that high. Some might consider that fraudulent. Nothing in the film is made up from thin air. Nothing. From his own social media postings, he said he was collecting Social Security disability throughout that entire time through sometime in early 2019. Some might say it's fraud to have a value of 2.6 million and still collect disability, because then it's most likely he's not reporting that income, because you can't make that kind of money and still collect on disability. The address he uses on his website for his business, Matthew Burdick LLC, is listed as San Francisco on Fillmore Street, but there's no evidence he's ever ran a business from there, and he's never had a residence there. So that's fraudulent. In the documentary itself, Matthew had his business partner, Alex, give Austin $500, but then wanted the refund back to himself. In the conversation I personally had with Alex, he was not aware of that. So that's pretty fraudulent. I mean, I could keep going, but I think I made my point.
Peter John Ross basically found me on the internet in 2012 while I was homeless, and I was making my later released 2013 film Blame Reagan.
During this nearly 17 minutes video, Matthew never asked a question except what was written in the tweet.
I am not participating in any SEO campaigns to disparage Matthew Burdick. So I'm not participating in those things. There's no evidence of something I'm not actually doing. I'm sorry, I just do not trust that Matthew Burdick is suffering intense emotional distress, because one day he'll say it's not bothering him at all. The next day he'll say he's deeply bothered by it. And I don't trust anything that he says without some kind of third-party verification, some other additional evidence to support it. I just don't think. He's publicly stated many times that, this is all some homage to Hunter S. Thompson or an Andy Kaufman-style prank, and that we're all too stupid to see it. So I just don't know what to think. I still have no idea what to believe in that regard.
Question number 5, and to me, this is the single most important question that can possibly be asked of Peter John Ross. The question for Peter John Ross is, why am I, Matthew Burdick, the only person trying to find a journalist to vet this film? Why don't you find a journalist to vet this? Now, do they have the ability to find a journalist that's unbiased? Don't you think somebody should hold both of us accountable and ask us to prove our stories? I'm willing to do that. Peter John Ross is not. And I want to know directly from Peter John Ross, why are you afraid to contact an unbiased third-party journalist, and why am I not? Just to try to hide the fact that we're covering up the destruction of an activist who uncovered this extraordinarily massive scandal.
We have sent the documentary to multiple journalists all over the country, usually in relation to the film festival screenings. One of the co-producers is a journalist that's had no dealings whatsoever with Matthew Burdick, and he's kept us on the straight and narrow. He's requested changes in the edit that we've made because he felt it was too biased. So we have done exactly that. But as for why the media may or may not be writing about it, usually it relates to the film's not publicly available to the world yet, so there's no real reason to write about a film that no one can see unless you're at a film festival in that city at that time. I am not remotely afraid of the film being vetted, researched by journalists. We did intense amounts of research, verification, and everything, and I'm pretty confident we'll stand up to any scrutiny.
Originally, there was a different question number 3.
This film is a piece of shit. It's been running through the festivals since last March. It has not made it into any major festival, not even as a selection. The only festivals that it's reached are these pseudo-festivals all over the world, like the Iraqi Explosion Festival or any number of other completely disreputable festivals that have virtually no audience. Considering all of that, why don't you just release the film? Why keep trying to adorn it with worthless laurels and showing it at theaters where 6 people show up or 40 people or whatever? You're directly damaging the film by showing it at these places to 10, 20, 30, 40 people. Why not just release the film? Are you a coward? Do you know the film is filled with lies and you can't stomach, big stomach, the thought of the world attacking you for being just as big of a piece of shit as your film is? What is it? Why haven't you released this film? Nobody cares about your career. Nobody's watching anything you do. Literally nobody gives a fuck about you or anything you show up, you do these Q&As, and I mean, you even get people that you know to ask questions because nobody even gives a fuck enough to ask questions. And so all of this is just sort of I don't know why you're doing this. There's not a lot of reason to do any of this. So why don't you just release the film?
The main reason we don't release the film is we're still in the middle of the film festival circuit, which means if it's publicly available, they won't take it. It's against the rules of virtually every film festival. If it's available online for free, they won't play it at a film festival. That's pretty much it. Any chance to sit in a dark room with a bunch of strangers and watch a movie you made is just a gift. So for me personally, I don't care if there's 3 or 4 people or 400. So far, as of right now, February 2022, we have been an official selection at 25 film festivals so far. Not everybody's going to like your movie, and that's okay. Every single person's opinion is valid. Even Matthew's opinion about the film is valid. I just want to say thank you for taking the time to even watch the movie.